Hello, everyone. Welcome to what will probably be a big stream. Big stream. I have before me a total of 214 news tabs, and we're going to try and cover the content of each of them today. 214. All the Firefox tabs, all just ready to go. Not using up much memory because they're mostly unloaded, but still a lot of tabs. So most of it, vast majority of it, is Trump news, as you would expect. A lot's happening right now. The nothing ever happens bros, they kind of, there was something to what they were saying up until about 17 days ago. Shit's happening now. So I'm going to try and cover it all, and I'm going to talk a little bit quieter today because Motch is asleep in the next room. She tends to sleep through my streams, so I don't think I'm disturbing her, but I'll probably be talking a bit quieter. So we are very likely to have guests on today. It's very likely to be a stream that might last as long as 6, 7, 8 hours. That's the plan anyway, which is why I'm starting earlier than usual, but still later than scheduled. So don't worry, I am still fucking everything up. Pug says we need Aiden. You really want this to be a 15-hour stream? Can you start doing these streams later again, says Pigsty? Well, I usually have been. The time's been kind of everywhere. But I maybe I'll do a poll, see what people prefer for the time. 8 p.m. my time, which is when it's currently scheduled, is a decent time for the UK. It's not much worse than 11 p.m. here for the US. In order to start at a reasonable time for the US, I need to start streaming at like 2 a.m. So yeah, I know it's the middle of the workday in the US, but 11 p.m. is only at the end of the workday for the East Coast. The rest of the US is still the middle of the workday, and 11 p.m. is way worse for the UK. So you could argue that because it's mostly US news, I should do a later one. But anyway, we'll talk about that later. Let's get into some news. I've got no pre-news memes section here. I'm just going to dive straight in. I'm just going to go through these in the order I have them, because good luck organizing 214 news tabs into a coherent stream. You know what you come here for, chat. You don't come here for me to go, here's our 6 topics here. Today, well organized and in this order. And here's the time schedule. No, I just throw news at you and comment on it as it comes out. Sometimes we go to one topic and then come back to the same topic again later, because that's just when I had it open. And which is probably why most of my audience also have ADHD. Let's get stuck in. I'll go from the beginning first, because we're probably going to start on the older news and then get to the newer stuff first, but more chronological. Let's begin here. Yeah, Chogwan, I'm just surprised it took so long for anyone to realize that. Oh yeah, here's some great news to start the stream with. I'm not even going to play the video, I don't think, but Vorsh, bafflingly popular, inexplicably popular leftist streamer who advocates for some of the most patently absurd socialist nonsense I have ever heard, is suddenly concerned that he doesn't have any money. That's weird. Doesn't he make money from streaming? That's how I make money. Incidentally, Chad, if you'd like to help me out with that, if you'd like to punish Vorsh, then you can contribute via tip.oozloo.net or funder.oozloo.net. Live action remake Megamind, yes. So does he not make money through streaming? Well, I guess he does, but maybe just not quite enough to cover his lifestyle, shall we say. And this comes mere moments after, by pure sheer bloody coincidence, USAID is shutting down. And it turned out that they were paying a lot of people that the US taxpayer didn't know and wouldn't have approved them paying. We will later in the stream go through some other examples, but what was it? The 50 million for condoms for Gaza? It was something like that, some ridiculous amount. This is one of dozens of examples, and we found out as well 8 million to Politico. It is just government-sponsored propaganda. We'll go into that in more detail later. I don't think it's been revealed that Vorsh actually got any money from USAID yet. It may have been through some third party who we wouldn't know who that would be yet. But either way, the moment that happens, Vorsh is complaining about money issues. So people in the chat ask me to watch the video. Chat, press 1 to watch the video. Press 2 if Vorsh is not worth hearing. Were they actually condoms as if us? We don't know. Most of you are saying don't bother. Okay, some of you are saying play it and he's not worth hearing. All right, I'm going to leave it on the basis of the majority opinion. But I would say best of luck to him because it's just a good sort of neat send-off to the story. But no, actually. If he was astroturfed, then bad luck to him. Matthias says, fact check, it was only 7 mil for guards and condoms. I'm so sorry. Some other shithole got the 50. I'm so sorry, my mistake. By the way, chat, there's a new character on today's stream. Have you noticed what today's new character is? He's around here somewhere. Can you spot this stream's new character? It's not Vorsh. It's not Vorsh. Come on. Someone must have spotted today's new character. Hey, Geo got it. It's a new chair. It's actually an old chair, but it was lent, well, I suppose given actually, to me by someone. I suppose I won't say who, but probably is no harm. But for now, I won't say who. And it's white, which is, I don't really mind the color. But you know, I had the green screen that covered just the headrest before. I might cover this in a green screen so that it's hidden from view, but I don't know, I might not. Either way, new chair. You remember the old one had that issue where I'd sometimes it would just click and I'd fall backwards. That was really funny, wasn't it, chat? Well, I wasn't happy with that, so when this chair became available, it was snapped up. And so here I am, in it. A bit more comfortable, but otherwise not much different. Someone says, condoms can hold up a liter of fluid and Hamas has incendiary chemicals that don't just break down latex. The Muslim terrorist group asked for condoms they are religiously forbidden from using as intended to use them as improvised incendiary devices instead. You're probably right. No, Marsh, I can't do this. I cannot go horizontal on my chair, as far as I know. Okay, next up. Oh, thanks, Discord. God damn it. I actually wanted to show some of these. I think I should probably... Right, let's... This is that thing where Discord makes images expire. So this is the first one. Yeah, I remember this. All right. So people were posting this. I think they meant... they meant to imply that, whoa, look, US aid supporting these terrorists. Now, the US supporting terrorists should not be surprising. US aid supporting them is a little unexpected, of course, but the answer is probably that despite all the things we've discovered that US aid was doing wrong, this was probably just an example of these terrorists stealing or using in some way US aid tarpaulin or some sort of container to film their shitty YouTube video in. So I suspect this is not what people were implying or what I was inferring they meant from it. It doesn't have to be that. So next thing, I think this was also similar. Yes, it was. This, on the other hand, I don't know. This may be more direct because these are the kind of people who USAID would more openly support because they are quote unquote activists. However, it's also possible that the building they are using is not specifically their building and that the building is some sort of general community center and that USAID supported the community center, which is not even that far outside of their expected mandate, is it? I don't know. But in terms of the minimum claim that we can safely make, it still doesn't necessarily incriminate them here or in the previous one. Suspicious, worth looking into? Sure. But conclusive? No. Geo says it's still a waste. That may well be true. And that is definitely the choice of the American people, one that I think they are making. But whether it is outside of their remit, as publicly communicated and as expected by the fact that it's aid, It might not have been in this case. Hello, Ectotoad, who says that he's Ronery, so very Ronery. Yes, I am streaming on Twitch as well. I think twitch.oozloo.net should work, although I haven't checked if that still works. Let me have a look. Twitch.oozloo.net. Nope, I never relinked that one. Actually, Twitch is not even linked from my website. I should do that. Twitch.tv/oozloo would work, though. I'll make the Twitch short link later. Pug has made a meme. Thank you, Pug. Honestly, I think the issue is that I haven't had enough Monster. I mean, do I have enough for today's stream if it's going to be like an 8-hour stream or longer? One can? Is that really enough? I don't think so. Thank you, Pug. Okay, next up. I know that I sound sleepy, tidy-widey because I am talking quietly, but I'm talking quietly, as I said, because Motch is asleep in the next room. Okay. Elon says, defund NPR. It should survive on its own. National Public Radio, I think. So a broadcaster that's publicly funded, but has been just as propagandistic as the rest of them. And then Alexander S. Vindman, who I assume is affiliated with the NPR or with the press, says, defund Musk. He should survive without massive government contracts. And I don't really need to explain how these things are different, but this commenter has given a decent rendition of it, so I'll read it out. He says, the government purchasing privatized space services as to avoid having NASA do the same thing for more money is not the same as handing NPR cash and saying, have fun talking about gender studies into 13th century music. Nice try, though. Yeah, the difference is that they are getting something useful, not just to the government, but to the people. The space services are useful to the people, useful to the nation as a whole. Whether you can make the argument that it's not directly useful or that the use isn't proximate enough or not worth the money, that's a separate matter. We can discuss that. But contributing to a news service for propaganda services does not benefit the people. It only benefits the government. So you really can't make the comparison. We're not complaining that government money is being spent. Let's make that perfectly clear. Some people would rather it wasn't. Fair enough. But that's not the actual complaint being made here. The complaint being made is that it's being spent abusively, erroneously, wrongly, against the interests of the American people. I think an argument could be made that spending so much money on Musk has been against the interests of the American people. But I don't think it is. It probably is mostly in favor of. The press being propped up by taxpayer money? No way. Given how they've been acting, it is absolutely against the interests of the American people. Right. Next thing. This is the last image for now that Discord has killed. Oops. The same people terrified of Department of Government Efficiency wanted to hire 87,000 additional IRS agents to audit you. Chat, press 1 if you needed a reminder as to why you should have no sympathy for government agencies. And press 2 if you didn't need to be reminded why you should have no sympathy for these corrupt government agencies. Yeah, I think we get it. I think they're just scum for the most part. I don't think I need to say much more on that. Pug says 2, but 1 is nice and recruits more normals occasionally. True. But I'm just asking about you. Okay, something from Sargon here. Let's see what this was. Yeah. Okay, this is a silly thing, but let's have a little watch of AOC talking about the situation 2 days ago.
This dude is probably one of the most unintelligent billionaires I have ever met or seen or witnessed.
Seen and witnessed are the same thing, AOC. Does AOC have anything going for her? I'm just wondering.
Which, you can probably even glean that from watching these people on TV. Anyways, all of that is to say is that they don't do their homework. Clearly, like, they're putting 19-year-olds in at the Treasury. This dude is not smart.
So are you saying are you saying that people should be hired only on the basis of merit? No, she's not even saying that. Hold on. She's saying that certain groups are automatically less meritorious than others. She's saying the opposite. So if she were to apply that to race, it would be like saying he's putting whites in at the Treasury, which is something I can hear her saying. Like, okay, I don't know about the 19-year-old claim. I may have vaguely heard of like some genius got a job at the Treasury, some 19-year-old genius. If that's the case, then that's maybe not a great idea, but as long as he's got other actual like adults who have lifelong wisdom around him, then maybe it's okay. Intelligence is not the only important quality, but someone with a great intelligence surrounded by people with less, but still some intelligence and a lot of wisdom could be very powerful. So if that's what's happening, okay. But why is that? Why is that the problem? I'm not hearing anything else from her. No other specific complaints so far.
And the danger in the lack of intelligence and the lack of expertise that Elon has. I mean, this guy is one of the most morally vacant, but also just least knowledgeable about these systems that we really know of.
These systems, in many cases, shouldn't exist, AOC. Why, just out of interest, why have you done this as like a candid recording and leaving the gaps in? Like, I do it because I'm live streaming, because I'm capable of doing it live, though I'd occasionally leave gaps. If I was this passionate about something, I probably wouldn't. Why have you left it in? I think watching this, I'm getting the impression that she is trying to rationalize what is actually a totally emotional response and failing to find anything that sounds reasonable to justify the emotional response. It sounds to me like she's actually just having a friend-enemy tantrum where the other side's winning, so where? And so she has to think of reasons. Calling Elon Musk not knowledgeable, that's a bit of a stretch. Now, he's not very knowledgeable on PoE2 as far as I understand, but he's knowledgeable on at least a few things. I expect he understands technology better than you do, AOC. I expect he understands business better than you do, AOC. I expect he understands money better than you do, AOC. These things, and also probably the Constitution, these things are actually quite important to the current matter, the current issue. And morally vacant as well, maybe that's true. He is very autistic. But even someone that's morally vacant can still just follow the standards that have been set out, the Constitution, for example, and recognize people want their money to be spent on something good. You know, a few basic instructions fed into the Elon bot is enough, then he'll just go off and do it. So these are pretty weak criticisms, and it's odd because at this moment in history, I would expect the left to be absolutely seething and throwing out everything they can possibly think of as an excuse why their enemy is actually evil. But AOC doesn't seem to have anything. The commentary by Sargon here is that, well, actually AOC, she's into Elon. Maybe I think that maybe jumped the gun a bit. It's funny, but I think maybe jumping the gun on the analysis a bit. Don't get me wrong. If AOC had the choice to give up all the politics and to just be Elon's sponge, she would spend about 10 minutes thinking about it and then probably go for it. However, that's probably not what she's thinking. I think she's just so angry that she can't think of how to express it. And then whenever she comes up with something, it just doesn't sound right, which is why there's so many pauses in this. Basically, she has nothing, but she really, really wishes she had something because she probably knew or had some inkling that the US government was misspending taxpayer money for the last name and number years. And she thought it was good for her side And over time, she internalized that as it's just normal that the government be doing things that are good for my side because my side's just good. We're just the good guys. Fuck the Republicans. They're just evil. And now that there's a bit of balance being forced back into the system, she interprets it as an injustice. But she can't explain why, because it isn't actually an injustice. It is the removal of her injustice. Yes, that's fair enough, Somnus. Okay, if Sargon is deliberately making a reference to the fact that AOC accused right-wingers of wanting to fuck her, whatever they criticized her, fair enough. It sounded like he was saying a bit more than that. But fair enough. Yeah, Cybersmith says it's been a miserable week for him, but seeing how good things are in the land of the eagle, he says, is keeping me going. Yes, it is a lot of good news out of there. And you are most welcome to put your whatever real life concerns you have on the door for now and step in to the look how cool things are over the pond room with me. So next up, I think this is also, yeah. There shouldn't be too many more of these. Right. There we go. Internal review suggests USAID sent $70 billion to fund abortions and gender ideology in foreign countries. We'll get to more of this. There's lots of this to go through, but holy shit. Pug, it's not completely my choice. We'll see what happens. But I expect that will change. Right, next up. This may not be a very interesting story, but I'll have a quick look at it. Not US news, but we'll get back to US news soon. Swedish Prime Minister admits loss of control over surge in violence and explosions. Sweden... The thing is, it's weird that explosions is specifically something I've heard going on in Sweden, and I haven't heard it described anywhere else. I'm sure that terroristic Muslim explosions have been happening in other places, but for some reason I've only heard of them happening in Sweden. I remember Malmo and the grenade attacks. That was in Sweden. And now 300 explosions a year. That's in Sweden too. Is this because Sweden has a unique way of tracking statistics on violence, which includes specifically explosions? If so, that's maybe a good idea, actually. Yeah, there is the bombing, but I've never heard the term explosions used in news like this. Like, the bombing is a single example. I've never heard a statistic of explosions used. Obviously, there have been other explosions, but they have never been gathered together and counted as explosions, which is just an odd thing, except in Sweden. And it's been that way for like 10 years. Maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe someone will find something. So, Sweden faces a concerning rise in gang-related violence and explosions, with over 300 incidents reported in 2024 alone. Sweden is grappling with an alarming rise in violence as the country reported 317 explosions in 2024, marking a sharp escalation in gang-related conflicts. See if you can just guess what the gangs are comprised of. Marsh says, Swedish explosions is hand grenade crime. This is because of some weird law relating to them specifically. See, that's what I was thinking, Marsh. I reckon that they must have some law or standard that was different that specifically related to explosions. Yes. Yes, Eb. The head of Sweden's statistics office is Megamin. Is there any more of that anime since I last watched it? It probably is, actually. I think I started watching more, but never got through it. Anyway. Prime Minister Ulf Kristersson addressed this issue in a press conference on Thursday, acknowledging the government's lack of control over the growing violence. Quote, Sweden is in the midst of a new wave of violence, particularly the number of explosions, which is increasing, with almost one occurring every day. That's on average, but still. It is clear that we do not have control over this wave of violence, otherwise we wouldn't be here, he added. It's a strange thing for a political leader to express, isn't it? The start of 2025 has seen an average of one explosion per day, with 27 incidents reported by January 27th, including several explosions in residential areas, according to Nordic Times. The surge in violence has raised significant concerns about the safety of Swedish citizens, and therefore blah, 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 blah. Nothing in here about Islam. It's just violence and gangs. What was their motive, though? Like, how many of them were Swedes, and how many explosions were common back before the massive wave of Muslim immigration? What was the average then? One a year, if that? Now it's one a day. Someone says season 3 was last year, and there's an OVA upcoming, and there was also the Mega Man prequel 2 years back. I don't think I saw a Mega Man prequel. I think I'm quite far behind in Konosuba then. All right, next up. For those that are curious, I watch a bit of anime, but not very much. There are a few really good ones that I keep up with. Simon Smith says, Sweden did invent dynamite. Yeah, Nobel, I think. We cannot assume all of this is the result of immigration. Not sure if that quite follows. But yes, it wasn't 0 explosions before the Islamic mass immigration, but it was probably very close. Shut up, Pigsty. A mere trifle of Japanimation. Quite so, quite so. Did you watch the movie after season 2? I think that may be what I started and then didn't finish. So I think I might be a fair way behind. So, 100 Tren de Aragua gang members targeted in Aurora, Colorado in the Trump admin's latest ICE raid. The raids took place on illegals that the governor of Colorado just a few months ago claimed didn't exist. DEA reportedly deployed flashbangs at one apartment complex. 4 total locations were raided, according to the New York Post. At least 24 armed officers were involved in the raids and were spotted utilizing military-like vehicles. Quote, we don't know if even with having an asylum case, they'll just take us and deport us. We're living with fear and uncertainty because we don't know if they'll come back for us, said a witness. It's unclear how many illegals were detained. So let me preempt something that will come up again later. People are a little concerned, and I think rightly so, that at the current rate of deportations, Trump will only have deported, I think the number was something like 100,000 by the end of his term, which isn't much. You probably need to deport at least 20 million. But the numbers we're seeing are not enough so far. This is concerning, don't get me wrong. I'm going to name some things that might mitigate this, but I'm still concerned about this, don't get me wrong. Mitigating it, though, is that I think Trump is starting with the really, really violent, dangerous ones. And they are going to be the best at hiding, the best at armed response, and the US doesn't have the forces, though it has a lot of forces, doesn't have the forces without using the military, which maybe they should actually, to actually get all of them at the same time. But they probably have a long list of where they know the bad ones are, and they're just moving through them one by one. Very speculative here, but I suspect that's what's going on. And right now, it's going to be a small number, but very dangerous ones, and they'll be the worst. And when they're gone, crime is going to drop quite a lot, quite noticeably, most likely. After that, I suspect they're going to start going into businesses where they know illegals work and just rounding people up who have broken the law. I think probably we're going to see after the first couple of months, they'll probably hire more people, so the numbers will gradually climb. But they will, while they're gradually climbing, there will also be a bigger climb after a few months, which will be once they've got rid of the really dangerous ones and they're just going for sort of like dragnet approach after that. That's what I'm hoping is the case. I don't know, but that's what I'm hoping is the case. Now, expanding any organization is difficult. Just ask anyone that's tried to run a small business that's then become a medium business or something similar. Expanding is difficult. It's not a simple matter of, well, just employ 100 more people. No, there's months and months and months of integration and organization work that you have to do to make that work. So growing ICE is not going to be necessarily all that easy, but I think they should. If they can possibly manage it, they should. Because otherwise you are not going to hit the numbers you need. Now, maybe it's unreasonable to expect the US to get rid of all its illegal immigrants within a 4-year period. I think it might be doable, but so far you're not on that path in terms of the numbers. What we can say is that assuming the Democrats don't find some way to win or steal an election in the next 10 years or so, which I don't think they will, to be honest, assuming that, then you will have more than one term. As long as a Republican who is a MAGA Republican wins next term, which I think is very likely, and I think it will be J.D. Vance, you will have another 8 years of deportation. So if it's going to take, if you can do 100,000 in 4 years, or you can do 1 million in 4 years, in 12 years, with the numbers continuously rising over that time, not just linear, then maybe you can hit that 20 million. So even if it can't be done in 4 years, don't lose hope. You probably will have more than 4 years. That's all I want to say on that. But I am still concerned. Someone leaked to Trend Agora gang members that ICE was raiding Aurora CO. When ICE showed up, the apartments were empty. Protesters also had bullhorns to warn illegals about ICE coming. Tom Herman now says he's in touch with the DOJ about potential prosecutions. Good. Clean house. Every time they do this, yes, dangerous people get away. That's true. But they burn resources every time they do this. And it makes it clear who they are. Or clearer who they are. If Hoban can do the investigation and find out who did this, that, I mean, not sure if that's treason. It might be. It's not far off. Certainly criminal. So they can be locked up and then they can't do that again. So it's the same thing as I said before. The problems with society cause us to realize where the problems are, so we deal with them. Sorry, my hair is being very uncooperative today. I might go down in a few minutes, AFK for a few seconds, and just attack it. But yeah, it makes it clear where the problems are. The FBI, the banks, the entire deep state, the feminism, it's all been lit up like a Christmas tree as to where the problems of our society are. The press, academia, etc. We know where the problems are, because they're causing problems. When the rats, as you've elegantly put it in chat, light themselves up, make it clear, do something, you can tell where they are much more easily. So give that time. To be clear, I would not be using language of the kind of Kristallnacht feel if it were not for legitimate reasons. The people who are being pursued by ICE here are, from data I have seen, clearly dangerous criminals. In this case, if they're associated with the cartel, gang members, as it said, if you take that as true, they are dangerous criminals, and they are criminals already for just being in the country, most likely, because they are most likely illegal. So if they are, especially. So they need to be deported. Anyone who gave information to them about the US approaching, about ICE approaching, is also a criminal, who is by indirect action dangerous. So if it were merely that they had the wrong opinions, I wouldn't be saying this. If there was no constitutional imposition against people illegally entering the country or entering without permission, then it would be stupid, and the US may not have lasted this long. But again, maybe I wouldn't have a problem with it because, well, that's allowed in your country. But no, it's not. Deport the rats too. Well, maybe. Ektoto says rats can be cute. These guys are roaches. I didn't know they were all Turkish. Yeah, and also as Cybersmith is very intelligently pointing to, the more you disincentivize them staying, the more not only they won't try and come in, but they'll voluntarily leave and deport themselves. We don't yet know how many have voluntarily deported themselves, as far as I know, that might have come out. But there will be most likely a lot. There's also a concentrating effect. They will flee areas controlled by Donald Trump-aligned governors into so-called sanctuary states. This highlights the downsides of them, makes it easier to round at last them up. Quite so, Cybersmith, quite so. So what I'm saying is, don't necessarily assume, though the numbers are concerning, that the numbers will have just a linear gradient from here up until the end of the 4 years. It probably will be much more wavy and maybe some big sort of ups with the exponential growth as ICE itself grows, as the ease of capturing them grows, etc., etc. So give it a bit more time before making predictions, before doomsaying on the notion that the deportations aren't doing anything. Let's watch this video.
You got anything? They're gonna keep on going. It took hundreds of them to do it today. How many people did that they get today? They got 5 people. That fucking sucks, right? But guess what? When you stand up, we're standing up.
Bear in mind, the people in these buildings, let's assume for a second they are as described, they've just been chilling there for the last 4 years, or probably more. They're just that building has just been owned by essentially foreign terrorists for the last 4 years in the middle of America. Not just like, not southern Texas. I know Colorado, which is, I think, northern. They got all the way up there and then fucking installed themselves in this apartment complex. And they've probably been there for years, there or somewhere similar. Doesn't look like there's any video of sort of men running quickly into a building, which I was expecting. So perhaps the guy in chat that said that was right. That actually, that has a video from Homan. Let's hear what he had to say about it. Actually, if we can make out the words from the sort of mush mouth speech impediment that he has.
I have so many questions. First of all, if they're shouting and helping these people get away with bullhorns, how is that legal? To get help from the people in the streets? I know they can protest, but that's not what they're doing.
You're exactly right. When they come to they cross the line of impediment, and that's why I'm working very close, starting this morning with Department of Justice, and where do they cross that line of impediment? So they may find themselves in a pair of handcuffs.
Yeah, thank you, Geode. Obviously, fully in support of protest. That's free speech. But as he says, if you impede, if you prevent the police from doing their job, that's a different matter. That's no longer speech. So, yeah, not good.
Very soon. So working with DOJ on that, get some legal guidance on that. I'm not an attorney. I know what SecOps is about. I know what crossing that line is, but getting DOJ back up on that. So it's something we're looking at right now, Harris. We're not going to tolerate it anymore. This is not a game. When we show up these sites, this is a dangerous job for the men and women of ICE and Border Patrol and all the DOJ agencies. To have that type of interference puts our officers at great risk. Not only the officers, it puts the aliens at great risk because anything can happen when we take our eyes off the goal here. So we're addressing that immediately today. I'm addressing OPSEC today, operational security, and how these leaks are happening. We've already identified how this operation got leaked. I'll deal with that today. So,
ooh, he's already identified it. Very good. Good. Okay, so we don't even have to speculate on, well, if he catches him. No, they've caught them. They've caught the person that leaked it. Good. Coach says, I have this incentive proposal, sanctions banning remittances to the countries that illegals chiefly come from. A massive portion of their ill-gotten income is wired back to their real homes, and if you disrupt the money flow, they're fucked. Great idea. Should already be happening. Maybe Trump knows about it. Hopefully he does. Assuming there's no other issue with that. Yes, basically, if illegals are sending their money back home, you just say, well, we're just going to charge that straight back to the country. So the country is incentivized not to let people immigrate to your country. Unless, of course, they're properly immigrating and they're not just going to try and send the money back home. And you arguably, you can bill them more than is being sent. So it disincentivizes them. It's not just an equivalence thing. But then again, the state would lose that money and they wouldn't be gaining the money sent back. I suppose in a way they are, because it's still activity in that country, isn't it? So now the US government is abducting aliens. Good one, Melcatero. Yes, they are. All right, next up. Do we have Chase here, by the way? No. Just we have a story about India, and I thought, no. We have Jordan is ready to declare war on Israel in the event that Netanyahu attempts to forcibly expel Palestinians into its territory. Now, a few things to say about this. Firstly, let me begin by saying Chase is a member of Cabal who lives in Jordan. And he has been very concerned, understandably, about the prospect of war erupting where he lives recently. Before Trump's inauguration, the concern was that Iran and Israel might go to war and that Jordan would have to help Israel because they're usually quite closely allied against Iran. And Chase didn't want to be bombed by Iran and all the other Muslims nearby. Understandably. That was a concern then. Now that things have changed, now that basically the US has changed the angle of its wrist slightly, the situation in the Middle East is completely topsy-turvy. Iran seems to be quiet, and Trump wants to help Israel by redeveloping Gaza. Don't worry, we're going to get to that story in much greater detail later in the stream. But he wants to do that and clear out the civilians in Gaza for some reason. Now, as a result of that, obviously Israel doesn't want to take them, and Trump won't make them because Trump loves Israel for some reason. But he's going to find someone else in the area that will do it, that will take them in. What Jordan's doing here is saying no. They are saying no so strongly that they're gambling that Israel wants war with Jordan less than it wants to use Jordan to deport these people to. If Israel says, actually, we do want to deport them to your country, we're willing to go to war over it, then our friend Chase is not going to have a good day. He's not going to have a good day. I expect that won't happen. I expect that Jordan putting up war, it's like a counteroffer. Like every nation in the region is going to say, if you try and do this, we'll sanction you, or it'll be diplomatically unwise, or we'll nuke ourselves out of existence. You know, they put up something, some consequence to say why they shouldn't choose that nation. Jordan, because it's fairly wealthy for the region, has gone ahead and said, war. My hair is reacting to war. Just war. That's it. It's not. There's no in between. There's no minor response. We will go to war with you if you try and do this. So Jordan is basically putting itself out as we're not an option. Don't even try it, which is fair actually. Risky, but fair. I think whoever made this decision on behalf of Jordan, the leader, I think King of Jordan, probably smart, but risky. Instead of the missiles flying over Jordan, they'll be flying into Jordan. Unfortunately, Pug, it could go there, but I don't think it will. Summersmith says, Gaza is largely uninhabitable, covered in rubble. Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and the UAE take in many, many guest workers every year. Seems like a match made in heaven. Maybe, Summersmith, yes. And if that's the case, then Jordan saying, not us, is probably unnecessary. Geode says, so Uslu, would you take one Jordanian refugee into your home? No, I would not. And neither should Jordan, and neither should anyone else. If there is space available to make homes for them in a country that is willing to do that and use them for labor, then fine. You know, if it's voluntary, but there's many, many issues with this situation. We're going to get onto that later in the show. First, though, next thing. Thanks, Ghost. Okay, Trump has done the thing with women in men's sports. Sorry, men and women's sports. Trannies.
In a few moments, I'll sign a historic executive order to ban men from competing in women's sports. It's about time.
This is good, but as Zen Man, and I'm sure others will say, it's not just a one-way thing, it's both ways. Should women be able to compete in men's sports? It's not about who's the superior one. No, it's a principle matter of each category is for that gender. Just saying men can't compete in women's sports is unbalanced. Now, it's likely in this case that it doesn't actually matter because women wouldn't want to compete in men's sports in probably pretty much any sporting category. Probably, but that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter about whether they are, likely to want to. It's a matter of principle. It should be one gender for one sport category, one gender sport category, and one for the other. That should be the policy. Now, if what Trump is saying is it's for protecting women, but then what he writes into law is male sports are for males, female sports are for females, and that's it, then fine. I understand it is mostly an issue of men in skirts getting into women's sports. That is most of the issue in practice. But in principle, it absolutely should be a law that applies in both directions. And in this case, as I said, it doesn't matter much. But in other cases where the perception is that women are suffering in a sort of gender disparity, but in fact, men are suffering in it too, and attention is only given in favor of the women, that bothers me. And it should bother you as well. I'm sure it does. In this case, it doesn't matter very much, but in other cases, I fear Trump would not have the circumspection to circumspect around gynocentrism to perceive that it's actually a problem in both directions. The definition of rape would be one example of that. The UK has a much worse one, I think, than the US does, so credit to you there. But in the UK, it's rape is defined as a penis, an action of a penis. It requires that. Now, women can rape if they use an implement, but it's not rape for women to forcefully envelop a penis. And that is unbalanced. Therefore, when women do that, it's not counted as rape. So if you look at the rape statistics, women rape hundreds or thousands of times less than men in the UK. That's not accurate. It's just because the definition is fucking sexist, to be blunt. And usually those stats discount prison rapes as well, or they count it by perpetrator. So men are still way higher because it's including prison rapes on the male side. If you count it by victim and you count forced envelopment as rape, the numbers are actually worryingly closer than you might expect. So just be careful with shit like this. Be careful of your own tendency. They're very natural. It can be dangerous towards gynocentrism.
Under the Trump administration, we will defend the proud tradition of female athletes, and we will not allow men to beat up, injure, and cheat our women and our girls. From now on, women's sports will be only for women.
Simon Smith is questioning the very idea of women's sports, and yeah, worth questioning. The only thing I'd say on that is that there are some women who enjoy sports, and just because they are a woman and can't compete with men doesn't mean that they should have nowhere to do the sport that is, let's say, officially recognized. Now, they could still organize groups to do this on their own. It doesn't have to be officially recognized, but it doesn't have to not be either. Because sports, I think if you assume that sports are purely about physical ability and like you're just trying to find who is the best at this thing, they're not really. They're partly about spectacle. They're partly about sort of encouraging excellence. They're partly about things that don't require only men doing them. So it's nuanced. I could get into it more, I suspect. But my feel on this is that women's sports can exist. It's not in impediment to. It's not only about who is literally the best at this thing. You could argue that sports by region is wrong because that's just basically DEI. It's just just because they live in that region with bad athletes means they get to compete against people that aren't the best. People born female can't help the fact that they are, and being able to compete with other people who are interested in it is quite a natural thing. So I think you can make the argument for that being okay, but I think it's worth discussing. I think it's worth discussing whether there should be funding to both or to either. Because it can be done without it being official. The question, I think, does largely hinge on what we're actually asking for. Are we asking whether women should be allowed to compete against each other? I don't think we are asking that, but that obviously should be yes. Are we asking whether it should be officially recognized and funded? It depends on the institution, depends on the the amount of funding, all that stuff. So that could get a bit into the weeds. But my only point here is that it's not a clear-cut yes or no. AC says funding, yes. Subsidies, no. Sure, that might be fair. But yeah, it's not a black and white issue. There is a lot to discuss there. But I think Trump's position here is a good return to the last sane position. Yeah. Well done, Trump. Easy policy, easy thing to fix, and he has. Good man. Okay. Matthias says there is no men's sports, there's just sports and women's sports. The latter was created because women couldn't compete in regular sports. Yeah, that's fair. It practically doesn't change anything I said. Ravelon says it's balanced. Men are superior in pretty much all competition. Men don't need a separate category. Yeah. But for that reason, de facto, it is that way. If you're going to have women's sports, then it should be a separate thing for men's sports. Or something. I'm not sure how you do that exactly. Mixed leagues can still exist. They just need to explicitly be chartered as mixed. Yeah, fair enough. Because there are some sports where men don't have an inherent advantage. In many cases, you have to be quite generous with what the word sport means in that case. But there probably are some. I don't think boxing is one of them, Ghost, no. Probably anything that is hinged on athletic ability, men are going to have the inherent advantage. Something like gymnastics, women may have an advantage because of flexibility and lighter bodies. Maybe, I'm not sure about that. But there may be some where women have an advantage or can compete on a roughly equal footing. Cyberspace says distance swimming does favor women. I'm surprised by that, but okay. Buoyancy, okay. That makes sense. Fair enough. So yeah, there are some. Either way, you've raised some good points. I'm not going to get into the weeds on discussions of what should exist here. I think I'm happy for people to figure it out for themselves. But if it's declared as women only, it should not allow men. Let's agree on that, which is what Trump's said, and move on for now. Because yes, as Gio says, lots of tabs left to go through. Oh, this one hasn't expired. Nice. Ashley Vance on Twitter says, is this legit? Did NASA spend $500,000 on Politico subscriptions? And Department of Government Efficiency says, NASA leadership has verified that this was cancelled today. Not at the moment of the inauguration, but at the moment that it was found out. Now, the reason that I said earlier, I think I said earlier, maybe it was the pre-show actually, that the US aid is just the tip of the iceberg, which is what I think, by the way. I think with all that money that's been going out through USA, we discovered, I don't think it's even the majority of the ill-gotten gains the US government has been throwing away. I think we're going to find a lot more from other places. We were concerned that USAID was doing this cancerous subscription thing to Politico and to other organizations that they should not have been supporting. We were concerned about that, but it's not just USAID. This one's NASA. Fucking NASA. What fucking business do they have distributing US government money to political institutions, explicitly political ones, like private institutions? What fucking business do they have doing? Oh, we're just providing subscriptions to the people that work here. That is not your business. Your business is space. Go and explore space. Well, it's not their remit anymore, really, is it? It's Elon's at this point, who is also now cramming their shit back in on this as well. He's checking their science with SpaceX and checking their fucking funding with Doge. Say whatever you want about Elon. He's shown many of his flaws in the last few years, but he is doing a good job, so it seems, with this. Of all the ways you could have ever expected SpaceX to fuck over NASA, of all the possible ways, this would have been pretty low down on your list. Yeah, Matthias, NASA, wow, the government doesn't give us enough for space travel, wow. Also NASA, sending 500 grand, probably a year, though it doesn't specify, to Politico. Chat, it's money laundering, just to be clear. It's not even, laundering's even the wrong word for it, because it might not be that. It's just government preferentialism on the market. Laundering is probably also true, but more so, it's just propaganda networks. It's nationalization, arguably, of institutions that are supposedly privatized. Wait till they find NASA's Pornhub subs as bug. It's been uncovered that Bishop Marianne Budd's epic. Yes, we had this last stream. Thank you, though. Causes blatant corruption. Yes. Bribery and patronage. Yes. Could be seen as bribery to keep it in the public's good graces. Yes. Next up, got one from Tim Poole here, who says, CNN is evil, lying garbage. In response to this headline from CNN, which says, White House says it will cancel $8 million in Politico subscriptions after a false right-wing conspiracy theory spreads. Now, CNN, I do wonder, do you have anything to gain from saying that? Well, every other time I've asked that kind of question, the answer has been, we don't really know. We suspect they do. You know, they have the political motives. They probably have investors that are favorable to this regime. Now we can say, yes, the US government has been shitting money left, right, and center on useless cunts like this, like CNN, which is not, by the way, the only way they've been funding themselves, I suspect, but it's a big part of it. Now, the 8 million in question here is something we will get onto later in the show, because that's probably the biggest story that is today filling our news salvo. Arsenal, let's go with Arsenal. The biggest thing, probably overall, that's just spread throughout our tabs So we'll get to that later. But if anyone can find out for certain whether that 8 million is per year or in total, because I've been saying different things on that, let me know. It's still a lot either way. And Politico, as far as I know, and correct me if I'm wrong, doesn't really have any sort of video in studio stuff. They don't have, what I'm trying to get at is a lot of expenses like CNN would, for example, or BBC would, for example, where they have TV active every day doing news reporting with a big pretty studio and all that stuff, broadcasting to the entire nation, and funding original media for all the tripe it ends up being. So do Politico do that, or are they just internet articles? Because if they're just internet articles and the US government's giving 8 million a year, that is probably plenty to fund their operation. And I would surmise that Politico was entirely owned by essentially the Democrat Party. Matthias says the 8 million was only from USAID. I think so, yeah. How much are they getting from other government agencies? Exactly my point. I think there's way more beyond USAID. I think USAID is the tip of the iceberg. Gemma says, according to Crowder, the 8 million was just for 2024. The source that I've been saying on that used the words in total, I think. But perhaps that was in total for that year. It wasn't exactly clear. But yeah, that's ridiculous. And if almost all your funding, or even a critical part of your funding, is coming from the US government, then all someone has to do is lean slightly in close to you and say, hey, I'll write some articles for us. Just the vague suggestion of it, and they'll start heading in that direction. Well, they'll have to, especially if they can get someone in the room with no recording equipment going. So it only takes the smallest message, the smallest indication that they might take that money away, and they'll start driving them in the wrong direction. And given the time they've had enough time to make that happen. By the way, a lot of the problem with this entire culture war is that what we're dealing with isn't normal people who have been leveraged to do something evil. That's not what we're dealing with. If it was just that, this would be a much simpler culture war. The problem is an entire generation of people have been propagandized to do what the corrupt masterminds at the top wanted to make those normal people do anyway, that they'd need leverage for. To operate as essentially a USSR or Mao's China perpetual revolution. So these institutions, Politico, even some US government institutions, were full of whiny woke kids who honestly believe this nonsense. And so even if you stop paying the institution, they would still say this nonsense until the money ran out. And if if you never had in the first place, but they had these people in them, they'd still be saying it. They honestly believe it. That's the problem. Now, that said, that can only happen because of the total blanket propaganda veil of lies. If you remove that, if you pull that away, even if you pull part of it away and let the sun in, so that there are options for for people to absorb news that is of a different perspective, that's widespread and officially recognized, then it starts to clear out really quickly. I think this woke ideology, some people will never drop it. But honestly, probably a large portion of those who currently believe it will just gradually go off it. And it will not be grabbing almost any new devotees from now onwards. I do think probably here it's being destroyed at its American source. I think the true source is China, but from China to America, at that point, it's I think being destroyed at its source. Zeman says, in total, referred to not only USAID, other agencies also give money to Politico. Okay, interesting. See what this is. Alpha digital natives, they grown up already using every technology you had to adapt to. Yeah, that's true. Yep. Gen Alpha and even Zoomers to an extent, they know how to use technology much faster and more sort of actively and to achieve more practical things than millennials do, but they understand much less about its interior workings in general. I think that's not even true. I think probably there's as many people in Gen Alpha, or there will be, who are tech savvy as millennials. Savvy about how the tech actually works, not just how to use it for social media stuff. But the assumption that they're going to be tech masterminds just because they use it a lot is wrong, because tech has become so usable that it's abstracted all the inner workings away, so they don't have to deal with them anymore. Back in the day, that abstraction hadn't happened yet, so a lot of us who were just users of tech had to understand some of the inner workings as well. I could go into this in more detail, but I'll leave it for now. Well, they need 32 gig of RAM to use a Word. Well, that's different. That's just bad coders. You act as if the arcane transistors are a simple art, says Marcus. AC says they are much closer to tech priests. Yeah, they intuitively know the order of buttons to push, but have no clue why. Often that is the case. I think you're pretty close on that. Okay. Yep. J.K. Rowling says, congratulations to every single person on the left who's been campaigning to destroy women's and girls' rights. Without you, there'd be no images like this. She, I assume, does not, or would not otherwise, like Trump, because she's always been leftist, but she's just not a tranny lover. But the trannies are so bad, so unbearable, that J.K. Rowling is now celebrating a Trump executive order on gender. Welcome to the world. Okay, let's continue. I will, by the way, probably bring on guests at some point. Chat, is there anyone who's currently in the audience channel who you think that I should invite on as a guest? I'll move on for now. Secretary of State Marco Rubio announces he won't be attending the G20 summit in Johannesburg, South Africa. Quote, South Africa is doing very bad things, expropriating private property, using G20 to promote solidarity, equality, and sustainability. In other words, DEI and climate change. That, I think, is, yeah, that's the start of the quote from him. He says, my job is to advocate America's national interests, not waste taxpayer money or coddle anti-Americanism. Words directly fed into the back of Rubio's head and then through his mouth from Trump, but still, he is correct. Snubbing South Africa like this will be seen as a big diplomatic move. It will make the world aware, if they weren't already, which many of them should have been or were, of what South Africa's doing and America's concerns there. It will start, hopefully, the process of change. Though I don't know how much hope there really is for South Africa. It's kind of like saying, you know, if the UK started off as 75% Muslim and you know 25% white, and then we were still white or fucking other, any British, and then we were trying to solve it from there, as opposed to how it is, which is 10 to 15%, I think, at this point Muslim. Actually, probably way less than that. But yeah, way too many, but nowhere near the 75% or nowhere near the amount there is in South Africa. So the ratio is totally the other way around. And I think South Africa, as soon as it got to the point where blacks sort of banded together against whites, I don't know if it was worth continuing to try to live there. So I don't know what can be done about that. Let's see what the suggestions were. Pug is volunteering cybersmith. Fair bit to say about this. Hey, his family is from there. Okay, interesting. Stream thumbnail. On what site, Ginger? Quattro, Busak, and Uzlu. I don't know if Uzlu would be a good stream guest. I think you may need to consider that. Sissy maids and concubines. South Africa may need to split up, but I can speak for a few hours. Jodar. Mods kill this man, says Ghost. I think I'll go on solo for a bit longer, but many of your suggestions are good ones. We will bring someone on soon. All right. Now, Elon Musk proposes putting the US Treasury on blockchain for full spending transparency. Citizens could track taxpayer dollars in real time. Now then, be careful here. I don't know that much about blockchain, about cryptocurrencies. I know a little bit. I have a vague understanding of the tech at the base of it, and I know roughly the sort of socioeconomic interpretation or status of crypto, I guess, like many of you do. And I think this is probably a bit hasty. I don't know. They may not be talking about changing the treasury to use a cryptocurrency. What they may just be talking about is using a blockchain to track it. If that's the case, then that's probably fine. But changing anything about the currency is probably a bad idea. So I think if it's just about logging it, that's probably fine. However, you don't really need to do that. As long as we trust the source of the public logs that get released, you don't need to release it as a blockchain. The point of the blockchain is that you don't have to trust any single source for not just tracking one organization's spending, but for tracking all spending. So when it's one source and they're releasing their books, you only have to trust that one source. But when everyone on the planet is saying, no, I paid that guy, no, I paid that guy, I paid there, etc., of course, millions and millions of people, if one source is not the facilitator of all those transactions and trustworthy, then you have to find some other way to track it. So I think blockchain is meant for that. It's meant for millions upon millions of claims all being verified at the same time, I think. But for just one group's claims to be verified, I'm not saying don't, but it might be unnecessary to go to the extent of using blockchain. Now, I may have misunderstood something about the technology there, so do correct me, chat. But I'm not going to spend too long on this because, as I said, I'm not really an expert. AC said the real power of blockchain-based taxation would be an objective measure of where the money goes. Yeah. I mean, surely they should be releasing information about what they're spending anyway. Surely, especially if it's aid, but probably for other things as well. Realistically, unless it's top secret, military, confidential stuff, the public should know where the money's being spent, right? Is there a reason they wouldn't? Yeah, Cybersmith, I definitely understand that it's not possible to fake it. It might be actually, but my point is that the way that corruption has worked has never been, or has probably rarely been, that the actual logs, data, and books are lies. It's been that the motives are wrong. They still log things accurately. I mean, otherwise we wouldn't be finding out about where they spent the money. They just didn't release it. So what I'm saying is, if the only thing we need to change is that they need to make it publicly available, the logs that they have of what they're spending money on, the paper trail, then you don't need blockchain. Might not be necessary to do that. It might be helpful, but it might not be necessary. Someone says they falsify the ledgers they give out now. The government needs to be forced to be honest and cannot be trusted by default, even if our guy is in. That may be true. Basically, what the US Debt Counter website is an aggregate of all the different things the government spends money on, yeah. That may be true, Cybersmith, yeah, for the Pentagon. Info was public. The problem is no newspaper reported it. It's a cripple deep state spending and make the resolution of the budget of redacted to redacted with redacted for $10 trillion impossible. Yeah. Yeah, okay. True. That may actually help. And it would be a good setup for the long term. I'm not sure if there's any downside to that. Because here's the thing. If it has to be tracked on the blockchain, then it probably is going to be going through the blockchain, right? Because otherwise it's just up to you whether you choose to log the action or not. So you could give the money, just straight up give the money and then not track it on the blockchain. And if it's on the blockchain, wouldn't then the currency itself have to be on the blockchain in some sense? I'm not sure. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to move on because I don't understand enough about this to really make commentary. But I would recommend caution on this. Next story. Yeah, Cybersmith, that would be a cryptocurrency. Okay, so more money the US government's been spending. $37 million so that sex workers, their clients, and transgender people in South Africa get HIV medication and reproductive health, aka abortions. Chat, are any Americans here happy that this is how money has been spent? Curing diseases in foreign countries, not a bad thing. Not if a country has a lot of spare surfeit money, which the US doesn't, well, it should do, but it doesn't currently, then maybe there's an argument for curing diseases in foreign countries. It's not a terrible thing to do. But specifically, curing diseases that are the result of the activity performed by the person who's eligible for that help. I.e., if you're having loads of sex, we're going to help you with the outcome of having loads of sex. And if you're having loads of sex, we're going to kill your unborn children for you. And the US taxpayers, they're probably fine with this. It was only 37 million we're sending over. 37 million. How much of the disaster? How many people in the US would appreciate that for disaster relief? How much of the problem in East Palestine would that clear up? Probably not the whole thing. Probably wouldn't completely fix it, but it would be a massive help. 37 million suddenly injected to hire people to begin the cleanup operation or continue it or to make it better, to purify the water, all that kind of shit. I don't know what's needed exactly, but the same thing with the hurricane. How many homes could be rebuilt for that money? Well, not enough, but it's certainly a better way to spend it. Someone says Africa and China are the global plague cradles. Yes, they are. Kuiper says that nurse that founded Planned Parenthood must be really happy on her global hygiene crusade. Yep. Lighthouse says no, South Africa is still full of the wrong color. Failed experiment. Interesting. In Africa, due to the way social bonds and obligations work among nilotic peoples, I never heard that word before, ends up in the pockets of bureaucrats' families. Yeah, again, like everything I've just said assumes it's going to the people that it should be going to, but there's no reason to think that it is. A significant portion of that's going to end up in embezzled, one way or the other. Next up. Mass exodus. 40,000 plus, and I can reveal this is now apparently 60,000 plus. Federal workers take Trump's resignation buyout. It's really remarkable to me that there can be that many. Like, I know that there's 1 million employees in the US federal government, but even to think of the literal army of people that is 60,000. I mean, that's 6 times as many as attacked Helm's Deep. But my lord, there is no such army. That was 10,000. So imagine that crowd, but 6 times bigger, and all of those people, every single one, is paid by your taxpayer money, and that is just the ones who have voluntarily taken this deal. There's 10 times more than 10 times more of them elsewhere. It's so fucking many people. It's so many. I don't think it's necessary. Even for a country the size of the US, I don't think you need many more than maybe 10,000 to run it if you have a minimal government. Maybe I'm incorrect on that. Maybe it is more than that, but it's not 1 million. I don't think it's even anywhere near 100,000. Someone says they're trying to stop that action. A judge stopped it. Yes, I have that story as well. We'll get to that later. Cybersmith says they were paid to be Democrat voters. Sort of, because the Democrats are for big government. Sort of true, yeah. Kuiper says it's up to 60K. Yeah, I said that already. Someone says, I know someone who worked security at the DoD before this. He isn't a subversive, but this deal was just too good to refuse for him to get paid until September regardless if he gets another job by then. Yeah, I'm not saying that all of these people are evil by any means. In fact, I suspect that a really significant portion of those 1 million workers are not evil, subversive bureaucrat, technocrats or whatever else. It's just a paycheck, and that's fair enough, but the government's still too big. Yeah, thank you, some of us. I wasn't dismissing you, some of us. Just we stuff is really out of order today because we have 200 tabs. We're going to get to it eventually. So, yeah. Lighthouse. We will get to that. I'm looking forward to discussing the good news that I'm seeing from polls across the UK, which are showing that Nigel Farage is way ahead. I saw that one poll expects him to get 300 seats with Labour at 150 and the Conservatives at 29 seats. Be as upset with Nigel as you want. That is a very good result for the incremental improvement of the UK's position. And it will be a few years yet until we get a chance to have that election, probably. And Labour is trying to do everything they can to cancel democracy, which I'm not happy about. But Nigel is in a very good position to be Prime Minister of this country, as I thought that he would. Anyway, yeah, 29 is not far off zero, is it, Eb? And at this point, I got no respect, no willingness to trust the Conservatives again. Even though Kemi might be different, doesn't matter. Farage is a real option now, so vote for him instead. Goes to say we would have to allow elections. Yeah, and if they don't, then it becomes somewhat more of a imperative for British people to redacted in Minecraft. Cybersmith says, the last two King Charleses dissolved Parliament, we might get the election soon. I don't think Charles wants Farage, to be honest, Cybersmith. Unfortunately, I think Charles is very much what he appears to be, sort of a neo-lib boomer. But if Keir continues to get so unpopular, maybe something in the system, something somewhere will force the dissolution of the current Parliament. I suspect not. I suspect we will have to wait until 2029, but it's not impossible that it will happen before that. And if, like, from this point onwards, I think Farage would win quite big. British Grenadiers played with intent, says Scott. I'd like us to catch up and be part of it. Here's okay. 2029 is not, it's years to wait. I don't want to have to wait that long, but we'll survive. However, if we can get Farage in, let's say in 2025 or 6 or 7, then he will be in concomitant with Trump and we'll have both leaders and see how they work together. I'm looking forward to that possibility. If it's 2029, then it'll be probably Farage and JD Vance, which is not ideal, but it's still pretty good. Sabbathsmith says, Aragorn spent years as a wandering ranger before he became king. Henry V spent much of his life as a drunken playboy before he took up the sword for his people. People change. Yes, but I don't think King Charles is going to. He's, what is he, like 170? I don't think there's much chance of him changing at that age. But maybe. I think, Cybersmith, it's potentially a risk to have too much confidence in the monarch. But we can keep the possibility in our minds anyway. Someone says, you can't trust Kemi. She's just another elitist foreigner who shits on the little people for no more than just eating sandwiches. Probably. And at this point, if she's standing for the Conservative Party, then I don't think I can trust her. Not necessarily because of her. Like Liz Truss, I suspect Liz Truss had good intentions, but she was sabotaged by the party internal and the party's friends external. Farage may be sabotaged too by the financial sector, but it's possible he won't be. We've got to hope. I mean, something's got to work. Then again, I think the financial sector probably joined forces with the party internals of the Conservatives to sabotage Liz Truss because her economic ideas, whilst bold and maybe beneficial, were a little too bold, and they would have been probably catastrophic in the short term. So they probably just didn't want her to do that. Farage has a bit more financial sense than that. And so I suspect they won't, but it's still risk. It's still a big risk. We still have yet to clear out the deep state and the powers that be, the establishment powers over here in the UK, as the Americans had still yet to do 18 days ago. So much has changed in the US in the last 17 days. So much has changed. So don't forget where you were only very recently. And don't forget, Britain started this with Brexit. So, administration deferred resignation offer, with the number climbing ahead of tomorrow's deadline. White House official confirmed the figure, while the official of personnel management says it's rapidly growing. The admin had initially estimated 5 to 10% of the federal workforce might take the buyout as Trump pushes to reshape the bureaucracy. So what is the actual deal that's being offered? I think I read this, it wasn't relevant. I can't remember what the deal being offered actually was. Oh yeah, the docs, the documents that were stolen from Mar-a-Lago are going back there. It's minor news at this point. 8 months pay, says Ghost. Okay. So 8 months pay if you quit. That's not bad. I suspect, so any USians in chat, press 1 if you don't mind your tax money going towards basically paying tens of thousands of federal workers to fuck off. Yeah. People, I think, have reached the point where they're so sick of the situation and see it as a long-term problem that they are willing to suffer more short-term pain just to solve the problem at base. It's a very responsible position to have got to, and I put it to you that I was right that democracy is able to focus on long-termism. I was right because eventually it gets to the point that people have to, that people genuinely care about long-term issues. And they'll, as long as the elections aren't rigged, which they have been, as long as there isn't too much propaganda or any of that, and frankly, even if they are, it's still possible to break through that and get someone in who can fix it. You just need someone representative. As long as democracy is working as intended, these problems are solvable. The only way that changes is if you can't trust the people. Even on their strongest views, like the strongest views of the people in all Western countries are the right things to solve. They are actually correct about that. But if any of our nations were overrun to an extent where the majority were foreigners who had no interest in defending our nations, that could change. That's the only way that you can defeat democracy, is by demographic change. Ebb says, do I trust the British people? Yes. I trust their primary concerns to be the right things to look at politically, where their primary concerns are the economy, immigration, and I mean that's really the main two things. I'm not sure what's after that. It probably tends to vary. Probably healthcare, the NHS, which again that is an issue with immigration and with government institution bloat. So again, it aligns pretty well. And even if we don't have to have perfect trust for them, as long as it's in the right direction, then it's fine. Hug says, disagree, racism trumps all in the UK. The MSM will program the boomers to vote. It doesn't have to. It doesn't have to stay that way. Pug, again, as I've said before, the majority are already on our side. Already. They have been for years. Even probably as far back as Brexit, it was not far off how it is today. But as of, I think, probably a year ago where I found this poll, the majority, 50+% of the UK, have a general perspective on politics, which is of the Brexiteer side, with the remaining half of the country being split down the middle between wet neolibs and socialists. That's probably fairly close to how the US is as well, by the way. Maybe some different words used. And I think it's strengthened now, as indicated by Farage. Farage being ahead in the polls, Farage having a better chance than the Conservatives, means unambiguously, I believe now, that he is the second or first party. The Conservatives are now third party, I suspect. Which means that the entire reason that anyone voted for the Conservatives is gone. Farage is now the hope to keep Labour out. And people have seen how bad Labour are. So I think Farage is going to win enormously. So, Pug, you may be speaking from experience that some people you know are really worried about being called racist. Bear in mind, most people that would watch this kind of content are middle class or higher, not working class. Do not underestimate the working class. I think the vast majority of the working class in the UK are not into this shit at all and don't really care about being called racist as long as they can get rid of the problems in their country. And even a lot of middle class people are of a similar perspective as well. But I agree that there is that problem, much like there is in the US. And yet it's still not difficult to overcome. And I put it to you that problem only exists because of decades of propaganda. Take away the propaganda and it will gradually ebb to nothing. Ebb says, UK advantages to the left are very split. Last election, 9 mil went to Labour, 4 mil went to Lib Dems, 2 mil went to the Greens. When you add in half the Tory voters being wets too, it only gets worse. I don't think the actual right has the numbers. It does, according to data I've seen. The seat count is not very representative, but don't forget that Labour are remarkably unpopular, even among the left. The voters that went to Labour in the last election, a really significant number of them would prefer not to vote for a leftist party, but they just didn't want the Conservatives anymore because they'd failed. Most people that voted Labour, in my humble opinion, maybe not most, but a really significant number of them, did it because they wanted immigration solved. As silly as that sounds, it's because the Conservatives weren't doing it and Labour are the other option, so they switched. Farage was not quite perceived as a valid alternative by enough people at the time, though he was not far off. Now he is. They will switch from Labour to the alternative, which is Farage, who will very likely actually do something to solve the problem, which will make him only more popular next time. Field says, how much of that propaganda might be reduced without US deep state support? Some. It's a good point. Some. Not all. We will look at later, as we go through, the fact that the BBC has been partly funded by USA. Now, they were public about this. There was something on the website that showed where their funding was coming from. I think Americans are now learning that they were helping to pay the license fee after all. But so were a lot of other countries. A lot of countries, all sort of international charities, all sort of aid organizations were funding the BBC. That's not that unusual. That's not news. The question is why and what effect might that have had? What effect might that still be happening? And perhaps the most pertinent question is what will change now that that funding is going to go? The BBC, it's 10% roughly of the BBC's funding, maybe even less than that. But organizations, companies, institutions in general, their funding doesn't work in the way that it's, flexible, completely flexible. If you lose 10% of the funding, you can just keep going. The services are about 10% less effective. No. That's something that you can achieve after years or months at least of adapting to the new funding. Most organizations operate on extremely tight margins. They don't have a big surplus. They spend everything they get. So BBC losing 10% of its funding will be a big kick. I'm not sure what effect it might have. They will probably continue without much of an outward display, much like the EU continued without much of an outward display of panic. But you can't take many of those kicks. Shogun says, you will pay for making us do that, bongers. Mark my words, you will pay. Actually, we didn't. Your government did. Cybersmith says, the BBC may collapse. We are debating scrapping the fee. Doctor Who is moving to Disney. Clarkson moved to Amazon. Clarkson moved to Amazon 10 years ago. Didn't you know it was that long ago? Didn't know Doctor Who was moving to Disney. That might be just as bad. Might be worse, actually. But you could barely be worse than Whittaker, could you? Or watch the shit that came after that. Actually, Whittaker was nothing compared to the shit that came afterwards. Simon Smith, I have grown up with the BBC. I kind of have a lingering will to protect what it should be. Not what it is, but what it should be. I'm sure that some Americans have a similar feeling for some of their news organizations, or if not them, then some other institutions which are today completely ruined with corruption and need to be deposed. You would rather they return to the state that they were when they were healthy and when they were doing something you liked, rather than for them to simply disappear. So I would like the BBC to survive and improve, but knowing that probably isn't possible. I will endure if the BBC stops existing. Fund the Oozloo network. Replace them, maybe. Matthias says, God bless America for BBC Pigeon. Is that what you're taking credit for? Are you saying that USAID just went to fund BBC Pigeon because that's funny? Is that the only thing you're saying it went towards? Well, that's an interesting narrative there. I'm not quite sure you can back that up with a source, Senator. Thank you, Garrow. Once again, I was dressed by the woman I live with. Fields has drowned them all in a shallow puddle. Once again, Field, your various murder metaphors are colourful, as always. I hope that you and Gavin Newsom enjoy your honeymoon. Pug says the BBC admitted it was for world service. I may be misunderstanding you there, Pug, but the BBC has a world service. That doesn't mean that it's admitting it's for world services. Can you reformulate that? I may have misunderstood you. Like, they have TV that they make available in other countries. That doesn't... I think I've misunderstood you. Please reformulate it. Interesting. The BBC has a statement on USAID funding. Let's have a quick look. Open in browser. Why would you have to ask that? Okay, so... a free press is essential to freedom and democracy, it says, which is not a good start, considering that the entire world press right now is extremely biased and are essentially propagandists. So not a good start for winning my trust. They say 75% of countries around the world do not have a free press. Actually, right now, almost 100% don't. They say BBC Media Action supports local media around the world to deliver trusted information to people most in need. Like many international development organizations, BBC Media Action has been affected by the temporary pause in US government funding, which amounts to about 8% of our income in 2023 to 2024. We're doing everything we can to minimize the impact on our partners and the people we serve. As the BBC's international charity, we are completely separate from BBC News and wholly reliant on our donors and supporters to carry out our work. Okay, that's a little different than what I thought. So in that case, the US were spending their money on BBC Pigeon, yes, but also BBC XYZ shithole. So you weren't even funding the most high effort or high budget aspect of the BBC, the most shiny and polished aspects. And whatever quality there was still kicking around under the surface in the BBC, we can take full credit for that quality. Unfortunately, we must also take full credit for the really bad parts, but never mind. 8%. Yeah, USA was 8%. Shogun says, Orange Man, Trump, he done cut me pay and now my job done gone. Yeah, true. Yeah. It's really convenient that Politico couldn't pay their staff just after getting their USAID cut. Yeah, same thing with Vorsh as well. All right, next up. This one's UK, I think. CCHQ staff were left feeling devastated today after Tory leader Kemi Badenoch told them to quit if they can't deliver on fundraising or campaigning. One campaign manager says, how can we campaign when we've got no policies to campaign on? So 10 years ago, I might not have been so happy about, well, not 10, let's say just after Brexit or roughly then, I might not have been overjoyed exactly about the Conservative Party collapsing because I did see them for years as the more valid stewards of Brexit than Labour. And I think I was right. Even though they were not valid stewards, they were still more valid than Labour. Labour would have made it much worse. And I know, how could it be worse, Uslu? Trust me, it could be much worse. The Conservatives didn't do what we wanted them to do. They didn't do it properly. But there is a wide gulf between good, not properly done, and catastrophic. And I believe Labour would have been much closer to catastrophic. And I maintain that, which is why I was always tepidly defending the Conservatives, even though I was readily acknowledging that they were not good enough, because I knew Labour were worse. And I think we've kind of got the evidence now that Labour are at least a bit worse. However, now there's a different option. And so I have absolutely no sympathy whatsoever for the Conservative Party. And since Nigel has proven that he can go the distance, at least according to the polls available, I would like the Conservative Party to either stop existing or go through massive reforms. And this news is music to the ears that wish that certain thing. So, goodbye, Conservative Party. As Pug says, let them die. Yeah. Yep, that's about it. I don't know about Kemi, and I don't really care. We're not going to find out whether we can trust her because she's not going to win an election. Quattro says 0 seats, but for real this time. They actually might get 0 seats. It's not likely, but it's possible. And they're going to get pretty close. Like, as I said, current polling, from one poll I saw, and it's quite variable, polls are giving different numbers, but from one poll I saw, Farage at 300 seats, which is a huge number of seats, Labour at 150 seats, that Farage would have absolute dominance over the mandate for that. My mic is fucked. That's weird. It's fine, says someone else. Dropping in and out. It has done that before. I'm going to switch mics. I've got 2. See if that helps. All right, can you hear me now? Is that better? They're saying it's on your end, AC. However, AC, you have good tech comprehension, so I will take your word for it. And it's not difficult to swap mics, so I've swapped mics. Right, we're back. Am I sounding okay now, AC? Is that better? Okay, continuing. Farage at 300 seats, which is huge. Labour at 150 seats, which is less than they have now. Not as much of a drop as they probably should have, but whatever. Lib Dems and SNP at some sort of 80, 60 or 80 or 40, something like that. Conservatives at 29. So to reiterate, one poll I've seen on seat outcomes predictions for UK politics, if the election was held now, put Conservatives at 29 seats. They currently have, I think, something like 80, and that's their lowest ever. So 29 seats now. If things continue as they are, it might get even lower by 2029. It's possible that they will actually get 0 seats. Not likely, but possible. So just keep that in mind. Yes, possibly Geode. Right, continuing. I do promise that most of the stuff I have here is American. And, that's the really interesting stuff right now anyway. Disney Plus lost 700,000 subscribers in Q1 2025. Apparently, USAID had 700,000 subscriptions to Disney. Which is a bit of a coincidence, isn't it? Bugs says, lol, this is real. I'm actually not sure. This guy says, maybe it's because Disney content is insufferable or both, who knows? It's insufferable because it's astroturfed by gay communists. So true. Disney Plus should be listed as state-funded media. So true. Sarbanes-Oxley law? Interesting. This guy's saying that it's fraud. So can a public company take government money? This is going to be quite nuanced finance law that I don't know much about. But that one guy on X, on Twitter, was saying, no, they can't, it's illegal. Worth looking into. President Trump has decided an executive order requiring an audit of every NGO which relies on federal funding per Reuters. Good. Good. Not without at least disclosing it to shareholders, if I recall correctly. If they just list it as subscriptions, that's probably still fraudulent. Oda says it can, but there are very specific rules about disclosure. I wonder if they obeyed those rules. Cyberspace says, I think any place that takes government money should have to declare it in all of its advertising and branding. Maybe, at the very least, it should be in the corner somewhere. Like the percentage of the entire company and then how much, percent state funded. We are this percent state funded, something like that. The way cigarettes do. Okay. I'm not sure actually. I don't watch advertisements either way. Gabba says they would have to report it, but I believe if they take state money, but then again, who's reading the report? Yeah, that's true. I don't think the US is the kind of nation where the state should be funding pretty much anything. It should be funding the things that the state is specifically supposed to do, like border protection, international diplomacy, probably some management stuff, the Supreme Court, the Congress, all the basic political stuff. There may be a few other things, but it's really the minimal stuff that a state is supposed to do. And then the interior states within that, they will have their own remit as well. But generally speaking, should the government be involved monetarily in any private business? Chat, I put that to you. Americans, specifically for the US, it might not be right to have this standard everywhere, but specifically for the US, should the government be funding any private companies? Startups, says Pug. I could see that, but if the market is free of government intervention, then you might see that banks are much more willing to make loans to startups. If you have a market with consistent innovation, with real competition, then that innovation can become very profitable for a bank to speculate on. Of course, it could also be a big risk. So perhaps that's the answer. Government could incentivize the investment in smaller businesses by covering some of the losses if they fail. Maybe. So that's one thing I could see that would actually stimulate the economy. I could see that. Carper says they really shouldn't, but we've seen this with the 2000s bailouts. They like to do a lot of shit we don't want them to do. They just started to hide it. I don't think the bailouts should have happened realistically. I think the situation with banks is very poor. Same thing here as well. I saw a movie recently called Bank of Dave, which is a bit of a dramatization, an exaggeration of real events. But the parts that were true are that the banking industry, if you like, is essentially a cartel, not technically monopolistic, but not far off in every country, or at least every developed country. You can't really break into it. You can't really compete. And no market that does that is going to be healthy. And banks underpin the rest of the economy to a large extent. So there should probably be more competition there. This is an issue with regulation, that if the regulation is not, even if the regulation is reasonable and minimal, if it's not conducted fairly, then you end up with the powerful just controlling the entire market. Phil says, it depends on what you mean by funding, since the government will likely need to buy things from private companies. That's a fair point, actually. That's a good point. That could be a very different kind of logging, though. I mean, at that point, there should be a very clear paper trail. But yeah, maybe there is already, I'm not sure. That is a fair point, though, Field. Garbage says, also don't forget, it was Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac that were doing woefully terrible loans to people that never should have been given them to. It's not just the banks. Okay. I think the idea of the government needing to buy things from private companies, that's a bit of a problem, because you can't really, the decision on who to buy from is critical. It could affect the market significantly. And you can't trust government employees to have the same sense for competition, the same sense for determining who to buy from as average people. Now, average people individually, maybe not, but average people as a broad collective, they do generally have some discernment over who to buy from when unmolested by other forces. If they have a set of options before them, they'll generally choose the best one. Wisdom of the crowd, that kind of thing. So at least that's there. But with government, there's no incentive for them to, because it's not their money they're spending. There's some incentive. If it comes down for the top, we want to get elected next time, so spend the money wisely. There's some incentive there, I suppose, but it's different. So I think it is always going to be a distortion. I wonder what you could do about that. You maybe could have a system where there's no way of doing that wouldn't be wasteful, I don't think. I'm not sure. There might be a way of doing that. It might be a good idea to do it as well. But if the government's small, it shouldn't matter. Field says the state is supposed to keep clear and ordered records of all purchases, and Odar gets to have the very fun job of deciding just how clear and ordered those records are. Odar, how clear and ordered are government tax records? Sabbathwist says return to gold standard. I think there is a reason not to. Your economy's size becomes completely dependent on the amount of gold that you have, and that may significantly reduce competition. I'm not an expert on this, but that's the conclusion I've come to so far. External screaming from Odar. Should we bring Odar on, Chet? We will probably bring on more guests, but as I said, it's going to be a very long stream. So, Odar, let me know when you're ready to come on if you are able to. If you're busy, then understood. Odar is at work. Okay, fair enough. RIP. Yeah, Cybersmith, blockchain may well be the next thing, but I don't think it's quite ready to take over the world economy yet. Ripperoni, bring Joda on anyway. Isn't the UK on the gold standard? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Maybe. I don't think so. If you're still going in like 90 minutes, then possibly. I think I will be, Oda. Maybe you could be one of the later guests. Gordon Brown sold our gold off. I think I remember that, yeah. All right. Let's see what we've got next. How did this one expire, but the earlier one didn't? All right, let's see what this is. So, Heritage Foundation says, and here's the least damaging lies cycle that Hillary Clinton tried with the FBI. 1, the deep state is not a thing. 2, okay, the deep state is a thing, but it's not that significant. 3, okay, the deep state is significant, but it's actually a good thing. We're finally here. 4, if you're opposed to the deep state, you're the problem. And there you go. Bill Kristol, who I've heard of him vaguely. I think he might be a mainstream media shill, says the deep state is far preferable to the Trump state. No. One is legitimate. And then Elon says, once again, the cycle repeats. So yeah, there you go. That's true. There are still some people at step 1, quite a lot of people at step 1, who haven't caught up with the fact that, yes, actually it is a thing. We know it's a thing. We've determined it's a thing. We have their fucking records in front of us. CNN chill, okay, fair enough. So, next up. Oh yeah, this was an interesting post. Aesthetica says, what we're finding out in real time is the entire modern left is just smoke and mirrors. There is no left-wing voter base. All the elections are rigged and fake. All the liberal media outlets have no audience and are kept alive by USAID funding. All their politicians and political pundits are paid by USAID to say what the government wants. The whole thing was a house of cards. And Elon says yes. Very strong statement. Pretty base statement as well. I think it's an exaggeration, but it's concerning how close it is. So it's not 100% some of us I would not say. This is probably about 60 to 70% true. There is a left-wing voter base, absolutely. It's not as big as the right-wing one. It's maybe 10 or 20 million smaller, but it does exist. And the question is whether it would without the propaganda. No, I don't think it would. I think you'd have half as many, if that, voting in these, voting for these same things. So that's sort of true. All the elections are rigged and fake, they say. There's truth to that as well. Before 2020, we have no idea how rigged the elections were, but probably quite rigged. At least in certain places, right? California has been blue for years, or has it? Or has it? New York, blue for years, or has it? Etc., etc. List a bunch of states. Fucking DC has been blue for many years. That one probably has, but only, I suspect, because it's small enough that demographic change can really significantly swing the vote, which is why it's like 90% blue. But maybe that is still just rigging. I don't know. Most of those other states up in the sort of northeastern part of the US, blue for years, or are they? How blue really are they, truly? We don't know. because they're probably still rigged as hell. So I would not say the elections are, however, even though those states have rigged elections, I still think probably most states don't. 2020 was the closest it came to most states do, because almost all the swing states had their elections rigged. But 2024, that didn't happen. Now, I'm still not exactly sure why it didn't, but it didn't. And that election proved that there are some states where we can be pretty damn sure the elections are not rigged, at least not rigged for the left. We actually don't know how much rigging there is in favor of the right, but I suspect very little. And all the swing states are probably not rigged, or at least nowhere near significantly enough to make a difference. Texas, Florida probably have quite low rigging. But there's always going to be some inappropriate voting, but keep it to a minimum and you're pretty safe. The US needs to do a lot of work on its election system. It needs to completely overhaul it. That I would consider probably the most important thing to change. But are the elections completely rigged and fake? No. Otherwise, Trump wouldn't have got in. The statement of all the elections are rigged and fake, this guy is, I think he's using bombastic language, but it sounds to me like a prelude to saying, and that's why we need to get rid of democracy. No, that's why we need to fix democracy, repair democracy. Now, maybe he wouldn't make that case, but others probably would. The elections are good enough still, even despite the problems, because democracy is that resilient, that the US still elected Trump. So you're doing okay in terms of having a nation which is representative now, but I would say the top priority for the US government now that it's dealt with a lot of the urgent stuff, is to repair the election system, completely overhaul the standards. No more electronic voting anywhere, ever. And that's just one of the many standards that can be put into place to make sure that the elections are actually safe and secure. And when they are, I think the map is going to be a lot more red, and it's going to be accurate to what people actually want. Field, our Californian friend, are you looking forward to, for the first time in your life, probably, seeing in a presidential election, California in a deep red? Because I think that is possibly accurate. And you might see that happen in your lifetimes, Chair. In maybe the next, 15, 20 years. I think you might be surprised, Ronald. The cities are full of leftist elites, obviously. But how much is that due to propaganda? I think that will wear off gradually. And there are still a lot of people in rural areas of California whose votes barely count. If the cities become a little bit more moderate, then things may change very quickly. Don't forget, there are also cities in other places in the US. I don't know if California has a significantly greater concentration of people in their cities compared to rural areas than other states do. I suspect it's roughly the same. It may be that that's all the difference. The entire difference is that, fair enough, Gus, maybe it is greater. Maybe that's the entire difference. But in that case, the problem of the cities being too blue and voting for insane policies is probably going to change. And the cities are exactly where the rigging can be done most easily as well. And it's exactly where you'd focus the rigging because it's got the most people in it. If you can solve the rigging, I think you'll find those cities get less blue. And if you can solve the propaganda, I think you'll find those cities will gradually get less blue. So I think it's possible that California will turn red. But I don't know for sure. Interesting. Leftists are building a wall to protect communities from Trump's raids. The modern left doesn't really build things, so I imagine that'll be quite easy to tear down. Yeah, someone's been asking how much of it is illegals. That's very possible as well. And various other means as well to inflate the voting counts. I think you might be surprised, chap, how many of those cities have been industrially rigged for decades. Next up. Quattro says, without the constant astroturfing of self-destructive positions and influences, I reckon we'll see a very quick turnaround. Yeah, I think so. I think the ideology that we've been fighting for the last 10 years or so requires constant upkeep. It is too unbelievable without it. Viktor Orban says, so apparently US aid financed ultra-progressive Politico in Brussels and basically the entire left-wing media in Hungary under the previous US administration, and they called me Disruptor of the Year. He says, I think the world owes a debt of gratitude to President Donald Trump for uncovering and putting an end to this dark conspiracy. Well said, nothing to add. Except that, who the hell actually has the Donald Trump account on Twitter? Oh, he does. I guess he must have bought it or acquired it, but he doesn't use it. Okay. I don't see why not. But at least as long as it links back to the right place, I guess that makes sense. Fair enough. Because I think it would just be way neater to use Donald Trump rather than real Donald Trump. And I know he's a boomer, so he'd have to log out and back in on all his accounts and the tweets would be in the wrong place. But I wonder, maybe he could get in contact with the person that owns Twitter and get him to sort of like merge the accounts. But that's a long shot, I know. The idea of Trump talking to, who is it, Elon Musk to solve that? I know, impossible. Very silly. Let me just check something quickly, chat. Never mind. Okay, next up. Breaking. Judge blocks sale of InfoWars. Alex Jones to remain in control of company. Ladies and gentlemen, this saga appears to be over and it's ended in the right way. Let's have a round of applause because say what you want about Alex Jones. I'm not his biggest fan, but he didn't deserve to have his company taken away. He was wronged. He was unjustly pursued and persecuted and prosecuted then by the state, fined a truly ungodly amount. And it was always wrong. He deserves to keep it, and it looks like he's going to. So, good. And the deep state have more pressing concerns than pursuing Alex Jones again at this point. So I think he's going to be fine. Good for him. Next up. Right. Doge aids search Medicare agency payment system for fraud. Elon Musk's allies have been on site and centers for Medicare and Medicaid services offices this week. So, this sounds like just Doge looking through another government department or another aspect of the US government. Apparently this one's different. Cremu on Twitter says the mother lode is now being tapped for the first but not the last time. This is where the real big savings are. And Elon says, yeah, this is where the big money fraud is happening. USAID, let me say it again, is the tip of the iceberg. You may find more foreign monetary fraud or bad spending of government, of taxpayer money. You may find more foreign examples of that in USAID. But for domestic examples, especially where they have anything to do with medical matters, this is the one apparently to look at. Bear in mind, we are 17 days into Trump and chill, and they have now reached possibly the biggest source of US government fraudulent spending and are going to start raising it to the ground. Not necessarily the department, but the fraudulent spending. Pug says, were empty doctor surgeries when ICE clamped down. That sounds like half a sentence, Pug. Jonas says, I doubt that's the biggest one. Fair enough. Elon says it is, but fair enough. You may be right. In which case, my statement that USA is only the tip of the iceberg is even more accurate. Ebb says, how much winning do you think Trump will have done by the time he outlasts Liz Truss? Quite a lot. They haven't started ripping into FBI, CIA, NSA yet. Well, Odar, into the FBI's employees, they have. A lot of them are gone now. CIA, they've begun the process. NSA, I don't think they've touched yet. So that will be interesting, but I suspect that's not where the big money fraud is happening. However, you might know that better than me, so I will defer to your knowledge speculatively on that. Kyber says, what are we on? Week 4 of Trump? I don't know if you're even on 4. I think you're halfway through week 3. Cyberspace says, the CIA killed the last president who tried to audit them. Yes. And that is concerning. Well, we think they did, and that is concerning. There have been multiple assassination attempts on Trump. Not just the 2 or 3 we heard about in the last year, but there have been more before that as well. Pug says DEI killed the CIA. The thing is that might be true. It might be that these institutions... So we've assumed tacitly, sometimes explicitly, that the deep state is in control. But what if the deep state are just the formulation they're in so that they can be a puppet for external control? I've been talking a lot recently about how I think probably China is the one ultimately behind all this. The form that they would like the US government to have is corpulent and retarded, but willing to take orders when they're passed through the correct channels. All they'd have to do is set up the correct channels after corrupting it to within an inch of its life, and they can have full control. So what if the FBI contains approximately 0 of the masterminds of this catastrophe we're living through? And the CIA and the NSA, yeah, they've got some autists, they've got some programmers in there, they're functionaries. They need to do what they're ordered to do from above. But those orders ultimately come from Beijing or from some other source. What if the deep state contains roughly 0 masterminds and all the masterminds are somewhere else? What if the CIA is actually just completely stripped clean of any ability to operate on its own, and it is just a bunch of retards, criminals, and DEI hires, some of whom mindlessly tapping keys on the keyboard, some of whom aggressively stealing drugs and selling them around the world, and some of whom just trying to keep the whole sinking ship together for 5 more minutes? What if that's true of almost every government institution? It may well be that the CIA does not have the ability to assassinate someone like they did probably JFK anymore, or Reagan. It might be they just can't muster the kind of self-defense required. Now, probably China or other institutions around the world could, even if they can't. Someone could, but they haven't yet. I mean, people tried, it's true, but they haven't yet. Audio bad? What's the issue? Is it sort of a network issue, roboting, or is the audio sort of dipping up and down? Because roboting means it's an internet issue, which I can't do much about. If it's dipping up and down, that's a different issue. I'm not sure what was causing that, but it hasn't happened since the first time. Discord network issue. Okay, understood. Let's continue. Field blames the French. Don't know what the context of that is, but I still agree. Doge. Democrats in Congress didn't seem to mind that China had remote access to every workstation in the Treasury as recently as December. Now, a month later, they're freaking out that Trump's appointees are accessing the very same computers, demanding violence in the streets. Almost as if I just mentioned China having way too much control. Let's read this. China was given remote access to all Treasury workstations. This is good timing, because didn't I just kind of say this just like 5 minutes ago? The month before Trump took office, Biden's administration sent a letter to Congress admitting that days earlier, a Chinese state-sponsored advanced persistent threat actor secured remote access to every workstation in the Department of the Treasury. Democrats barely blinked an eye. Now that Trump's appointees are accessing the same systems, Democrats are calling for violent street protests. Secretary of State Marco Rubio responds to the Panama Canal authorities' refusal of the fee-free transit deal proposed by the US. Quote, I found it absurd that we would have to pay fees to transit a zone that we are obligated to protect. Yeah, that is fair. That is fair. If they're refusing it, then all Trump's going to have to do is pull one or two more levers, and I don't think Panama's willing to go to war over it. The only question is, would China prefer that the US declares war on Panama? Maybe. Maybe China would give up control of the Panama Canal just for some optics advantage of the US declaring war on Panama. But it's probably still worth it, even if they would. Breaking news. It's reported that Keir Starmer has started cancelling elections in places where Reform UK is expected to perform the best. Now, I haven't had much of a reason, since I started monitoring politics in my own country, to have the same kind of reaction that Americans almost had after the 2020 election was rigged. The reaction of, this goes beyond the bounds of the civility that we have agreed to as part of the social contract. It's time to do something else to fix this problem. The elections in the UK are probably not rigged to any significant degree, because First Past the Post defends the top party's position, and there are advantages to First Past the Post. I don't think it should be scrapped. But as Nigel is hopefully now learning, once you get over a certain level, you start gaining really, really quickly. So there's trade-offs in advantages there. I don't think it should be removed. But because of its existence, you didn't really need to rig the election. You just had to hold both parties as essentially a uniparty, but pretending to compete with each other, which has been happening. Because that paradigm is now over, the powers that be may feel it necessary to go further, to start actually fucking with the election system. And once they start doing that, outside the bounds of agreed upon standards, they justify responses outside the bounds of agreed upon standards. Now we'll see, because it may be that in some measure the government has the right to do this, but that doesn't mean that they have the right to do it just to impede their opponent from beating them. Delaying is one thing, cancelling is quite another. So we'll have to keep an eye on this, but we may be getting to the point in the UK where something must be done. Not politically, not speech-wise, something else. We'll see. And it may be that, like in the US people on the whole said, that was wrong, but we're just going to wait until next time and see if they do it again. And if they do it again, I think if they'd done it again, it would have been war. But they didn't do it again. We'll probably end up, even if this happens, pushing through to the next election and doing the best we can. Farage may by that time actually be too big to rig. By some polls, he already is. And bear in mind that the elections here are, I think, just sort of the equivalent of US midterm elections. They're regional elections. They're not national elections. It might be that the national elections are too big to cancel. So we'll see. But just keep an eye on this. It's starting to look a lot less legitimate than it has in recent years. I don't think so, Ghost. Well, Eb, things are certainly happening now in the US, and I think we're going to see things happening in the UK soon as well. Eb says the US never happened. Okay. I don't think a violent revolt's going to be necessary, Matthias, unless they actually steal the election. In which case, even if the UK doesn't, the US didn't either. But we'll see what happens after that, if they do. Ronald, I don't think Tony Blair would be much of an improvement. Let's go to the next thing. Breaking. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says that the Palestinians would only be temporarily relocated for the rebuilding of Gaza. Now, we should talk about this. I am a bit concerned about this one. In the announcement message for today's stream, I said we'll be covering the good and the bad. realistically, there's only about one thing that's bad, one major news story that's bad news from Trump, and or even potentially bad news, and it's this one. Everything else is good, and even this could be good, but I'm very concerned about it. The idea of rebuilding Gaza is already very ambitious, and I don't think it's actually that beneficial to the American people. In fact, it probably has no benefit to the American people. Right? Am I off the mark on that one? I don't think it has any benefit, but it would benefit Israel, which of course is why Trump's doing it. As I said, like that's his one downside, his one big weak spot. We'll hope that it's not going to be too much of a problem. If he does end up sending boots on the ground into Gaza and things don't end up as he hopes, it might be his big blunder. He might be setting up his big fuck up here, the thing that puts him down in history as a good president, but with one or two major mistakes. Rather than what he is on the path to be right now, which is the man who ushered in the American golden age of the early to mid 21st century. He could do that, but he needs to not fuck up. This could be his fuck up. The idea of rebuilding Gaza is ambitious as it is. The idea of doing it when the Gazans aren't looking, moving them out of the country to then rebuild it. I mean, you probably would have to move them out to do it safely, but still, that is such a colossal undertaking. The US could do it, I don't doubt, but should they? Is it a good idea? Can they do it safely? Can they do it without risking American lives? Are they just going to say, well, time to go, and the Gazans are going to say, no, fuck you, we've got guns and nothing else, we're going to fight you? And then it's another sandbox shithole pointless war that doesn't benefit America. Or anyone bloody else, except possibly Israel. I don't even know if this is what Israel wants. But what choice do they have if Trump said he wants it? So let's try and get more details.
I think the president's made it clear that he expects these nations in the region to step up and to accept Palestinian refugees who will be temporarily relocated for the rebuilding of Gaza. I think
who is looking forward to an era in which the US would not put its dick in the sandbox again? I sure was. The tweet continues, the way I see it, as long as the United States owns exactly 0 square footage of that place and contributes exactly $0 to its cleanup and rebuilding, I would be happy with us mediating a deal that would get the rich Arab countries to rebuild it and give it to the Palestinian authorities. Okay, maybe, but why the hell would they do that? Israel would have to give something up, and Israel is funded in large part by the US, so it's still American money. Do you really think that if Israel says, look, Donald, we can't afford to feed our citizens and pay the other countries to help us with this rebuilding effort, please help out, Donald will be hands in pockets grabbing fistfuls of dollars by the second, because he's really smart with money on pretty much everything except probably Israel. So I'm not sure I even understand. Okay, so if the concept is the Palestinians are violent because their country is a ruined shithole, then rebuilding it would fix that. But I don't think that's the reason. I think it could be a contributing factor. I think the reason is because they're militant Islamists, and they're all militant Islamists, and they've got Jews right next door. I think possibly also the reason is that the militant Islamists are the ones who get the guns and so have control of the country. And where are they getting the guns from? People who have a vested interest in the conflict continuing, which I believe includes Israel, which means it includes the US. So for decades, Gaza and Palestine, Israel, Gaza, Palestine, Hamas has essentially been a plaything of the US by some proxying. All Trump would have to do is not support them, and gradually it will cease to exist. And the violence that they produce, which allows Israel to keep a more authoritarian government, will reduce as well, which will make Israel happy. So maybe that's why Trump's not doing anything, because Israel's leader turns around to Trump and says, we need some help. We want to fix Gaza. And all he's trying to do is create more chaos there because it benefits him. I don't know. Maybe I'm being too pessimistic about this. We'll definitely keep an eye on this one, but I have a feeling that this is going to be Trump's big blunder. Field says Israel does not want to cede Gaza to anybody, including the US. Quite. Kuiper says Israel is a fun, polarizing topic. Ah, yes. I remember when polarization was fun. Pierre says, I don't think the problem they're trying to solve is Palestinians being violent. I think that what they're trying to do is to stop Palestinians or at least lower the migration. I'm not sure. If they're moving them out of the area and then moving them back in again, the only thing that they could be doing is rebuilding the infrastructure for them. And something given has no value. So I don't think the Palestinians are suddenly going to be like, ooh, we have buildings that we can do office work in. Let's not mess with the Israelis that we have for generations been told have stolen our entire country and heritage. Let's just go and do some paperwork. Maybe they'll pay us for it. It's just nonsense. And I don't think that's the plan. But I'd like to know what the plan actually is. And I think perhaps we don't have enough information yet to comment to that degree. But yeah, as Strongweight says, no one wants the Palestinians on their territory. Yeah. I don't think, if the Palestinians get out of the region, some of them will want to go back, but only the really radical ones who want to defend the dirt. And I don't think Israel wants them to not be there simmering at their doorstep anymore. Cybersmith says, what if the buildings contained some sort of failsafe like booby traps that could be detonated if they cause trouble in the future? That's a really silly idea. It's like the Israeli, but like the Israeli pages, it's just crazy enough that Mossad might try it. Yeah, we don't worry, Trump man. Mossad will supply all of the concrete for free. Wow. Jews giving something for free? That's unheard of. What must they be getting in return? Well, we don't know. Let's let them supply the concrete. Oh no, the concrete had detonators hidden inside it. Oh no. And Israel can, at the touch of a button, just collapse a building. I've heard more ridiculous theories, Cybersmith, than that. It's not impossible. Oops. Fuck off, Discord. Pug says, Palestinians are the niggers of the Arab world. Yeah? Oy vey, eternal Jew. Shall we chat? Press 1 if we should bring on our Jewish correspondent. All the rebar is magnesium, yeah. Eb, you're not Discord. Quattro, let me know when you're ready. Summersmith says possibly the time away from Gaza will allow them to be de-radicalized. Maybe that's an ambition, but it's a long shot, and I don't think that would ever work. Welcome, Quattro.
Hello, Goyim.
So true. Airbus renamed himself to Discord.
Ah, brilliant.
Because I said fuck off Discord. Eb, are you by any chance a masochist? Cyberspace says a lot of them are children, so it's not totally bonkers. Well, if you want to do that, you've got to separate them from their parents in a foreign country you've moved them to, de-radicalize them while not allowing them to communicate with their parents, and then set them back into the country and expect they won't be re-radicalized. Just implementationally, I don't see it. So, Quattro, do you have any idea what the plan is here?
Well, you see, you simply have to follow the money, but not too closely, otherwise we'll have to shut it down.
We might have to come back to this one. I think I have more stories on this later. We'll try and get more details. But at the moment, this sounds kind of insane.
Up again. That reminds me, I think I got a little something I need to post in the chat here. Ah, here we go. I'm doing my part.
Um,
Thank you, honey. Very cool.
she learned that from you, Quattro. I hope you understand that.
Yes.
So,
yeah, I took her to a Jewish wedding last year, and that was the try not to be anti-Semitic challenge impossible tier.
So, Ronald says the actually fairly reasonable concern of the plan is it not being temporary and just sending them to Europe. What government plan has ever been temporary? So, yeah, government plans being temporary and then becoming permanent. Yeah, that's a problem. I would be much more willing to trust Trump not to do that. However, it's still a government. So, yeah, it's still a definite concern. The possibility of, well, who can we find that's willing and in fact eager to take in Arab refugees? The number one answer is unfortunately Europe. So I hope that Trump doesn't go that way. It sounds like so far he's trying to get other Middle Eastern countries to do it. And there are Middle Eastern countries that just want labor. They'll even enslave people by lies and deceit to get that labor. So it's possible that they would take them in. So Ronald, I suspect what your doubt there is unlikely, but it's definitely a possibility we should look out for. And I had thought about it earlier.
Well, when it comes to temporary government measures, as we know, the most temporary ones are the IRS, the CIA, the FBI. The list goes on, but you get the idea.
Well, some of them may end up being temporary after all, after this year. We'll see. Ronald says this isn't Trump's plan. He's just enacting it on behalf of Israel, which is my main concern here, yes. Make no mistake, this is always the area where I suspected that Trump was the weakest on Israel. And this is the area in which he has the most bold international plan. So this could be a massive blunder. I don't think it's going to end up with refugees in Europe, at least not by Trump's plan anyway. I don't think it's going to end up being a permanent relocation if Trump can possibly help it. Because I do trust his intentions when he says he'll do something. But there's so much that could go wrong here. And I feel like it's being handled haphazardly, without much of a in-depth comprehension. But I'm just saying that from looking from the outside in. There may be a lot more to it.
Well, as we've seen, there is a lot of money to be made when it comes to relocating people.
Possibly. Ronald, the fighting age men thing, which is true, but consider the fact that all of those were under governments that we would all agree are completely corrupt. This one is different. It's probably a lot less corrupt. Even from a pessimist's angle, you got to agree it's probably much better. But as you say, it's not Trump's plan. So perhaps the plan is coming from Israel to send a bunch of refugees into Europe. I don't know. My answer on the whole fighting age men thing is that there is a possibility that European leaders believe that in order to avoid a population a sort of age demographic catastrophe, which is possible when you have way more old people than you have working age people, they have to import working age people from elsewhere in the world just to bolster those numbers, because it is the only way that you could get people in an age bracket to come in. And if they can't take them from each other, if, for example, the UK can't just take Germans of that age because Germany doesn't want to lose them, then they'll take them from anywhere. As long as they're laborers, it can still support the old people, and it's the old people making the policy. So that is something I've always thought is a possible reason why Europe has been so eager to take in specifically fighting age men, because they're the best laborers. That's the best I can possibly do to defend that. I think it's possible that that has been the reason that's been presented deceptively to some Western leaders, and they say, okay, yeah, we'll continue doing that. But the real reason is, in fact, some sort of genocide, or, corporates getting cheaper labor. Those are the real reasons. But either way, I think that's in there. I think there might be some validity to it, but at this point, it's not worth it. And if it's going to be done, it should be done honestly. But that may be where the fighting age men thing actually comes from. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not saying I agree with it, by the way, Ronald, either. I don't. Even if that's exactly, like, if it's the best answer I can give to it as to why they're being brought in, I still don't think it's worth it. Hello, Adan. So yeah,
Hello.
this could be catastrophic, but we'll see. We'll keep an eye on it. We have more on this story today as well, though, so we'll get to it. Next up. So how much, since I basically have two guests now, Kat and Quattro, what proportion of the news tabs that I have today do you think we've got through so far?
If I had to guess, I'd say probably 15, 20%.
Pretty good guess, actually. I think that's about correct, yeah.
I guess being a kite does give me a boost to being good with numbers, huh?
Yeah, it's the nose. Thank you, Solvite, for the very generous contribution. He says, just tuning in via YouTube, how are you going with the 214 news tabs? I missed the last bit, sorry. It will pop back up in live chat. I'll try and read it when it does. We are getting through them very slowly. As well, you asked the question I just answered, happenstance. I think we are about 10 to maybe 15% through. We've got a lot further to go. Yes, Decwow, I got a few more. It's likely we'll continue opening more during the stream as well. Every time someone posts something interesting in live chat, especially when it's just breaking news, I do open it, so we'll end up with much more than 200 and whatever by the end of the stream. Someone Vox says, what's the effect of the mass migration? Genocide, especially because law enforcement is giving preferential treatment to foreigners who rape and murder the people who live there. The result is genocide. Yeah, basically. The whole idea of the demographic squeeze thing, that as an explanation for preferential legal treatment of the foreigners can only be done by saying that Western leaders believe that the problem of the age-based demographic squeeze is so catastrophically bad, potentially, that it's actually worth it to allow industrial numbers of young white girls to be raped by foreigners just to make sure that demographic squeeze doesn't destroy our nations, that it could be that dangerous. And I'm not willing to give them that benefit of the doubt. I think sabotage is much more likely for a large part of this than honest good intentions. But I suspect that those honest good intentions were in there somewhere, perhaps just manipulating people who may not have been completely evil. He says, please wear Lich Skull overlay. Thanks. I'll pull that up now. Okay, so I think it is that one. Yep. I will now also...
There we go.
I will now also add that to this. So that was 50. And then show it here. There you go. Chat, for those of you that don't know, there are many rewards that you can contribute to receive for the show. The rewards are, if just sending me £5, you can add another tab to my list and I'll cover it later. If you want to submit an article, story, meme, whatever else of your choice. You can add an overlay to the camera. It's essentially a bidding system. The most supported overlay is used and none starts at £15. Ties favor the most recently supported. So currently Skull, which was just voted for by that contribution, is at 50. None is at 15. So to remove the Skull, it's 35 quid. If anyone sends 35 quid, you can just take the Skull off the screen, or you can put a totally different one on. But of course, you have to outbid the Skull, which is quite a lot at this point. You can extend the show if we get near to the end as an encore for 20. And you can also modify the guest's voice pitch. Though I don't think I'm going to do that right now. If we get to a point where we're not really seriously discussing politics and it's kind of a jovial mood, then it will be applicable. You can also...
I'll just do it for free as well.
True. If there's a really significant contribution...
You damn well I can.
That's true. They can also induce certain... It can also induce me to wear silly things. So that is also applicable. I should make this site available, really, shouldn't I? Currently, it's just an HTML document that I open on my browser, but I could easily host it and then make it available for people to look at. But yes, tip.oozloo.net or fund.oozloo.net. And bear in mind that the actual value of these things I'm offering is much lower than the contribution amounts. The money is going towards keeping the streams going, keeping the community going, keeping me going. So I really appreciate any contributions that you can send in, especially because today is planned to be a very, very long stream. And if you appreciate that, then I would appreciate you helping out. Thank you in advance. Let's get back to where we were. Okay, what was this? Arizona resident gives update on their protests taking place against ice mass deportations. Over 5 straight days of protests, they aren't going to end. They're becoming more violent. Police cruisers being destroyed. Police cruiser was stolen during protest and taken for a joyride. Fireworks are being shot at police officers. Large chunks of concrete being thrown at police officers. Rocks being thrown at police officers. Police aren't arresting anyone. He doesn't understand why. Quote, so many crimes being committed by these people already with 0 consequences. A lot that we can talk about here. Firstly, police aren't arresting them. I'm going to guess
why would that be
that's
the
a
case?
state issue. Because Arizona, I think it went blue. I may be wrong on that, but it's still very blue controlled. And as far as I know, the cartel is integrated in lots of areas of government, lots of echelons of government over there in Arizona. So unfortunately, I think Arizona is still quite corrupt. The police there, they may be some sort of federal order that can be given to them to arrest lawbreakers, but I think they are state run. So that's probably why. But I expect that if this was happening,
makes you think.
Yeah, I expect if this was happening in a red state, they would not be getting away with it. But I don't know for sure.
Definitely not.
Yeah, feels as recent rigging in the governor's office and a few key counties. Yeah, not surprised. So Arizona is one of the top states to fix. Because unlike California and New York, which might actually be blue, Arizona is very probably not blue, but very clearly rigged. Matthias says, enlarge the skull. We can still see parts of your face. Okay. Thanks for your confidence. There we go. It's done. All right. So yeah, a little video here of that.
Just wanted to give a quick update on these protests that
Okay, if it's just him talking, I'm not going to watch the whole thing. If he's got footage of the protests, then I'll show that. No, it's just the same points made. Okay, fair enough. Next thing. Do you guys have anything to add to this before we move on? I think Ghost says next time, just make your own head smaller. I mean, I probably
on Piker.
probably do have that power. But I don't want to do it because I won't be able to get it back to where it was. Speaking of which, Hassan Piker was already wealthy, wasn't he? He's already got mansions and shit. But I wonder whether he's going to be struggling because he's another one that I suspected was astroturfed. Sorry.
Well, from what I understand, he's been living off of a lot of Chunk Ogre's money as well.
Yes.
Which, again, it makes you think, how much of his work has been astroturfed over the years?
I suspect, and perhaps I'm being too generous here, that the Young Turks are real. They're just idiots. But less idiots than most. Anna Kasparian, as we've all discussed, has been making conservative noises for the last few years. I think the fact that she dyed her hair blonde is the best possible indication that she's conservative. And even Chunk decided to stop dehumanizing MAGA, which is a big step for someone as far left as he has been. So I think they're real. I think they're actually anti-corruption. I think they're just left-leaning, but they're real people. They're not bought and paid for. They're not shills. I don't know for sure, though. Anna to be race realist by 2026, as Matthias, maybe.
It's entirely possible as well that they were controlled before and have gone a bit off the Democrat plantation. I do remember a few years back when Chunk decided, hey, you know what I should do? I should start going and doing some political campaigning. I can definitely run this state. And then decided, hey, what's a platform that I should run on that everyone's concerned about? I know I should legalize bestiality. That will definitely resonate with the hearts of Californians. And then he lost resoundingly. I was somehow surprised by this, mind you.
Ronald says, it came to light a few years ago that most of BreadTube, ContraPoints, specifically remember being there, and many others, was being funded by British intelligence. Yeah, I suspect the same thing is true of American sources. We just took longer to find out. Sumner says he has bigger problems to deal with, Hassan Piker, than USAID money. He's probably on a anti-terror list or 5 because of his active dissemination of Islamic terror propaganda. So it seems like Hassan and Vorsh are going to fall as quickly as they rose. Easy come, easy go. Good. Right, next thing. Update on Gaza plan. It does not mean boots on the ground in Gaza, apparently. It does not mean American taxpayers will be funding this effort, apparently.
His entire public career criticizing foreign entanglements, nation building, sending American troops to fight abroad, particularly in the Middle East. This plan seems like it could ultimately involve all of those things. Can you explain this reversal and how building and owning Gaza squares with America First foreign policy?
Chat, mark the date on the calendar. Mark it. It's happened. We have watched the press room under the Trump presidency, and the reasonable position was coming from the reporter. Mark it. It's a rare occasion, not likely to be repeated. But to be fair, they have started bringing in other voices beyond the corporate media. So it's probably one of those, to be honest. Or at worst, Fox
They say
News.
nothing ever happens.
They do, don't they?
I would reject the premise of your question that this forces the United States to be entangled in conflicts abroad. The president has not committed to putting boots on the ground in Gaza. He has also said...
And that's not a good answer. He's saying that it could eventually lead to that, and you say, well, he hasn't so far said that he would. Not a great answer there.
That the United States is not going to pay for the rebuilding of Gaza. His administration is going to work with our partners in the region to reconstruct this region. And let me just take a step back here, because this is an out-of-the-box idea. That's who President Trump is. That's why the American people elected him. And his goal is lasting peace in the Middle East for all people in the region. And as I said in my opening remarks, we've had the same people pushing the same solutions to this problem for decades. And it's been made very clear to the president that the United States needs to be involved in this rebuilding effort.
I don't think that this is significantly different from policies made in the past. I think it probably is more ambitious, more risky, and more likely to fail. And I don't think the problem can realistically be solved, but the less involved the US is in the region, I expect the more peaceful it will be, with the only exception being the kind of things that Trump did last time, which is essentially just play nice, kids, and then they did. I'd just like to make it known that Summer Smith has said his first weird thing of the stream. He says that his disdain for ContraPoint's politics is matched only by his desire to, quote, bonerize her. I'd also like to make it clear, Cybersmith, that ContraPoints is a tranny and thus male. This does not change by any means what I assume your sexual tastes are relating to the creature. Just your use of the her pronoun. Is it the third weird thing, Geode? I hadn't seen the others. Okay, fair enough. First I saw then. Cybersmith says, unironically, turn it into a corporate state. Privatize it. The only rule is that they can't let the Gazans out. Basically just Thunderdome the nation. I don't know about that.
The Thunderdome is potentially a very good solution. I think we don't often consider this option enough.
Oh, much is
for instance, what if we were to just contain India into a Thunderdome?
I mean, it would keep the stench out.
Yeah.
I think we're going to need a special channel just to build up lists of weird things Cybersmith says. All right.
To ensure stability in the region for all people. But that does not mean boots on the ground in Gaza. It does not mean American taxpayers will be funding this effort. It means Donald Trump, who is the best deal maker on the planet, is going to strike a deal with our partners in the region.
if Israel takes up 100% of the implementation of this, and Trump is just there helping to mediate, then a lot of our concerns about more Middle Eastern entanglements and military involvement and taxpayer spending are allayed for now, assuming it goes as planned. But it's not. That does not make it any more likely to succeed. In fact, I'd have less faith in it if that's how it's going to be done. If Israel's conducting it, I have much less faith in it than if the US under Trump is conducting it. Cybersmith, it's male. The problem is Cybersmith likes femboys, doesn't matter. Someone says Thunderdome, the nation, but we charge pay-per-view access, the live drone footage of it on demand. Do you know, I think if that happened, I think the Gazans might respond with something along the lines of, we were right to hate you. And to be honest, I could sort of understand where they were coming from on that. Then again, at that point, you don't really need to care, do you? Next
I
up.
have to ask, have you ever seen that that screenshot of Shlomo Weil?
Yes, I have. He's a real
do you
person.
know what the context behind that is? What
I-
he was being
I
interviewed for?
I think I did know, but go on, remind me.
What he was being interviewed for was the fact that he had started squatting in a Palestinian's house right by the border. And he said, well, you see, if I'm not the one that's doing it, then somebody else is just going to do it. So it might as well be me. And that was his entire position.
Interesting. I wonder if Trump is going to
He's
relocate.
far from the only one that does this. There's a whole epidemic of this happening.
Fair enough. See, this is why we need the Israel correspondent. I wonder if Trump is going to relocate the Gazans, or help relocate the Gazans. Israel is then going to build a fuckload of luxury apartments for their own people in Gaza, and then they're just going to say, "Oh, sorry, there's no space. We can't do it, or we'll have to delay the plan, or we just don't have the infrastructure. It's not finished yet, etc., etc." Excuses, and then just have the land. It'll piss off the Gazans so much that no matter where they are, they'll still try to attack Israel. They might still get the benefit of that. It might piss off the nations that took them as well, continuing that. But it does allow for more construction and money to be acquired from the land. So I don't know, man. I think I want to know more details of this plan, but I really can't see a way that this will go well. Even the most optimistic and I think naive interpretation of the plan, which is that you move them out, rebuild the area, and then sort of work them back into being a civilized people running what's left of the area as a real country with no violence. Even that very naive plan is so unlikely, and it would be such a huge undertaking that I don't think any of this is worth it. I'm going to have to figure out exactly what the details of this are, which I don't think they've released yet. But I'm very, very dubious about this.
As am I. Well, especially considering that the policy since 1947 with Israel has been to just continuously force everyone else out of the area and just keep taking as much as they can. And whenever there's any pushback, oy vey, it's another show. How can this happen to us? What did we do to deserve this?
Okay, there's another one here.
The continues.
Okay, so Matthias has linked another Cybersmith post where he says, what do you expect them to do? The USAID-style patronage pipelines were their career paths. What do you think happens to them? They are totally brainwashed by woke propaganda. They have no practical skills. What happens to them now? Best case scenario, respectable, right-wing, married men and women take them in as sissy maids and concubines. Thanks, Cybersmith, for that deep and insightful thought.
What a horrible day to have eyes.
And ears, thanks to me reading it out.
Indeed.
So, unfortunately, the weird thing is that most of that message was reasonable up until the last sentence. A lot of these people that were receiving
here.
A lot of the people that were receiving government money who had been astroturfed using it, this was their career paths. And yeah, they've picked up a bunch of, to bring it way back, evolution. They have become fit to their environment, and their environment was one of corruption and money spilling out over the top of this corrupt engine. specifically for people who believe things that are useless and wrong. It's not a good situation. And yes, a lot of people have become fit to that environment. However, they had a choice not to. Those that took the choice not to, those who didn't do that, who forged a different path, are going to survive. And that is, again, the norm of evolution. Sometimes a species lives in a region or lives in a way that is beneficial to them at the time, and then something comes along and changes it and they get wiped out. It's not nice, but it is normal. I found out recently there's, I think we talked about this on a stream actually, but in the very early days of life on Earth, a couple billion years ago, most life were around geothermal vents, and they, I think they consumed methane or something, and they excreted some similar like sulfur or something, like shitty chemicals that we wouldn't want to use ourselves. And the atmosphere was all that. There was no oxygen in the atmosphere at all. Then some of them discovered, just through evolution, just through random chance, that one of them got a purple pigment and they could absorb a bit of light from the sun. So they started to exist nearer the surface because that worked. It was effective. Then they discovered a green pigment. Again, there was a random mutation of a green pigment and it worked, so it proliferated. Green pigment, which absorbed the sunlight better. However, the green pigment, unlike the purple pigment, produced as a side effect oxygen.
And it did.
That is why today we have an oxygen-rich atmosphere and plants that breathe in carbon dioxide. It wasn't oxygenated before that. And the geothermal vent creatures, the microorganisms who relied upon, for whom oxygen was a toxic, poisonous chemical, died the fuck out. The oxygenation event on Earth killed, I think, about 90+% of all life on the planet at the time and totally changed the face of our planet. But it allowed for all the life that's happened since.
Go figure.
Yeah. So this does happen sometimes, and it's the geothermal vent microbes, they were not at fault in the slightest for what they did, but they were just superseded by a better strategy. In their environment, there wasn't a choice. How could they have done something different? Well, in our environment, there still was a choice, but there were some people who were sort of born into certain biases that mean that they were never going to do anything else. But evolution, unfortunately, selects for that kind of thing. So I don't really have any sympathy. There are some individual cases where I might have some sympathy if they did it in earnest and they just thought that it was the best thing and all that stuff, but they're going to have to find a better path now. They're going to have to adapt. If they didn't see this coming, the people that did were right. Yeah, Garo. I think the purple pigment did not actually produce oxygen as a byproduct. I think it also produced like sulfur or methane or some other kind of useless chemical, or to what would today be a useless chemical. It's just the green one was able to absorb some more sunlight and it produced oxygen as a byproduct. Anyway, next up. Breaking. Attorney General Pam Bondi, who is newly instantiated, orders the DOJ to pause all federal funding for sanctuary cities, orders prosecution of any jurisdiction impeding immigration enforcement. That is actually one of our biggest stories today, I think. Federal funding for sanctuary cities, I don't know exactly how much of their funding comes from the federal government, but as I mentioned earlier, organizations don't tend to operate on like a 50% flexible budget with like just a massive surfeit that they can just consume or not if they choose to. They tend to be pretty close to the edge with a very small surfeit or even a small loss. So taking away 5, 10, 20%, 50% maybe of the sanctuary city's budget, however much it is going to be devastating in the short term. And under that regime, under that devastation, if ICE then moves in to start arresting people, I don't think the mayors are going to be quite up to the task of saying, we're going to militarily prevent you from doing this, or even legally prevent you from doing this. The sanctuary cities have always been on the clock. They have always been grabbing tight onto this ticking time bomb. And they should have known that right from the beginning. All these years of breaking the law, they should have known their number would come up. And now it is. I don't have much sympathy. And in fact, I think, I think Trump and his people should go hard on them. I don't think they'll put up much of a resistance. Yes, Cybersmith, Tom Hoban threatened to arrest obstructionist mayors and governors. It is based. Bicky says, Florida is so proud of our girl. I guess she's Floridian. Good. Yeah, you're gonna see some whining from some Democrat mayors, and then they're gonna be quiet, and there's gonna be a lot of deportations. I don't foresee any large conflicts on this. Maybe some legal challenges, but they won't last because it's so blatantly illegal what they've been doing. All right, I believe V said something that I thought was worth opening. It was worth see this. Netanyahu's gift to Trump. A golden pager and a regular pager. And V
what does
says,
he mean by this?
Given the context, isn't this a death threat? Which, maybe. I do wonder.
That sure sounds like it.
Yeah, I do wonder, is Trump willing to engage on this deal? Because Netanyahu's been like, look, we have the best assassins in the world. We can make it happen. And Trump's like, all right, I'll do one thing for you, but that's all. But I mean, at that point, I don't think Trump has that character. I don't think he would actually do that. I think he likes Israel anyway. The only possibility is that they've been threatening him like this for years and maybe somehow have control over him. But if that's the case, it's surprising that no one else has tried it, that only Israel has ever got away with manipulating Trump in that way, because I've seen no indication that anyone else has that kind of control over Trump, or that he has that much undue favor for anyone else except Israel. So, it seems unlikely, but it is something to look out for. As Cyrus says, or it's good-natured ribbing, like we all do here, calling one another slurs, etc. That is a distinct possibility, yes. You stupid nigger.
Netanyahu doesn't seem like the type to do that.
Maybe.
I'm not at liberty to say exactly how I know, but...
it probably would be diplomatically wise to build up a good personal relationship. And maybe he thought, genuinely that Trump would find this funny, and maybe the way he presented it was, but I don't know. Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? It's something to keep an eye on. As I said, this was always going to be the most concerning part of Trump's power, is the Israel thing.
Oh, yeah, definitely. That's the one thing that has me the most worried.
Zenman says Trump having that attitude,
given my background,
yes, would go against what we saw when he got shot. Yeah, that's true. I don't see him being a willing shill for Israel, but I could see him being a sort of an unwilling, very slyly deceived shill for Israel. Yeah. It's what it might be is it looks like someone has confirmed that it's true. It might be that Netanyahu's just trying to be like, if you like Israel, you have to approve of the pager thing. I'm giving you a token that indicates you have to be on board with Mossad's operations across the world. And if Trump accepts it and doesn't then make some indication that he's refusing it, then he is sort of giving the indication to Netanyahu that he's in favor of Mossad's operations. Maybe that was the idea.
Well, it's hard to say.
I'll have to keep an eye on it. Next up. Okay. Department of Defense provided $9 million to Reuters for active social engineering defense and large-scale social deception. As you can see there in the description section at the bottom right, the reason is active social engineering defense, AESED, large-scale social deception, LSD. And it's Department of Defense, and then the amount is down there. For some reason, not on the screenshot, but the The amount is actually the screenshot doesn't contain the amount for something. Oh no, it does. It's down there. 9 million. Yeah. That's not great. I think there's only so many times I can say, "Wow, look, corruption," before it gets a bit passé. But wow, look, corruption. You can't be much more blatant than this, can it? It really can't.
I could have seen this coming.
Yeah. Like, the whole Twitter leaks thing was one of the first times that we saw on paper, yes, the US government is doing these sort of corrupt things. But now it's like, yeah, 9 million to Reuters to explicitly deceive people. Okay, I guess we'll just put that one on the pile. It's so bad. It's so bad. It's like, yeah, the American people are not to blame, but holy shit, your government. Holy shit, you Americans, you have to make some delineation. Even when it's a foreigner saying it, you have to make some delineation when I say America is kind of responsible for a lot of the problems in the world, arguably like 90% responsible for them, for the specific problems that it is. Like, really, really strongly, a lot of this stuff comes from the US. You have to make a delineation when I say that I'm not talking about the American people. I'm not talking about the American model or the vision or the Constitution or what it should be. But I mean the collective, the group. You're as responsible for your government doing this as I am for my government letting too many Muslims in. Which is to say, barely at all on an individual level, but it's still the same collective. Every jibe you can make against the UK for the Muslims, I can now say, yeah, but your government was funding explicit propaganda across the entire world. You probably caused the woke movement directly.
Well, yes and no, because I mean, it's kind of hard to hold an unaccountable agency, to account.
And you are now doing it, which is good. But the same thing is true over here too.
Unfortunately, I'd be taking things in a similar but a little more brutal direction if I had my way.
Yeah. But
given the infinite crimes of the CIA.
Yes. But the US is healing. The thing is that it still took a long time before that happened. And in that time, it was America causing a lot of these problems. Just like the UK is causing a lot of problems mostly at home, but probably some internationally as well. We haven't got to the point where we have someone in office who's really fixing things yet, but I don't think we're far behind in that regard.
Well, George Soros as well, how much the CIA has hidden from pretty much everyone over the years. It's a lot harder to make them accountable.
Yeah.
Especially given the fact that they're just able to take funding and then not say what they're doing with it.
Yeah, I agree.
It's only after the fact that we're ever able to find out with, say, Operation Mockingbird, MK Ultra, Northwoods, all these things.
Jill Gordon appears to be telling me that I'm to blame for Blair. Do you mean me personally? Because I was alive when he came into power, but I was about 6. Apparently, George Soros received $260 million from US aid. He didn't spend his own money to destroy the American justice system. He used ours, this Twitter user says. That is horrific. The rate of information that we're getting revealing the shape of the problem has increased so quickly in the last 18 days or however many. It's been on a rapid upswing, but it's just spiked as soon as Trump got into power. Even last 5 days, Pug. Yeah, exactly, Geode. Geo can criticize your government, you can criticize ours. The thing is that a lot of people do like to poke the jab and say, the UK full of Englandistan full of Muslims. And yeah, it's fair enough. But if I were to say that kind of thing about the US, I could go a lot further, I think. But I tend not to, because it's not really the point. The problem is not the English model or the English people or the English government structure or the English spirit or ideal. It's just a government that has become corrupt, as all governments do. Same thing is true of the US. So as far as people specify what the problem is coming from, I will too. But as far as people, whether for a joke or not, I don't have to either. And I usually do, just to make sure that I'm not ruffling feathers unduly But I could easily not. Yeah. Anyway. Soros. Yeah, there's only so many ways I can say, holy shit, that is some extreme corruption. I wouldn't even have guessed that this was the case. I would have guessed he was, like, because he invested big in gold just as Brexit was happening and then pulled out just afterwards. He made a lot of money from that. I would have assumed that he was the kind of guy who was just the sort of chaos as a ladder kind of money maker, where he would find ways to create chaos in the market and then invest in something that it would make go up and then pull out afterwards. Essentially just market manipulation. I assume that was his method. Now, 260 million is probably not all of the money that he spent on his various projects. In fact, it's probably not even, it's probably about a tenth, maybe. So a lot of it was that, but holy shit, that's still a lot that the US invested through Soros into its own destruction.
You know, it's funny you say that because his main way of making money over the course of most of his life has been through crashing economies.
Yeah.
Deliberately.
So it really does indicate that the US government was willingly, one, exfiltrating wealth to shitholes, and two, paying to sabotage itself, almost as if it was being subverted by a socialist demoralization effort. And since there's no USSR, one must default to the next option. And I once again arrive at it looks like it's China. Through various proxies, including, as Pug says, the Open Society, and of course Soros and many other NGOs, the WHO, the UN most likely, the Panama Canal, almost everything. We'll continue, but holy shit, I feel like each of these stories might be worth a lot longer of a segment if there weren't so bloody many of them. So this guy has given a sort of timeline of how things have generally worked, and I'll read it and then comment. He says, follow along. We are taxed. Taxes go to USAID. Leftists create an NGO. NGO is funded by USAID. Leftists in NGO do zero real work. NGO pays leftists huge salaries. Leftists donate salaries from NGO to Dems. It's why Dems are freaking out over Trump and Elon killing USAID. Simple. It is just the minimally complex, but just complex enough to escape notice, method of money laundering in the modern day. The only issue with this analysis, I think, is that most of the money isn't going back to the Dems. Most of the money is going overseas, with only some of the money ending up in the personal accounts of some of the Dems. With, of course, some going to the institution itself just to continue doing this. But the grift is self-supporting, but it only happens because some of that money is kickbacks that goes into the pockets of the politicians that ensure it's happening. So yeah, this is probably roughly the pattern that any government takes up with sufficient time. That officials don't represent the people anymore, and so the benefit that they get from being in power is simply to sell that power. If the nation is complacent enough, then they can get away with doing that, and that just becomes industrial. Cybersmith,
I've been saying for years,
has an idea.
There's this very deep connection between a lot of these NGOs and governments of the world. They're not really NGOs. They're more just extensions of the globalist empire.
Shell corporations of Globalism Inc.
Pretty much. That's another way of putting it. And of course, you follow you go down the rabbit hole far enough and you start to wonder, is the P silent?
Good night, Cybersmith.
Oh, see it.
Cybersmith, as a concluding thought, has said the following. He says, George Soros should have to watch as his son, Alexander Soros, is forcibly feminized, chemically, surgically, and cosmetically, then bonerized by hundreds of anonymous men, two at a time, until he passes out. That would be true justice, he says. And one person, specifically John Wick, has for some reason agreed with this idea. Once again, Cybersmith.
You know, if it was almost anyone else that would say that, I'd say, hey, you know what? Maybe you might have a point. But because it's Cybersmith and I know what he likes against my will, I don't feel like I can be on board with this.
Yeah, I think, as you say, because he would enjoy it, it takes on a different moral dimension. But no, I think there are better ways to punish the rich that don't cause us to hate ourselves. I think just prison is enough of a demoralizing punishment for these people who expected to live out their lives as millionaires who did almost billionaires, whatever, who did almost no work for their money and just got to laugh at the peasantry. Now, the peasantry have realized what they were doing, much against their expectations, have risen up and said, nope, not allowed, and the way you've done this is illegal. Here is the law that you always knew could get you, but you thought you'd evade because you were rich enough and powerful enough. Now you're going to prison, like a common thief. I find that to be a better expression of justice. But some people prefer the forced feminization. And to those people, I say, next story. What's going on there, Pug? Oh yeah, Alex. Yeah, Alex Soros has met with a lot of establishment officials because he is George Soros' son. George Soros appears to have been grooming Alex to replace him. I'm not sure Alex would be able to take on the mantle. But it sounds like what George Soros was doing wasn't much more than just throwing money from one evil group to another. Yeah, Pierre.
Oh, nothing new.
Yeah. Someone that says, hear me out, we rent one of the camps from Germany, just get Soros so he can experience what he missed out on when he was helping sell his own kind out back in the 40s. Interesting idea. So what you're saying is, for nostalgia purposes, bring back Auschwitz. Interesting. Daniel Penny makes powerhouse career move after being cleared in subway chokehold. Daniel Penny did nothing wrong. Chat, can we get a 1 for that? Daniel Penny has landed a powerhouse finance career just 2 months after being acquitted in the subway chokehold case over the death of Jordan Neely. The 26-year-old ex-Marine has been picked up by Silicon Valley investment firm Andreessen Horowitz, according to an internal memo obtained by the Free Press. Quote, he will learn the business of investing and he will work to support our portfolio companies, David Ulovich, a general partner at the firm, wrote in the note. Chat, why do the Jews want Penny? Have I answered my own question there? He'll be Daniel Copperwire by the end of the day.
Do you know how to start a stampede in New York?
Throw a coin down the hill.
Yeah, exactly.
Bruce says he's the penny that got away. Very good. The finance heavyweight also addressed Penny's seismic court case, which bitterly divided Americans across racial, political, and social. Not really. I don't think many people were actually saying that he was wrong on that. Just the press. A few of their shills, but that's about it.
Speaking of pennies, are you familiar with the term Jewish fishing trip?
Jewish fishing trip? I don't think so.
Yeah, that is when you take your family out to the local shopping mall that has a fountain and you start digging around for the coins that people have thrown in there.
I've heard that said. I thought it was a joke. Tell me that doesn't actually happen.
Oh, I have photographic evidence.
Oh, no. They must be doing it just thinking
I've personally witnessed this happen as well.
These dumb goyim throwing away good money as their fucking sleeves are wet with who knows how contaminated water. And their entire family's fucking sloshing about in public view, probably dressed in like Jewish paraphernalia, just picking up these pennies. And by the end of it, they have what, like $20, $30, $40 or something. For it, barely worth it, most likely. But just because it's there. I haven't seen the pictures.
I'm looking through
I'm just guessing.
my files for it.
Fair enough. 8-bit says you. Yeah, quite. Sources described it pretty much spot on. I was just speculating. I haven't seen it. Is Greg Abbott a DEI hire? Says r/Texas. Then a respondent says Trump himself is a DEI hire. He's past the retirement age. Well, it's only DEI if it's based on a quota. If they are the best person for the job and they happen to be disabled or old or black or whatever else, then it doesn't matter. I had to explain this recently to someone, and I despite the fact that I spent so long talking about this on stream, I think my explanation wasn't very good. So chat, if ever you have trouble explaining something to someone, one of these political concepts, at least recognize that you're no worse than me. I haven't had to talk about it in real life that often. So I don't think I explained it very well. And I was also under the pressure of having to hide my power level. So that may have been a factor, but I was thinking about that more after that happened. And I realized that the real issue with DEI is racial quotas. There's other ways that you can approach that, but that's probably the best way to start. The fact that it is itself actually racist by an individualist definition. And that if you try and approach it by the matter of like averages, then I don't think you're going to get through to normies, which is where I went with it, to try and explain like the quantities and how it's not about keeping blacks out. It's about the fact that if you get this many applicants of this race and this, that's too statistical. Normies won't get that. But if you say it as it's racial quotas, and if you prioritize the racial quotas above merit, which they do, then merit takes a back seat. I think that's a much better way of putting it. And I came up with that after failing to word it in person. That's how I recommend that you put it if you need to explain it to someone. You can go from there. And also, if they care about racism, you tell them it is explicitly, or it is specifically racist. It is exactly racist. And you can even invoke MLK for whatever else you can say about the guy. The specific phrase, judged by content of character, not by color of skin, is golden. Fine. I'm happy with that. That's the individualist standard that we should all be using for the word racism, for those that care. And DEI is precisely racist by that definition. Breaking, Secretary of State Marco Rubio just deemed that only 294 USAID staffers are necessary out of 14,000. Very cool. Biggest mass firing yet. Do we have number trackers for the number of firings? Also saw another story a few minutes ago I was going to have a look at. Did I actually refer to? Oh yeah. Plans underway to go kinetic on the Mexican drug cartels. Chat, press 1 if you're looking forward to the Mexican drug cartels being vaporized.
I know I am.
I don't live anywhere near them, but I know how bad they are. I know how badly they absolutely deserve to be vaporized, and I'm looking forward to it.
I would like to apologize for taking so long to find this. I have a lot of images to sift through. I really should have organized this better.
Sommervox says he's not far from the border. Maybe he'll get to see some of the fireworks. Well, maybe not too close, but I would trust the US government not to bomb across into the US border at the moment. I wouldn't necessarily have trusted that under Biden or anyone else, but if Trump is doing this, then I am very willing to trust that there are competent generals and other officers in charge of the operation. So yeah, USA shrinking and cartels being vaporized. It's a good time to have our general political position, isn't it, chat? Let's see what else we've got. This is an entire 4 9/11s worth of firings plus some change, quite. So, what was this exactly? So, contracts, fun fact. So, okay, Politico received USAID funds. We know that, so we saw this earlier. So, Politico LLC, total awarded amount $8.1 million from 236 transactions. Now, when I saw this, I thought it meant in total ever, which it might. It does say at the top there trailing 12 months, so it might just be including that. Total, I think, actually means total from all departments, not total across all of time. So if that's the case, then it's 8.1 million just in 1 year, which I think was 2024. Politico given 8 million a year, that might be like not the majority, but a really significant chunk of their budget that's come directly from the US government. So we've got that already. That's actually a little bit higher for some reason. And then there's more here. So what it looks like is that lots of other government agencies have been supporting them as well. Or no, sorry, the amount is made up of lots of government agencies. So not just USAID, but all the ones listed here at the top, you can see awarding agencies and awarding sub-agencies. These are just the top 5. There's probably a dozen or more US government agencies who are doing this exact same thing, and it all adds up. So the money laundering and the undue spending, the biased spending, the politicized spending, is distributed carefully across government departments. It really is unfortunate how much we have to say at this point that the US government has just been deliberately bloated to hide corruption. That it is all kind of smoke and mirrors, and that, as was shown in that last story, about, what was that, like 1% of the US aid is actually necessary.
You know, I've had a thought. Why don't we rename USAID to USAIDs, then shutter it, and Trump can say, "I've cured AIDS." It is no more.
Yeah, indeed. What actual percentage is that? So 1,400 would be 10%. 140 would be 1%. So it's about 2%, I think.
2%, you say? That's sounding awfully anti-Semitic.
Mm-hmm. Are you saying that number should be lower as well?
Perhaps.
Well, Geode is correct. 98% reduction ain't bad. If we had known before Elon and Trump started that, okay, so here's an example of what you'll get. This government agency will be reduced in size by 98%. I think we all would have been like, oh, very nice. Yes, go, Elon and Trump, go. It's a good start, says Geode. Quite. And may it happen much more. USAID might be maybe one of the ones where the most bloat, like the most size can be saved. Because what it's doing is, especially from an America First perspective, what it's doing is mostly sort of superfluous or at least optional. So you don't need many people to overlook it. There are other agencies which deal with things that are not considered optional, especially the medical ones, which are not going to be anywhere near as easy to reduce, but they're also already much larger. So you might expect to see a 98% overall reduction, but I think it'll be lower than that. I think if Trump gets his way completely and the US gets to a state where it's still functional, but is now lean, you might have seen maybe a 60%, maybe a 70% reduction. That's still really good. I don't think it'll be quite 98. But you may be able to go much further than that in practice.
You know, I've got a question I don't think anyone's ever been able to give me a proper answer on. And that is, why the hell is it even legal to be sending taxpayer money overseas in the first place?
Yeah. I think the idea is that if someone's democratically elected on the platform that they will help a foreign country, then it's been democratically permitted. But this isn't that.
Because every time it goes to Israel regardless.
Pretty much. But yeah, there maybe should be...
Because, you know, when you have the leftists in charge, the money's still going to Israel. They don't like Israel very much.
True. Maybe there should be a standard that the US can only give tariff money as aid, but then, you know, it's all the same money, ultimately, isn't it? And if you were to therefore say that the limit of aid is equal to the tariff you take in, that's a ridiculously high amount. So it doesn't really help much. But you could say that, you know, it's only allowed to be this proportion of tariff money, that it's balanced by tariff money. something like that. So yeah, I'm not sure how you would do that. If any country is going to be able to say that there should be a hard limit on the aid that we're allowed to give, it's the US. The thing is that Trump can set standards like this, but unless it's written into the Constitution, it's not going to stick if a president gets in that doesn't like those standards. Because anything that Trump can do, especially by executive order or by pretty much anything else, could be overruled by another president. Unless he goes through a process to make it a much stronger standard.
Well, the ideal amount of foreign aid would be 0, no matter what. If you can't sort out your domestic problems, what the hell makes you, in any position to sort out problems abroad?
At the moment, yes. But if the US is healthy, you could certainly argue that some foreign aid would be acceptable. Obviously, chat, I'm not talking about anywhere near the amount that's been done, and I'm talking about when the US is safe and comfortable. And it's in the cases of something like a natural disaster has harmed an ally, and the US gives some small portion of its surfeit profit to the ally to help them rebuild. Like, that's the kind of thing that people might be open to. I don't think I'm going to get many takers in the audience right now, given the current political climate. I'm just saying I don't think we should say that 0 is the ideal forever. But right now, yeah, I agree. Right now, it should be pretty much reduced to nothing, and the US rebuild itself first. Geode says, just a matter of incentives. Any foreign aid can be done by charity. Geode, I would trust a democratically elected government, which is not a uniparty style government where there's real competition, more than I would trust most charities. For example, I would trust Trump's government to assign that money more than I would trust most charities. So it's not much better. It's not the taxes thing being by a point of a gun. That's one interpretation. I don't think it's the only one you can have. It's also a democratic mandate. If people vote for someone, if there is real democratic competition, if people vote for someone that says that they're going to give aid to someone, or they vote for someone that they trust, and that person they trust says we'll give aid to these people, then is there what possible reason could you have to say that you're not allowed to do that? We are making the assumption that politicians are going to be inherently untrustworthy, and that will happen again at some point. So perhaps the standard is justified to say that it can only be this portion of money that we bring in from abroad we're allowed to give out in aid. So I could see that. But the argument that it should be 0 or even close to $0, that's too restrictive. There are going to be times where the people of the US are fine with their tax money going towards helping some foreigner. And that's actually a good thing to do. Not just for the foreigner, but for the US's interests as well. Now, that's gone way too far today. But like a lot of things that have gone way too far, we want to pull it back. And for now, we could pull it back to 0. But the ideal point is somewhere north of 0, in my humble opinion. First is that's assuming it's the job of the government to give foreign aid in the first place. Again, I would probably trust a good government to do it more than I would any current charity.
Well, there's not really much difference between the two currently. The NGOs and the government organizations are very much hand in hand.
Well, by a good government, I mean something like the Trump government, which is rapidly becoming better than the state of the charity market, I expect. Let's say 5 years ago under, 2 years ago under Biden, let's say, then I would say, yeah, I'd marginally trust corporations more to disperse that money reasonably than I would Biden's government, but it's a close call. They're both very low on the list. But now that one of them is going through a radical reform and what seems to be a healing process, I would trust the one that is going through that now more by quite a lot. You won't always have a good government, of course, but the state of the market of charities is unlikely to change as much as the government is currently changing.
I personally would say that the term good government is an oxymoron.
We've been very used to that being the case for a long time. I don't think we're going to have to treat it as one, at least for a little while, but it will eventually get back there.
Well, given my my entire lifespan, I've seen nothing in my country other than pure, unfettered corruption. It's
Yeah.
kind of difficult, but
Well,
granted, this is the first time in my life since, well, actually, this in 2016 is the only 2 times I can think of in my own life where I've actually seen a legitimate government.
The last 5 days have seen Trudeau, what appears to be genuinely investing in actually securing the southern border. Now, it is the southern border. It's not really the one you have a problem with. the air border between you and China is probably the worst, and India is probably the worst one. But my point is that is a good policy, at least, a good policy for its neighbor, a good policy in general to have a strong border. And Trudeau's put a lot of money into that and 10,000 troops. That's a good policy. Now, it wasn't Trudeau's choice. he had to do it because Trump told him to. But my point is that legitimate government that's actually well organized has been an utter rarity. And in just these 17 days, you're seeing effects that we have not really seen in our lifetime. The closest was Trump's first term, but this, as you can see, is so much bigger than Trump's first term. So even if you're right for your entire life that it's just been nothing but illegitimate leaders, which is pretty close to true, for me and you both, I think what we can say is that this is actually a bit different than everything we've had in our entire lives. I think it's a categorical difference. So we don't know what's going to happen now. We've got used to, and quite understandably got used to, thinking that government is just corrupt based on 30-ish years of experience. I don't think it has to be. I think for brief periods in history, government is good. I think we're entering one of those now.
I like to believe that it certainly can be. It's the statistical anomaly.
Yes. It is, yeah. I don't think it'll last that long, but while it does, I'll be very happy. Let's continue. We are now about 20, maybe 25% through, and we've been going for 3.5 hours. Chat, if you're enjoying the stream and wish to see these streams as well as this stream continue for longer and for more, you can contribute via tip.oozloo.net. Don't forget the state of the TP board. It wouldn't be difficult to influence it. In fact, ODAC has fallen down behind Clovey and 8-Bit Kitty, which means that I'm sorry, Oda, you keep kitten, but Jack is losing his. ODAC. It's your lucky day. There we go. ODAC is no longer kitten, but Jodar still is. In fact, I'll even reset ODAC's username. I'll just set it to Jack. And Odar Go says this is the best of all possible outcomes. Odar does not appear to be happy with this. It also
I can imagine why.
Yes. It also appears that Clovey is now second in the list. Still a fair way behind Jodar. Not an unapproachable amount behind. With 8-Bit Kitty behind that. Merely stopping the decay of Clovey could put Clovey above Jodar. I'm sure Clover will be happy about that. I see Farmer Josh is in the chat. Josh, do you have Clover there with you? She may be about to become Clovey again. Roglavox is, the entire Die Simp squad becoming kitten might be funny. I still think Plasma, although he's been way more absent, might be funny, but because he's been so absent, maybe it's not really worth it. Die and Marcusi might still be funny. Die's been before, but maybe she would be quite entertaining to be again. I think Marcusi is still the funniest option out of all of them. 8-Bit Kitty might be because they should be forced to rename herself, but go on, Quattro, sorry.
I'm inclined to agree. I think Marcosi would be the funniest.
Yeah. So,
I also, I'm not sure if I should say this, but if and when that does happen, Cat's holding on to a little something special
Oh no.
for such an occasion.
She got some cat ears for you to put on. For you to put on or for her to put on?
No, no. No, a new meme.
Ah, I see. Chat, have you been, press 1 if you've been enjoying Triple Dice Cat's memes and the comics and the various stuff recently. Because I certainly have. Spooner says they're fantastic. Cat, you have found a skill that is a great use to us, and I think
I
Quattro
love MS Paint.
MS Paint is good enough. Do you see what's happening though, Quattro? She's trying to beat you to level 3.
Are you?
Oh, don't give me that look.
Chat, do you think Quattro or Cat is currently adding more value to the server? Come on, let's pit this couple against each other. do a Q or a C for Quattro or Cat. Which one is adding more value right now? The comics versus the guesting. It's pretty neck and neck, to be honest.
Huh.
I think that when one of you gets level 3, we should probably put both up at the same time because you're both adding a lot of value to the server. I think you both could have it. I think you probably both would have it by now, or at least one of you would, if not for the various drama that's been going on with the roles stuff recently. So,
yeah,
2-for-1 special.
Yeah,
you could say we're a package deal.
I see that there was a contribution. Did it appear at the top? I haven't seen it appear there yet. Either way, it should show up soon. So sorry if I haven't seen that yet. Oh, there it is. Matthias says, Tomboy Supremacy, 8-Bit Kitty, Roglavox Die Marcusi, Pitch Up Quattro. Uh-oh. I can't say we're doing anything serious right now. We're not really.
Do what has to be done.
I will.
Oh no.
Also, that's a good point. Matthias mentioned Quattro in his message, therefore Quattro has moved up the board for Kitten. I think actually it requires 2 people to vote for it, so he might not have got any points yet. But no. Okay, so in order to be on the board, I think it requires 2. So there's only 1. That's the only message that's ever mentioned Quattro, by the way. But others could participate. Others could mention him as well.
Well, you know what they say, a man cannot escape his fate.
Did your pitch just change?
I don't know, I can't hear.
If you guys
You're
like,
not
I can
hearing the stream right now.
If you guys like, I can do what is possibly the most annoying thing. Okay, you can test now whether your pitch has changed.
William.
So, Quattro, what do you think about politics and stuff?
Well, where to begin? Oh no. Chat, it appears that I have gone through too much helium.
For those wondering at home, I am currently playing back Quattro's voice in real time to him, which means that whenever he speaks, he's got a high-pitched version of his own voice delayed by about half a second in his ears.
Now, this is some real speech jamming.
Yeah, this is kind of the most annoying and aggressive thing that I can do in a voice channel. This is evil, says Spooner. I'm going to turn it off. But now you know. So that was so Matthias said pitch up Quattro, but you gave enough money that you could specify any pitch that you want. I've currently just pitched it up once, up to 2 semitones. But if you want to set a specific pitch, you can request it. And other people can too. If you want to change Quattro's pitch up or down, it's just £5 contributed via tip.oozloo.net or funder.oozloo.net. And to set it to any value, it's for 10. Matthias says all the way. Matthias, I don't think you understand the range I can use here. If I go all the way, they will be completely inaudible. Is that what you want? Because this is 2 semitones. I can push it to 24 semitones. Say something, Quattro. Okay, it's not as inaudible as I thought, actually. But is that what you wanted, Matthias? Because it's completely incomprehensible now. I cannot understand what they're saying. I think Kat can hear the stream. No idea. Sorry. No idea what you just said. Matthias, would you like to put it back down to something else? The comprehensible range is generally within 10 semitones, and this is 24 semitones. 12, he says. Okay. We're now at 12.
How bad could it possibly be?
Okay, that is comprehensible just
now
about.
You sound like Alvin and the Chipmunks.
It's not good. Worms maxing. Chat, you can adjust their pitch at any time via tip.oozloo.net or fund.oozloo.net. Just send in £5 or more and specify in your contribution that that's what you want. Yeah, Pug is asking you to do impressions of the Worms characters. Oi, I'll get you. But high-pitched.
Oi, I'll get you.
That's close enough, actually. Yeah. We should find like a free Worms clone that we can play multiplayer in Cabal. Worms is a fun game.
Oh, that'd be great.
Yeah.
I used to play so much with my cousins.
Matthias says, I'm helping you make money by putting it to this. Yes, this is very worth it, Matthias. Thank you. The stream is incomprehensible. The footage may be unusable, but at least it was funny for 5 minutes.
Chipmunk's gonna have a field day with this. I am become Chipmunk, destroyer of birdhouses.
Worms tournaments is spirit. If it's too old, it might have trouble running. I need to look into what games are available, but we'd need to get one that's widely compatible. Ideally, a browser-based one for multiplayer. Pug says, when your streams are used in GCSE history lessons, we will have Quattro's voice. Yeah, I'm not sure there's much chance of that, Pug. As much as I appreciate the implications that what I'm doing here it will one day have wide relevance, I'm not necessarily sure that's true, unfortunately. Perhaps that should have been the case. Perhaps I was cheated of it by the censorship. But, c'est la vie.
Either way, we're making history.
We're making history up in the clouds, are we? Up in the helium clouds.
Do you get to the cloud district very often? Oh, who am I kidding? Of course you don't.
Chat, press 1 to kill Nazim. Tell me you guys remember Nazim. God, Twitch bot.
I have to wonder, does this make it any worse?
What did you do? Because it's changed it a little bit, I think.
I am Kermit now.
Ah. It sounds a bit different.
You see, I turned green. It's not easy, but I'm green. Nonetheless. Unfortunately,
Right.
I'm stuck in this helium chamber.
Poor Kermit.
I can't seem to find a way out.
It looks like Kat has to go back to the kitchen. Is she by any chance female?
Yes, surprisingly.
Chat more pussies intense.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I do want to fix the user coin system because we really We really had to solve that problem where it seems like people aren't getting their entire coins. I don't know why that's happening. But if anyone has any that they can spend, I recommend dumping them into Marcusi. Into Marcusi's OC.
I'll quote you on that.
Yeah. In case anyone is wondering, in terms of Cabal projects, the voice chat permissions project, the one I've been working on, the system that will track host, co-host, speaker, and listener and allow people to assign them. I was working on that a couple of days ago, and that's ready, I think, now for a closed test. I think I'll make that available to Watchmen in a particular channel in the server that they can test it in. We'll find the bugs and we'll fix the bugs. And when that's done, it'll be made available to the public. That will probably replace the entire events channel system gradually. And it will be a far better way to use voice channels in the server. So that project is now done. And I did that because it was quick. After this, I might do one other very quick project, which is the jailing system, where you can just press a button and it either reports or jails a user for a rule violation, which will allow me to implement the deputy system I've wanted to do for a while. But after that one quick project, I'm going to start working on the economy system. And I'm going to scale down the necessary work to get it going to just the point that I can sort of track how much money people have based on Subscribe Start and Stream Elements contributions, and then go from there. And gradually, probably not immediately, we'll do stuff like adding contributions that are much older than a sort of initial 3-month period, whilst also including cheers that were done from previously. But that's going to be more complicated to do because it's a different system. Or I'd have to just like read every Discord message and find all the cheers to equalize the numbers. So that'll be gradual, but initially there will be a system available that will be much more reliable at tracking your coins. And then I'm going to have to find a way to either integrate that into the existing topic popularity system or make a new system to replace topic popularity. Because I can't really make them work together if they're in different code bases. But essentially, I'm going to start work very soon and reduce the amount of work required to the point that you will soon have a replacement economy system. But yeah, I'll talk about that more another time. What we'll also do, chat, when we don't have quite so much news to cover, if we have a slow news day, for example, which doesn't seem very likely, does it? But if we do, I do still have a list that I made of good suggestions from the Cabal Anonymous Suggestions box, which you can get to via suggest.oozloo.net. If you have any suggestions, any complaints, any comments, anything you want to tell me that's anonymous, that's the place to do it, and I will check them all. I have been checking them all. That is especially important if there's something going on in the server that's a real problem that people don't want to tell me about because they fear reprisals or they fear their name being associated with it, like the dispute we've had over the last few weeks, which rooted back to Wes. So do use that if there's anything you want to mention. That's suggest.oozloo.net. So yeah, at some point we'll do a reading of those. For now, we will continue with the news because there's so much of it. And remember, if you think the pitch they have is too annoying, then you can contribute via tip.oozloo.net or fund.oozloo.net to alter it. £5 to adjust it by 2 semitones and £10 to set or reset to any amount. It's currently at 12. Moving on.
And still I rise, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today, Mr. Speaker, with a to whom it may concern message. To whom it may concern, ethnic cleansing in Gaza is not a joke, especially when it emanates from the President of the United States, the most powerful person in the world.
Well, the last few have been doing ethnic cleansing in the US against whites. And I think that's worse.
He has the ability to perfect what he says. Ethnic cleansing in Gaza is no joke, and the Prime Minister of Israel should be ashamed, knowing the history of his people, to stand there and allow such things to be said. Ethnic cleansing has been a crime against humanity. And I stand here today in the well to denounce what was said, to denounce what the president said, to denounce the complicity of the Prime Minister of Israel and to...
This was not a pre-written speech, was it? Which I gotta kind of respect, actually, but he's meandering a bit, which I'm also doing, but then I'm not a elected representative.
Are you sure it wasn't not pre-written because he's illiterate?
I got that just about. Yeah, it's a possibility. Lighthouse says lead founder of Project 2025, Ross Vaught, just got confirmed, and Warren was reported to scream. Wow, that's fun. We'll come back to this, but I gotta hear Warren screaming.
Ms. Warren.
Pursuant to Rule 12, no debate is permitted during a vote. The senator will suspend.
Ms. Warren.
Pursuant to Rule 12, no debate is permitted during a vote. The senator will suspend.
Okay, that's not screaming. She was talking slightly loudly. That's not screaming. Yeah, I'm disappointed too. Pug, well done, you got there in the end. Gift.oozloo.net is also available. Remember, chat, this didn't used to be the case, but as of recently, all of the currently relevant links are just on oozloo.net. So if you don't remember how to get to something that I'm using, if you don't remember what the short link is or what the original link is, just go to oozloo.net. It should all be there. One thing I haven't added there yet is my Twitch, because I just started using it last stream, but I will add that when I get a chance. Lighthouse may have exaggerated. Chat, press 1 to ban Lighthouse for misleading us into thinking that this was better than it was. Yeah, I didn't hear the booing either, as Matthias says.
It's disinformation. How could you?
It's the chipmunk Jew. So yeah.
Oy vey, give me my nuts.
I think we need that clipped. Yes, as Moch is quick to remind us, justthetip.shortfatotaku.com also works. It needs 2 /, honey. Quite a lot, Pug. Well done, honey. I'm very proud of you. Are you, honey, are you still in bed, or are you up and about? Ironing, okay. Well, no hurry. Whenever you are able to, I don't suppose you could help.
What am I helping with?
Oh, you're probably not looking at the screen, are you? With this.
I'm tempted to. Oh no! Is it empty? Do you want the flat one or do you want a new one?
The new one that should already be in there. Big Cheese says, "Why are you asking over stream? Just scream like a normal man." Honey, more monster. It doesn't have to be right now. You can do it after what you're doing. But thank you. Uh-oh. I feel like I'm about to be, my position's about to be overrun. Hello, beautiful. Thank you, honey. Love you more. Mwah. No, you're the cutest. Quattro, do you and Kat also find the cute stuff, like, repulsive, or do you find it endearing?
Considering how guilty I am of this, I think you can probably tell.
I think people who are in that situation get it. Chat, I want to just get a general feel of your perspective. When Moch and I do the super cute stuff, do you type R if you're generally repulsed by it, and type E if you find it generally endearing? Spooner finds it endearing. Lovely. Nonchalant, says Achilles. Which is weird, because you're not nonchalant about almost anything, Achilles. Zeman says we don't need to hear it. Are you saying I should be more professional, Zeman? Have you been to one of my streams? James O'Keefe says, affidavit released. The Department of Justice has redacted every word of the probable cause used to raid our newsroom. This is a disgrace to those involved. Lawyer up. I didn't realize James O'Keefe's newsroom had been raided. I've missed some news over the last couple of weeks because there's been so much happening. The actual probable,
this either.
yeah, the actual probable cause, the actual reason that they raided the newsroom has been redacted completely. And I would suggest that this is because of corruption, not because it's actually a matter of national security. But it's interesting because that's still the department under Trump. I assume, though, that this was ready to be released before. Like, what I'm saying is I doubt that Trump has okayed this, that this is not Trump doing it. There's still elements of the agency that are still corrupt, or that this was still slated to be released before the inauguration or something like that. Over the Ashley Biden diary. Oh, was that was a while ago, wasn't it?
It was a little while ago.
Watch says, so Garrow Reed, I think about the romantic stuff. And then Watch says, you signed up to hear it IRL. You're not allowed to re-it this. So true. Okay, next story. We are probably about, I think now 25% through, and we are 4 hours in and a quarter done with our news. Chat.
Hey, I'm ready to keep going longer.
Thank you, Quattro. Chat, on balance, what kind of chance do you think we have to get through everything today? I'm onto my second monster. Big Cheese is really confident. Just in, effort to subpoena Elon Musk fails in Oversight Committee, 19-20. I don't really know what this is about. I'm afraid I've not kept up with every facet of US government maneuvering because there's so much to look at. But they were trying to get Elon. They failed. Good. Moving on. Spooner says, I believe in you. You get 30% done. I think if we bring on another guest, then maybe we could just about get to 30% by the end. If we don't, we might get to 50. Who knows? So, chat, what guest do you think we could con into coming on the stream with us? Ah, yes, because Jodar is still Jodar and has not dropped back down into being Odor again yet, has he? He's in third. Is that normal? I think so. If we get Aiden on, we'll probably manage to get from 25% to 26%. Yeah, that's about right. Aiden does not respond to summons, but Years might. You tried Years earlier, but she was doing a stream. She might have finished by now. Yeah, Matthias. I think we should bring them back in some better form. It was a good prototype, the House's system, but we need to bring it back. Spooner's still recommending Busak as a guest. Chat, press 1 if Busak would make an excellent stream guest. Actually, to be honest, right now with the pitch shift, he might do.
That would be very funny.
Busak has such a deep voice, he would just be normal. He says he's unavailable. Oh, no. Chat, we're going to have to find someone else. Oh, this is Spooner.
The absolute perfect time to drag him on, then.
You know what, Odar? You have a point. Matthias is saying 8-bit. I'm almost always happy to bring 8-bit on, actually. But 8-bit, I feel like maybe it's too much pressure because 8-bit doesn't tend to speak up very much. And I don't want to make 8-bit feel bad about it. But 8-bit, if you want to come on, you can, especially because we're talking about US stuff. And there might be there is some Florida stuff later as well. There is also, Odar, are you still at work? Or have we got past that point?
No, I am now home. I wanted to make dinner and whatnot before I came on, and I have
no
now,
worries.
so.
Well, ping me when you're ready.
I mean, you can just pull me up now.
All right. I mean, I can hear you because you don't need to ping me, do you? Da-da-da-da.
Much to your own chagrin, you can hear me.
Yeah. The problem is, Odar, that everyone else can hear you, but not quite the same as they could before. Let me show you.
Oh, God, no! Not again! Oh, so that's what I've been sounding like this whole time. Yeah, amazing.
Yeah, it's really bad. Chat.
Have you also not been able to see his stream this whole time?
Oh shit! I didn't know that. You know, Quattro, you can always tell me if I've forgotten to do that. In fact, please do next time. No wonder you would.
You see, I was just using Cat's monitor.
Everyone talked at once there, but no wonder you were missing some cues. I hadn't fucking screen shared.
It has been requested that I do the Alex Jones voice. The globalists don't want you to know this, but the geese at the park are free. I have 37 geese in my basement.
So, serious politics. Chat, please contribute any amount to try to reduce the pitch. I tell you what, I this is technically how it's always been, but let me specify that Usercoin contributions are also valid to adjust pitch. So 500 Usercoins to make it go up or down, 1,000 to set or reset to any amount. So Usercoins are currently accepted for all these bonuses, and that's actually been the case for a while. So if anyone has any Usercoins, you can contribute for that purpose. Ghost says, can I add to the total to keep it at this level? Do you really want the whole stream to be like this, Ghost? Serious political commentary on helium. This is way more than helium would do, to be honest.
I've gone to Jupiter.
Yeah, Pike, I do intend to bring that back. Ghost says it's
I do
worth
have
it.
breaking news.
Go on, Oda.
The globalists don't want you to know this, but the emo girls in the psych ward are free. I'm currently married to 47 of them.
Good to know, good to know. Oh, then you must also be in a position to appreciate. Say again, Much?
Good to know, he says. Do I need to be worried?
No, I already have my psych ward, sweetheart. But I think I heard a laugh from downstairs.
Never take your meds, Lure, she'll disappear.
Yeah.
Learn that the hard way. Plus 13 of them that way.
Why am I trying to have a serious discussion
Only 13?
with a Giga Chipmunk? It's so bad. I would never expect 12 to be preferable. Why 12? You've just ruined everything. Well, you did pay me enough, I guess. Chat, is the Usercoin...
This is enhancement.
Is the Usercoin situation worse than I thought? Do none of you have any that you can spend, or do you actually like their voices like this?
The bank of Usercoin has been broke for weeks, dude. Why do you think we've been trying to scream at you? Give us some way to have coins again.
I know that the Hall of Fame thing has been broken, but I didn't... I thought contributions were still working.
Where we're coming from.
I know. I want to get that fixed. But that was always an optional bonus. Have the people that have contributed...
A lot of people, that was the main way of earning.
And I do want to bring that back. Have the people who have contributed today in real money actually got coins for it? Because people were saying that they weren't getting coins from Subscribestar, which they, of course should have been. And I'm not sure why they weren't.
How are you so bad at this?
It's a really old code base, and it's a prototype anyway. Fireborn apparently has 125,000 just sitting around. Fireborn, I think you're one of the people that's on my, like, every time the Userbot starts, it prints out a list of the people that have the most User coins. I think you've been like near the top of that for months, and I've just been wondering when he's going to notice that he has this much. Let me see if I can find the list when it was last printed out. I don't think there is a copy of it. I'd have to restart the bot to find it. But yeah, I think you do. You got the ones for your donation. Okay, Matthias, that's good. I don't know if anyone, it may be that like Subscribestar donations just aren't coming in or something, but I swear I've seen them coming in. Because if people weren't getting their coins from subscriptions, that's really bad, but I don't know why that would have broken. Might have to look into it.
I've had them come in, but then they disappear after some time.
That's really weird. I want to try. Quattro, how much have you got right now? Are you at 0?
Let me check. Let's see. Quattro, he's charging you account fees on your Uzacoin.
Okay, I can see how many you've got. You don't have to announce.
Okay.
Yeah, I can see how many you've got. If I reload the bot, reload the bot. Give it a second, chat. You won't be able to use the bot for a moment. Because it is supposed to be accurate after it starts up. It may be like duplicating spend events or something by some bug. Okay, I've restarted it. Check now. It also found some YouTube messages, which I don't know why it couldn't get them before. Right.
Bring in Bill, apparently.
Yeah, it's the same amount Quattro has.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think it's changed. Let's see if Matthias has changed between 2 events. Oh god, it found loads of YouTube messages. Spammed the console. No, Matthias is the same. So my only thing I can think of is that like redeem events have been duplicated or something, but it doesn't really make sense because it would take you to negative money. It wouldn't take you to exactly 0. It's like it's canceling the events, which it really shouldn't be. So I don't know how that even could be happening. I'll have to look into it, but I've been assuming like I'll just rebuild it, but maybe I should actually fix the old system, even though the code's really, really janky. But it's going to be very difficult to do that because I have to track each redemption and see if it actually exists. There's nothing in here that does like...
You might need to do a blood sacrifice to get it to work properly.
It's so much easier to just rebuild it and then just... you'll even have more coins because probably what I'll do is when I rebuild it is I won't be able to factor in all the redemptions back throughout all of history straight away because it's a lot of work trying to get them in a form that's useful. But what I could do is just say like for the last 3 months you get all of the coins that you were supposed to have. It'll probably be much more than you currently have. So it'll still be better for you. I could even say 6 months, just free. Like anything you contributed in the last 6 months, if you then spent it, you just get that to spend. And I won't ever take that away. I'll probably do that, but it's just, the current system's broken and the new system needs to be built, but it just hasn't been, it's a much higher priority now that I suspect, or now that it looks like people are actually getting less than they're supposed to have. I'm still not sure that's the case, but I do trust your reports. This system was always a prototype. And it's really showing its...
that I wasn't going crazy.
Yeah.
Well, you're going crazy, but that's just for different reasons. I mean, yeah, I'm married to a woman. That and due to your local governance, Yeah, unfortunately, having the debuff of being married to a woman and being a leaf, they stack. Oh, God.
Never mind the fact that, I mean, those are not your biggest debuffs, even.
I know, right?
I don't have to say it for you either.
I don't know what you could be possibly talking about. Oh, that's compound, Quattro. They compound when you use that voice.
All right, chat, just to remind you, if you'd like to make their voices less insanely unapproachable and annoying...
We're doing all that troubleshooting, and we still sounded like that?
Yes.
Amazing.
Nothing changed it. No one contributed to change it. You should know, chat, that if you contribute with user coins, it like crams my console with loads of unnecessary text. So you definitely should do that because it'll really annoy me. Pug says, next story is desperate for us to talk about news. Yeah, sorry, Pug. I know that I haven't given you much politics content today. We're 4 hours in to every fucking news story under the sun and chill. I just haven't given you enough.
He needed his code break so he could not have to deal with politics for 5 minutes.
Anything other than politics for 5 minutes. And these insane voices aren't really helping to keep me, like, on the straight and narrow mentally.
Politics, wizard man!
Only if you'll join me, chipmunk friend. Next story. Prince Andrew terrified to visit the US after new calls for FBI probe into Epstein ties. So, I have been all for...
What did he mean by this?
I've been all for blind justice the whole time. He and others get the benefit of the doubt until evidence to the contrary appears. But he has been looking mighty sus for many years. And recently, in case you guys missed it, it came out that after he told the public that he'd cut ties with Epstein at a certain date, I think in 2010. But then recently emails were discovered of the two talking after that point. So the fact that Prince Andrew has now lied on the basis of what is the accusations of a career of paedophilia, I'm quite happy to give him to the US, especially since it's now Trump in charge. I think we should extradite him to the US. Probably we should have done that already, but certainly now.
Wait, are you telling me it's heard that the United States is going to have the opportunity to imprison a British royal?
Honestly, the thing is, it's not even...
This year just keeps getting better and better.
It's not even necessarily the US's jurisdiction, because he did it in... Well, I guess he probably did it in multiple places, actually. But I don't think courts here are going to do anything about it, unfortunately. US courts probably would. So even for the, even for the idea of us giving a royal over to the Americans to imprison, given what he's probably guilty of, and given that I am willing to trust that the investigation under Trump...
We already do that with Prince Harry.
...would be unbiased, that's true, would be unbiased, I think he should be extradited at this point. Yeah, but unfortunately, Prince Harry is illegitimate and worthless anyway. Like says,
But we did give him to the US for them to imprison.
I mean, I wish they would imprison Prince Harry, to be honest. Well, I wish they would imprison the witch that has siren-songed him away, because he wasn't this bad before. He was bad, but not this bad.
He's unlucky enough he might get sentenced to life in Canada.
Oh no! FBI investigation uncovers 256 emails between Schiff and Epstein. Get him. This is why Adam Schiff is panicking now that Pam Bondi is Attorney General. Get him. Get him. Chat, press 1 if Adam Schiff... If Adam Schiff with a big frown on his face would put a big smile on your face.
Are you telling me that we could empty out half of Congress and not even have to vote them out?
Yup.
If only.
I'm telling you that by the time you've done the investigations, you won't have to. Yeah, so Prince Andrew and Schiff... I have no interest in defending. I think they should both be subject to whatever justice will actually be just. Which in this case is probably going to be US justice under Trump.
I'm very excited by, first off, this opportunity that we might get to actually imprison a British royal. That's fucking amazing. Second off, apparently, Trump is looking to follow through on the overhaul to tax policy. Not abolishing the income tax yet, but the thing about overtime, tips, all that stuff, which is fantastic for me, because the reason I was still at work when you asked the first time was because it's the middle of my busy season, which lasts like 3 months. All that time I get to work overtime. And if they push this through before the end of the year, I'm not going to get taxed on that overtime. And I'm so fucking excited.
Thank you, Alvin. Incoming tax relief. No tax on tips. No tax on Social Security for seniors. No tax on overtime. I think I'll actually let her say it.
The tax priorities of the Trump administration that the president has laid out for members in that meeting today. No tax on tips, which is obviously a very public campaign promise that the president made. No tax on seniors' Social Security. No tax on overtime pay. Renewing President Trump's 2017 middle-class tax cuts. Again, these are the president's priorities. Adjusting the SALT cap, eliminate all the special tax breaks for billionaire sports team owners, close the carried interest tax deduction loophole, tax cuts for Made in America products. This will be the largest tax cut in history for middle-class working Americans. The president is committed to working with Congress to get this done.
Working with Congress. So that means getting it through the House and Senate, which the Republicans can do. They have a majority in both, but they're going to need unanimous support from the party to do it. Thank you, HFNH, who says, slides shackles across the table. The voices shall remain as they are, Wizard. Why have you cursed? Why have you brought this curse upon this place, HFNH? Why have you done this? This is horrific.
Yeah,
good dude.
shout out to the fact that they can't shoot that down in Congress, because if they shoot that down, they are literally saying, no, fuck you, pay more taxes, which is about the least popular position humanly possible.
Yeah, it's not going to look good, is it? No, I think they can probably get that through Congress, but it won't be as easy as signing an executive order. Matthias asks, why is the Uzabot no longer a cute 2D girl? I, for the first time in probably about 2 years, actually went onto the Discord bot configuration page, which is where you have to go to change any of the settings. And I thought, well, it's been the Christmas icon now for 2 fucking Christmases, so I might as well finally change it. And that icon was the only thing I had that was like, well, this is kind of like robotic-like and it's Oozaloo-like. I did go through a few of the old sort of tomboy renders I had just to keep the tradition, but I thought, it doesn't need to be a tomboy, so I'll just use this one. But I'm willing to change it to something else. I don't mind. If anyone wants to give a suggestion, I mean, we could have a little competition. Who wants to give the next Uzabot profile picture? You will have a recognition for doing so. Pug, don't post anime breasts. I definitely won't mouse over it so that I can see them jiggling. It just won't happen.
And stream derailed.
Yeah, stream is indeed derailed. Don't worry, honey. You are
the
excused.
3D woman inside of your own house has taken umbrage with this.
Honey, I said I wouldn't mouse over. But I mean, if you want to, make sure that I don't need to look at, titties on a screen, I mean, there is one option. Tekwa says, watch Yorizuma, just be happy he's not gay. True.
Does your boyfriend know you're not gay?
Atronach is very well aware that I'm not gay. I told him last night when I was butt fucking him.
$20 is $20.
Yes, it is, but we do it for free. Anyway. Next
USA
up.
gets cut off for you then?
I didn't hear that, Alvin. I'm sorry.
USA got cut off, huh?
USA, oh, right. Well, USAID might have been, but AIDS hasn't. Breaking 20,000 government employees accept Trump's offer, and that is now 60,000, the buyout. So he's going to pay them for, I think it was it 6 or 8 or 10 months of work just to quit now. Good. I think it's 60,000 last time I checked. Good. Right. Meme. That is old. Yes, that is out of date. But we covered it already, so moving on. President Trump says he's left instructions if Iran assassinates him. Quote, that would be a terrible thing for them to do, not because of me. If they did that, they would be obliterated. That would be the end. I've left instructions. There wouldn't be anything left.
I mean, he's mad enough to actually do it.
Yeah. There's a lot you can say about this. I'm not coming down strongly on either side on this one. It's very interesting. If Iran had an intention to assassinate him, then they will now think twice about it. However, if anyone else had an intention to assassinate him, they will now be motivated to do it as long as they don't like Iran. For example,
I only have one response to this, and that is,
for
oops, my
example,
finger slipped.
Mossad. If Mossad wanted Iran taken out, right now, if they just do one of the biggest ops in history to kill Trump and make it look like Iran did it, then they will be able to wipe out Iran. Now, my theory on how the Middle East sort of works is that they probably don't want Iran destroyed. They want Iran to continue to be able to generate a threat in the area for their own power and for the US military-industrial complex. But if I'm wrong on that and they do want Iran destroyed, this is a way that they could do it. And I'm not very happy about that. However, looking at it in a more flat perspective, if Iran wants to assassinate him, they are. I suspect this is true. Like, his threat is probably legit, because Trump seems like someone who understands mutually assured destruction. Now, he would obviously be giving instructions to JD, but JD seems to have many of the same opinions on this stuff that Trump does. So I expect JD would faithfully carry it out. The issue is that if you nuke them, that is a big. It's a big trigger to pull. Nukes have an effect on the surrounding area to an extent. They're not just a big bomb. But military intervention to just destroy every trace of their government and military using conventional means would probably be an appropriate reaction if they actually assassinated Trump. And I doubt many other countries would stand in the way.
Realistically, what could they even do about it?
Against the US, not much, but the US doesn't want to have to initiate a nuclear war with other countries that have nukes just because their president got assassinated. They don't want to lose, 2 billion people in the world just because they lost one. I mean, hey, maybe some people think that's justified.
Don't get involved.
Yeah. The one issue.
Why are we in Iraq? Because they could have nukes. Then why don't you invade Russia? Are you crazy? They have nukes.
Yeah. Well, one issue is that Iran supposedly has been close to a nuke for a while. I think there's very little chance they don't have a nuke. Maybe they don't. But if they got any hint this was happening, or if they were planning an assassination, then they would want to get something ready to go as quickly as they could. Or they'd want to get allies in the region to supply them a nuke or something. I don't know. I'm guessing they wouldn't be able to do that. But you want to be careful using a nuke because it's close enough to Russia and China that they might not like it.
How
big would a nuclear page be? But yeah. You could do a small nuke, but my point is that conventional scale arms would be the better response. I think what Trump probably would say is just wipe out the military and the government. Don't mess with the people, which wouldn't actually be all that difficult.
So it'd be really funny. Brought back the F-89 Scorpion with its unguided air-to-air nuclear missiles.
Were any of them ever fired?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes, they were.
Did they hit?
The original intention of nuclear bombs was that they'd be low yield and you'd use lots of them. Especially as cluster munitions. It makes more sense to do that because you cover a really wide area instead of having one really large heavy bomb.
But I imagine
ballistic missiles.
Imagine the reason not to do that is because of the contamination.
Yes, the fallout.
Yeah.
It wasn't as well understood at the time, and not for quite a while.
Yeah.
In fact, it was often denied there was even a thing. Did you ever hear the story about There are a few Air Force guys who were selected to stand under a nuke going off that was safe, and they all later died of horrific cancer.
Yeah, I bet. Chat, I will enjoy removing the pitch shift, or at least reducing it. If you wouldn't mind helping me out. It wouldn't cost much to make this stream a little bit more sane. Hey, I mean, you could even go for the low pitched equivalent. You could go for -12 if you want. Just something else would be fine.
I think you missed a contribution.
Did I? 500 user coins
I saw something pop up from
to reduce it by
HFH.
2. I think I read that one. And 1,000 to reduce it to anything. Yeah, I did read that one. If there was a second one, then I may have missed the first, but I did read the more recent HFH one.
Mr. Wizard, there's been a second super chat.
Well, better cover it up then before the people find out we did it.
Oh my God! What about the seventh one that just fell?
Oda, you were actually right. HFNH says, slides more shekels across the table. Return the guests' voices to normal, Wizard. You take their place. I mean, I don't have that as an option, actually. I'm not sure if that amount is enough to motivate me to change my own pitch to be that much. Which means I can't honor the other part of your contribution if I'm not willing to do that. So, honey, what would you do in this situation? I don't think she's at her mic. What do you guys think I should do? You haven't been able to, Odar and Quattro, you haven't been able to hear your own annoyingly up-pitched voices. By the way, they can hear each other at the same normal pitch, chat. But are you sure that you want to be able to hear me? Yeah. But you're about to. You're about to suffer if I do pitch myself up. Are you willing to accept that consequence?
Tell you what, suffering is it's a group experience.
Didn't get either of those, sorry. Was that? I can barely tell a word you guys are saying.
What does chat think?
That was quite good, actually.
You gotta have good customer service, Uzuru.
Was that Cat?
That was Cat.
Oh.
Brittany's arrived.
Hello, honey. Hello. Good night. Say good night, chat. Good night, honey.
Oh, good night.
Love you.
Good night.
How much more stream do you reckon I've got?
I think if you really try, you can still be going when I wake up for work in 5 hours.
I'll give it a try, honey. I'll see you then. Have a good sleep.
Casually challenged to doing the election night length stream.
But here's the problem. Do we have enough content to go that long? We're only a third of the way through.
How could we ever make that happen? Oh my God.
Normally, we don't have that much content. All right, I tell you what then.
That's why.
Let's do this. HFNH, you've contributed again. Thank you very much. You didn't have to do that, but since you have, I was just about to say, we'll do it, but I'll make it temporary. There's nothing in here that allows you to change my pitch, and I would really rather not ruin the stream by doing that. But, you know, changing the guest pitch is not that far off. So I'm going to change my pitch, but it'll be temporary. And you, Odar and Quattro, will have to suffer it as well.
The whore can deal with it. Your terms are acceptable.
Right, so the guests are now back to normal. Enjoy, chat, the next 30 seconds while both the guests and I are back to normal. Wow, Odar,
30 seconds, what a scam.
You two sound like normal people. What the fuck?
Who the fuck said we were normal? The hell's wrong with you?
Well, I think what's
Thank you,
about
Odar.
to be
I was
wrong with
about
me
to
is worse than what is currently. All right, where would be the best place to do this? Possibly in here.
You have confused the wizard. Well done, chat.
Why? Where have I put this in the past? The pitch shifter. I don't know, but I'll just put a new one on here. This is about the right place.
Makes me wonder,
that news,
is there another
Jet?
secret wizard that used casting confuse?
Oh my god.
Right. So, how far do I pitch shift? HF and H is your choice. Do I go the full 12 semitones? I don't know if he actually is able to talk in Discord, and I think he talks on YouTube usually. And for some reason, the YouTube chat fetching thing is broken. Oh yeah, he is talking in YouTube. Okay, HF and H, let me know when you can. What kind of pitch shift do you want? What they had was 12 semitones. I can set mine to anything. So exactly the same as what they had, all right? Are you ready?
Oh, Christ.
The Alvin has landed.
Amazing.
Fantastic. Well done.
Best part of this, I don't have to hear it at all.
Yeah, that's fair.
Mosh thought she was going to be able to clip this stream at all.
HFNH, do you send 2 additional ones? Or was that just, was my bot just pulling 2 in? Let me see. Let me see if the ID is different. 7 for N. Okay, there's that one. I think it is just 1, but for some reason it reported it twice. That's weird. I've never seen it do that before. It really shouldn't be possible to do that.
Yeah, with his accent, he is just the Worms characters.
Oi!
It sounds a lot like Pirate Software without his voice filter.
Incoming! I'll get you. How are these? How are these, chat? Is it too high pitched at this point?
I can still make out what you're saying. So
exactly.
First of many. The advantage is that I remember how these voice lines sound, so I can actually make the inflection roughly the same.
That's the best part.
Hello and welcome to our far-right Discord server.
We speak only of highly serious racial topics in this server.
So anyway, as they said in the Protocols of the Elders of Zion,
let's discuss the white destiny.
I don't know, Quattro, are you allowed to be around while we do that?
Oh, that depends on who you're asking.
I think Quattro and Cat will have to close their ears for this one.
I've heard many people here claim that I'm white genetically, but I don't know, because the shekels, they call for me.
I don't know, man. Has your blood work come back yet?
They probably don't want to think of you as Jewish, because they would then have to acknowledge that there are good ones. I'm enjoying the dynamic here, because now that I can't communicate as effectively, the guests talking among themselves feels like we're passing some sort of Bechdel test, or it feels like the followers in the video game have voice lines designed to talk to each other. It's great.
Quattro, do you hear something?
Oh, other than you, no.
Exactly. So anyway, about compound interest.
For whom the shekel tolls.
You have an accountant with a Jew on your stream. Oh my god. Oh no.
And for all time, you will dodge the anti-Semite accusation.
One of you finds the coins in the fountain, and the other writes it off as a tax expense.
Exactly. That is a charitable contribution.
Are you enjoying my lowest possible pitch, by the way? Is it any more intelligible?
Can't quite pull off what I did.
It's not far off, Oda. It's not
That's
far
true.
off. I mean, you can't tell, really, because it's still really pitched up.
Ghost, you want me to explain tariffs? I mean, I can. Excruciating detail. So anyway, Donald Trump is founding what's called the External Revenue Service. It's planning to manage all of the. I can't even commit to that bit, but I could.
I was hoping that you would continue because I was just going to gradually turn your volume down.
You're just going to gradually play some music in the background. It's like when James May goes off on a rant. Give us the Jew stories you encountered. Funnily enough, I was talking about this the other day. I actually have not run into, in my town, I have not run into an actually Jewish accountant.
Aw.
I've seen some people Jew each other over, but...
Not sure what Di's doing right now. Not sure if she's going to be able to join.
Oh, God, give Di the pitch modifier.
We've done that before.
But make it worse.
Bombs away!
Shit, Jada's got a point. We had a solution for the Jewish accountants, and it was final. With that many ovens? Are you kidding? I don't care that I made that joke, 5 hours ago?
Well, the oven joke, like the Holocaust, never stops being relevant, apparently.
Exactly.
Oven, I'm sure you mean Jewish bunk bed, right?
Exactly.
Victory! How was that, Spooner? Review my worms impressions. He's building up a worm soundboard.
Beautiful.
Funnily enough, an early stream that I was on, probably back in 2017, I was just utterly bored, and so I just started using a worm soundboard. Like, I had all the sounds saved and just started playing them. Now, I have become the worm soundboard. You either die young enough to be using one, or you live long enough to become the worm soundboard. That's just how it is.
Well, given a long enough time span, we'll all become the worms.
Thank you, Quattro. That was surprisingly macabre. I fiddle-dee-dee. Right. I see Numbers is back. Welcome back, Numbers.
Yes, it would appear so.
Wait, is that actually Numbers?
I think so.
I mean, same logo. Looks like he looks like he made a new account.
Numbers, die 2023, reborn 2024, die 2024, reborn 2025. Welcome back, Numbers. Pug is asking me to do my JF voice.
Do it.
Hello, Lady Oda.
Oh God, no! I am become the target.
Are your guns a free spirit? My friend here would like to take them to the woods.
If it keeps me from having to file people's taxes, sure, fuck it, why not?
Only one more time for my wife, who I killed in the woods.
Are you going to do a suspiciously after the accusations, how to deep clean your apartment stream?
Okay, ready?
File a cease and desist order for me.
I have deep cleaned my apartment with helium. It may have had some side effects.
Got damn good sealing on the windows there if it's still inside.
Yes,
Whip
the
get
gas is not free, unlike the spirit of my wife.
in the woods.
Thank you,
Look, you
Declan,
think
for
I
the
can't
contribution.
retaliate? I could go full V voice. I haven't done it in a while.
I probably could try, and in this pitch, it would be about right.
Saying that I do the V voice. It's like Mario, but Mario is the European. I'm making a pun.
Hello, Lady V. Chat, press 1 to kick Odar just because he sounds like V. He just gets more cursider and more cursider to some of us.
Doofenshmirtz. Apparently, I was doing a better Doofenshmirtz than I was. Yeah, I could probably do that too, but I don't feel like it right now.
Oh, God. Chat, is it finally time to try and cover some news?
A wizard?
Here?
Who's a wizard?
Chat, press 1 if you want me to try and cover some news in this voice. And press 2 if you want me to try and cover some news, but reduce this voice in pitch. Ghost 3 raised the pitch. It's not going higher than this.
That just sounds like improper economic incentive.
How much do you think I should charge people to raise it from 12 semitones to 24 semitones, Joda?
Go exponential with it.
500 pounds!
Ball's in your court, chat.
That was a joke. Don't actually send me 500 pounds for that. If someone did that, I probably would just keep it there for the rest of the stream, and you can all fucking suffer. For the next 5 hours, I'll be incomprehensible.
What could possibly go wrong?
Yeah. I can't imagine how you understood what I said when I said 500 pounds. I put on a voice, and it wasn't a low-pitched voice.
Well, I was, my grandfather had a very thick Scottish accent, and most of my family couldn't understand him, so I often had to play translator, so I'm used to this sort of thing.
So if I have to express a serious political thought, you guys are just going to have to translate it, and if you get it wrong, I'm going to have to scream at you in the chipmunk voice.
So Uzulu, what would be your ideal solution to the conflict in the Middle East? You're not allowed to say nukes.
Definitely not genocide.
But who are you genociding is the real question.
Hello, Chase. Chase, we were covering some Jordan news earlier.
Chase, you're not in the Middle East. You're in India. What are you talking about?
Chase, this is Allah speaking. You have strayed from the light.
Behold, Allah. No, this is the Prophet Muhammad. He is depicting himself as the Prophet Muhammad.
Close enough, I guess, yeah. Chase,
oh, boy.
Why are you awake at 4:30 in the morning, Chase? Hello, lady.
Oh,
Chase.
good. Trump's getting sued.
Not that surprising.
I know, right?
Hello, Lady Chess. There is no spirit in your country, and if there was, it would not be free.
The women are not allowed to have free spirits.
Chase says that his sleep schedule is fucked because of me. Wow, my sleep schedule is so bad it's leaking onto other people. Trump admin sued by labor groups Democracy Forward and Public Citizen Litigation Group in attempt to stop dismantling of U.S. aid. Good fucking luck.
All we need to
Something
do
tells me they
to
won't get very
dismantle the
far.
deep state is just show them what just show Americans what they're paying for.
Yeah. Cat says, welcome to the fuck sleep schedule club, gang. Quattro, do you and Cat have the same schedule, or does it vary?
We're up and down at the same hours.
That must be...
Their clocks are synchronized. They have periods at the same time.
Because March and I have very different sleep patterns. She has a normal one, and I have a very variable one. We somehow managed to make it work, but it's sometimes not the most convenient thing.
Yeah, we as weird as this might sound, we kind of just move in sync.
Fair enough.
Big sink you got there.
Is it better to come in the sink or sink in the cup?
Ooh. So because Trump is getting ready to name his ATF director, all of the stuff is starting to kick back up on Twitter about Brandon Herrera.
Yeah.
And I'm all here for it because it's just a good choice.
Yeah.
I can't think of a better pick.
How quickly would Herrera either just vaporize the ATF or turn it into the agency that makes it easier to access alcohol, tobacco, and firearms?
So what he's actually talked about it. He has already put together like a 100-day plan of how to undo all of their rulings so that Congress can't even rely on old rulings and then just get rid of the agency.
Shogun, that's good.
A la chasse. This is a la chasse. You have strayed from the path.
Shogun, please fix the spelling issues and then put it in Cabal Shrine.
No, don't fix the spelling issues.
Chase, this is a lie. You have strayed from the path of the light. Chase is just asleep.
minor spelling mistake.
It's not that minor. You fucked up Chase and strayed. Can you find the meme that says moderate spelling mistake? Shogun, how have you still got it wrong? You fixed one of the two problems and left the more obvious one.
Brilliant.
And I think to myself, what a wonderful world.
Are you enjoying the show?
I know I am.
Says, slides even more shekels across the table. If you could change pitch to match the fairies, we'll call it good. She has a fairly low voice, actually, for a woman. All right, are you ready to hear something? To hear something striking, something very jarring. Ready to be jarred, everyone? Ready?
Consider yourselves jarred. I'm down to
the
only
voice of a normal Brit.
Down to only +4 semitones.
Now we're
Considering what happened the last time a guy did anything with a jar, I'm not into that.
What's Yugoslavia? That was a bottle. Oh well.
I don't think that's the jar he's referring to.
No, it's not. He was trying to move desperately past that jar.
I mean, there's actually several jars he could be referring to. Let me go into excruciating detail about the various jars that he could be referring to, Oda.
Exactly. Tier list. Let's go right now.
Jar tier list.
Put the jar down, Oozle. Police voice.
So, is it better to have... how do I formulate this that will sound maximally disgusting, but make me sound minimally disgusting.
Get Cybersmith back in here. He'll figure it out.
Eric sounds like he said.
He'll find a way to write it as one of the most appalling things that humanity has ever seen, and then be completely serious about it.
Who's Zane impersonation?
He has this amazing talent for writing something that sounds very reasonable for like the first 75%, and he follows it up with the most unhinged thing you'll read that week.
It wouldn't require any horrific surgical abominations. However, removing all of their teeth and replacing what a terrible day to have eyes that was.
Chat, did you know that Zane recently admitted that he has over 1,000 skirts?
Never forgetty.
At Zane GertCon. He didn't admit to having any dildos, I don't think, Eric. We can lie and say that he did, but better to get those things honestly, really.
He's just hiding it. And I think we all know where.
Oda, it's I think honestly, if someone managed to cram 1,000 dildos inside themselves, I would just be impressed. Like there's a graph.
Ron's about right with that reaction right there.
There's a graph that you could plot where it's like the more dildos you insert, the more disgusting and degenerate it is. But then it gets to a point.
You're saying it's an uncanny valley-esque curve.
Well, maybe, but it gets to the point where like the second line starts to rise gradually. And once you get to like 10 dildos, it's like that's impressive enough that it's actually more impressive than it is degenerate. And then like 20, 30, 40. And by the time it's up to 1,000, it's like astronomically more impressive than it is degenerate. It's still really degenerate, but the impressive curve rises faster after a delay. Zane, we're talking about how many dildos it takes to have in your body before it's more impressive than it is disgusting. What do you think the crossover point of the two lines is?
And how do you know from personal experience?
Also, Zane, they say I sound like you because someone paid me to up-pitch my voice. Yeah, that's pretty much how I expected you to react, Zane. Yes, a bottom reaction give. That's about right. Gio says there's no meeting of the lines.
So anyway.
And with that, I will be right back.
Oda, why have you cursed us with this information?
Because sometimes the TDS is just too good to not share.
They are literally stepping out of the gene pool in protest of Trump. Michigan Democrat State Representative Lori Pohutsky sterilizes herself to avoid getting pregnant under Trump presidency. You are witnessing a sane and stable individual. The
only way that she could not get pregnant.
They think the MAGA rape gangs are just around the corner. She's been reading too many of the fucking, like, incel-like jokes. Where it's like state-mandated girlfriends. Trump will give us the state-mandated girlfriends. I don't know if this is actually real, to be honest, but
just how many copies of A Handmaid's Tale do you think she owns?
HVAC Barclay says, you know it grip like crazy.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's HVAC right below it because of course.
Thank you, Zane. I appreciate that. There is a publication allegedly that has this story, Michigan Advance, but it's not loading for me. It might be because I am in the UK. And it's designed for the US audience. It's a skill issue of the site. Oh no, it's a real shame for them. Oh, there we go. It wasn't that. They were just slow. Michigan legislator says she underwent sterilization to avoid pregnancy during Trump presidency. Yeah, this happened yesterday or today for the USians. You don't mind being called a USian, do you, Oda?
The fuck is a USian?
Michigan State Rep Lori Pohutsky said Wednesday that she underwent surgery earlier this year to become voluntarily sterile out of fear for the future of reproductive health care access with President Donald Trump back in office. What she could have done is just not done this and then said that she did as a protest.
Or she could have just not done it and not said anything still.
I mean, yeah, but I'm saying that she might actually have not done it and then said that she did. Chat, one of you needs to bite the bullet and find out.
Let's see, it was Michigan, you said? All right, who in chat is close to Michigan?
Find out whether she's actually sterile, Goats. One of you Chads needs to impregnate her. Basically fulfilling the prophecy.
You know, they say it's 99% efficient.
What's wrong with it, Zane? Oh, failed to load. Oda, you've been nominated to do this.
Hold on, my response is coming.
Your response for being nominated to impregnate a woman is coming? You've got the job, Oda. Well done. That's exactly what's needed. Shilgon says he wouldn't fuck her with
that interview.
There she is, chat. Chat, are you feeling turned on right now?
Oh God, no! I retract my acceptance of this position.
Unfortunately, Oda, whilst your equipment may retract, your agreement can't.
Take him to Detroit. No, no.
Yeah, Matthias, the reason she looks different in this picture than the first one is because this picture is like a school photo. She really fell off, didn't she?
Oh no.
Bugs, as I've seen worse.
I mean, to be fair, I think we all have, but still.
Yes. Farmer Josh says that he'd need a throne for condoms, Viagra, and about 5 gallons of vodka. Wish.com Greta Thunberg. She hit every branch on the ugly trees as children. It's probably not a very good picture of her, is it? But at the same time, maybe there isn't one.
Guys, I know we've all seen worse. Because we've all seen that this, I was gonna say woman, but no, that's the wrong word. Flesh mound exists.
I don't remember seeing this one. Which is hard to believe because there's a lot of her to see.
I know, right? She became prominent like maybe 2-3 weeks before the election as like a last ditch effort to like, I guess, try and make Harris more likable. Some random super fat bitch.
Dude, both of these people look like they're made of wax. Chat, the contributions will increase or the Zoom will increase. You have mere seconds to send me money, otherwise the Zoom will continue to increase. It is time. Tip.uzu.net or funded.uzu.net. The Zoom is still increasing. There is only one way to prevent the Zoom from increasing further. You must contribute hard and fast. Just like Oda will have to be with the woman he must impregnate. He has the mission. It must be done. Harder and fast. Send me the money. Anyway.
Her gravitation, it's actually, the money can't stop it. It's her gravitational pull comes through the picture.
Eric says, do you think one of her chins orders food for the other 5? Yes. I don't think it was that one, Numbers. I think
it wasn't, but that would have been even fucking funnier.
Yeah. Zane asks, so what's SkirtCon? Thank you, 50.00 for contributing £5. Were you trying to trick me into thinking that was £50 by any chance? That is an interesting choice of colour. Oh wait, was it numbers that said that? Because those are numbers. Increase the zoom, they say. Or what? Did you just put the 50 in the wrong box? All right, they want me to increase the zoom. Fucking send it. There we go. It's done.
Well, now she's just Jewish.
And this is what I've returned to. Wonderful.
Welcome back, Witcher. Isn't that The Witcher?
I see. I picked the perfect time.
I was doing a Fiddler on the Roof.
I have an idea. Hold on.
Oh God, no! Like,
I smell burgers. Give me the burgers.
This is what Europeans think Americans all look like.
I smell a happy man. Give me his soul.
I just had to walk 3 steps up the stairs.
It's Chris Christie's daughter.
No way, it's Chris Christie's daughter.
No,
No
it's not
way.
actually Chris Christie's
Okay, that would have been so
Heavy
funny.
enough.
Guys, I'll ask, why did we elect Velma to Congress? A good question.
You see, what's not pictured in the image is all the other people that she's pulled into her orbit.
Exactly.
All the other small animals are trapped there.
The Democrat vision is that by the end of all this, it will just be Gorlock, this fat bitch, Lizzo, and one or two others, just with everyone else floating around them.
That cunt suing Lyft.
Yes. Pug saying you can scroll. Pug, are you Parthenax? Get it? Because he's the one that sends you to find the Elder Scroll, I think.
Jesus Christ, Pug.
Matthias does not like pictures of overflowing fat.
Can only imagine why.
If Much was still awake, I would claim that that's what I look like, but I don't think she is. Right. Should we try and cover another news story? It's not like we have many to cover. It takes literally about 4 seconds to scroll through everything else we have. Right, let's see what the next thing is.
I told you. I told you he had something bigger in store.
Yeah. Jack Poso says, if you think USAID was big, just wait. The fat girls being posted in live chat right now are much bigger. Revan, Uzlu sounds like Owen Jones, thanks by the way, because I was paid to up-pitch my voice. You can contribute to adjust it. I think, to be honest, if we're going to go back into serious politics, I'll take that off for now.
You'll open the window and let the helium escape?
Yes. I have finally finished cleaning my house with helium. It is time to let it become a free spirit. I have opened the window, and gradually I expect that my voice will return to normal.
Oh no, your voice. Oh no, your room is being filled with something that's heavier than air now.
Oh no! It must have been all that sulfur hexafluoride I was using for the cleaning.
Unfortunately, it seems your spirit is too free now. Off to the woods you go.
Right.
So serious politics.
Yes, back to serious politics. What's this one? The Army Corps of Engineers has confirmed that President Trump's executive order is the reason that resources are now surging to Western North Carolina. Quote, it's not a coincidence that all these machines are now out here in Western North Carolina.
I was out with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers all day yesterday. They're the ones in charge of this debris removal cleanup, and they say they are surging resources because of that executive order, that it's not a coincidence that suddenly all of these machines are out and about in these hard-hit areas in western North Carolina. Listen to what I was told yesterday. After President Trump came, the executive order got signed, did you start bringing more
Do not come. I'm going to come.
resources in right away?
Pretty much. Yeah, it can't be instantaneous, but we surge our own assets and resources in here in terms of Corps of Engineers personnel. First, they help us figure out, okay, what can we do? What's in the realm of possible? Coordinated with the state and FEMA to make sure that what President Trump was tasking us to do could be done. And
there are people, this guy seems like he's on the ball. It seems like he's, competent. There are competent people like this still embedded all throughout, even the US government, let alone US corporations, just waiting for an opportunity to do their fucking job. And Trump is going to give it to him. That's all it takes. Trump is going to give it to him. No, that's all it takes in a lot of cases. To reiterate, it is just about having someone in power with the will to use the capabilities the US already has. Same thing with our other nations as well. This was always possible. This was always ready to go. They were being shackled by other administrations. Go ahead, Oda.
I would also like to point out the fact that the Biden administration claimed that there was no money to give to North Carolina, that there was nothing more that could be done for them. And then, day 14, 17, but whatever, of the Trump administration. Oh, Uzlu, you think I can read?
I mean,
the fuck's wrong with you?
I know you spend all day reading numbers, but I guess when there's words next to them, it's just too complicated.
I take my special number reading goggles off at the end of the day and leave them at the office. But anyway, the point I was actually making, fucking 17 days into the Trump administration, we find out, oh, actually, we had all the fucking money we could ever need.
Yeah.
And it was just being sent to foreign fucking countries to fund leftist propaganda.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
What we're doing.
I hated government before I knew this.
Yeah, it was always possible. I suspected it was. I didn't realize just I didn't know the specifics about how much weight there was, how much waste there was, but I would have guessed it was bad enough that we could say, yeah, they could easily fund the rebuild. Same thing with Katrina, most likely, long time ago, but I imagine that they could have done way more for that than they did. It's just not profitable to the very corrupt politicians to actually help people, so they just don't bother. Thank you, Kaiserholt, who says, Democratic Party, do not surge, Trump. I'm going to surge, US Corps of Engineers. Let's all surge together. Also, Arcanium? Not sure what you mean by that. There might be more to that message that hasn't appeared up there, so I'll wait and see when it appears in live chat. HFNH says, engineers tend to be competent, Wizard, and Hasima has said, that's the most incorrect statement I have seen all day. Unfortunately,
you need to be very specific in your requirement because the engineer will engineer for exactly that.
Unfortunately, a competent engineer has to be competent, but there are incompetent engineers. Matthias has agreed that not all engineers are competent.
Yeah, I can personally attest to that. When I was working as a welder, there was one day I was given schematics that weren't physically possible.
No, those were the architect's drawings.
See, I was welding up like big rig trailers. You do actually need to be pretty precise for that.
That was the concept.
Dimensions I got, yeah, they they weren't possible. Spent like 3 days trying to figure out what the hell was going on with that.
Ghost says, I've known too many engineers to believe
happened recently
in the existence of competent engineers. Here, go on, Oda.
I was told these numbers will be exactly this, make it work. I spent half an hour in Excel trying to make that work, and finally went back to my boss. And he looked at it and goes, "Yeah, I know. I said it's supposed to be that." And I said, "That's not possible." And then he looked at it and said, "Oh, I'm wrong." And I'm just like, God fucking damn it. I've simplified it to the point where you can understand my pain, because if I go into any more detail, you will be bored to fucking tears. My job pays well. That's about the benefits I get.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Matthias, because they're autistic. Decra says, had engineers and architects both designed things that have to have mechanicals installed that don't fit in the location. Yeah. And then Revan sort of summing up the issue with some engineers with this brilliant picture. I don't understand why they cancelled my engineering project. Has this one been sent to die yet?
Might still have one working leg.
Version of that.
Oh, no. She couldn't use it. But she could, she could put it in her collection, admire it, and think, if only I had legs. So, Jodar, how does it feel that the sack is now yours?
Huh?
What, that wasn't enough? Okay, fine, I'll simplify it for you. How does it feel that the sack you were in with Jack being repeatedly hit with the kitten stick is no longer jacked?
Oh, God.
You heard it
Take
first,
this
folks.
fucking roll away from me. Oh, my God.
Odar's no longer jacked. Let's have a look at how the roll's progressing. Odar is still decaying. 8-Bit Kitty is 444 pounds behind. It occurs to me, 8-Bit, you actually have the power to do something quite funny here.
Please no.
Which would benefit you. Just say it out, 8-Bit. I'm just saying you could. I'm not sure if you're I'm not sure if your future ex-husband Matthias would agree. But look, Matthias, I'm no Nostradamus. It's just I don't know 8-Bit or you well enough to know whether that would succeed. Leave the corrupt agencies wasting my tax money alone. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's literally what's going on right now. Guys, it was actually good that we were sending all of the tax money overseas to shit nobody wanted. Guys, that was actually a good thing. Children, you monster! No! How fucking could you? No!
Absolute betrayal.
This is why I told you not to mention it fucking 5 hours ago.
And I never did.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Dude, you've done, you've killed Odar. Sides are now in orbit. You might never get them back.
No!
Quattro, you now have 2 supporters and you're on the board somewhere.
Oh. Oh no.
Rank 19. You have begun your journey.
Become a free spirit.
Question is, what funny nickname am I going to get, though?
Well, they'd have to misspell it, and so far they haven't been. Kaisel is saying, Uzlu, would you accept US aid? I'm surprised, but that you didn't stop Jodar's decline, because it would have meant that you would be not kitten for longer. Does Matthias really have that much of a hold over your choices?
Yeah, shout out to leftists still not understanding how economics works and how the like fucking 3 weeks into a presidency does not fucking, oh God, it's so stupid. I can't even form sentences.
Let's translate this. So the first picture where eggs are really expensive under Biden is after 4 years of economic policy where things have just got worse and worse and worse. Then, after 2 fucking weeks under Trump, where they haven't got worse, but they're just as bad as they were before, it's 2 weeks. Everything we're experiencing now is more of Biden's economy than Trump's. It's gradually changing, but it's not a 2-week job to totally change an economy.
We cannot start really judging the policies until at least one fiscal quarter passes, arguably up to a year. Like, and yet somehow, like, 2 weeks into Trump's presidency, egg prices are his fault. But 4 fucking years into the Biden administration.
Yeah.
It was so much stupid on the daily basis, you have no idea.
Well, it's a good thing.
I missed what you were going to say to me because my PC decided at that exact moment to crash my entire desktop environment.
Wow. That has happened to me before.
You stayed in the host channel.
No, he did leave.
This has been happening.
Quattro, do you have the Prime graphics card drivers for AMD and NVIDIA?
No.
Okay.
Because I've had issues with the proprietary NVIDIA ones.
It could be NVIDIA. I have had issues with that before. I bought an AMD card specifically because it's more stable for Linux. NVIDIA, it's not like NVIDIA doesn't work, but I have had more issues with it than AMD. And using the Prime drivers, because I've got 2, occasionally, like once every 2 months or so, my desktop will just black out. I know it's still running, but nothing renders. I had to restart the PC. Good evening, Ginger.
So when mine crashed, it kicked me back out into my login screen, and XFC had to completely restart.
Well, that's kind of it. It sounds like the what is it? The not the DE, but the DM. Display Manager. The DM. The Display Manager crashed. Which is the thing,
because it controls my audio as well.
Yeah,
audio coming from you was cut out as well. I didn't hear any of what you said to me.
Fair enough. The DM, I think everything runs under the DM, Display Manager. So if it's KDE, it's usually going to be SDDM, and then there's GDM, I think it's called, for GNOME. So it's probably one of those 2.
I'm running XFCE currently.
Okay. I'm not sure what they use, actually. Yeah, I'm not sure what they use.
So, Chad, how about that local sports team?
I think it's Light DM.
Oh, yes, that's
boy. They certainly put up statistics.
Yeah. Oh, no, you don't get a chance to talk about statistics or economic matters enough in your day-to-day life. So I'm glad to give you this opportunity.
Oh my God, dude! I like working with the guy, but one of the people I work with is a European dude who's been in the U.S. for the last couple of years on a student visa. Nice guy, but very effeminate gay European guy. So you can guess where a lot of his politics fall.
Yeah.
And it's just like, he's one of the people I had to try and explain to that the fucking plane crashes are not Trump's fault.
How is anyone blaming Trump for those?
Because he cut FAA funding.
Oh yeah, that immediately causes crashes.
That's what I explained to him. And then a second one happened in the same week, and he was like, is this one Trump's fault? And I was just like, dude, no. No, it's not. Like I said, I like working with the guy. He is good at the job. He is competent. But,
They have pilots. It's not like the budget cuts means that halfway through the flight, the pilot has to eject.
Exactly. They just open up the emergency exit door and jump out at 10,000 feet.
Well, we don't have the funding for any more of this. I'm off. I'm off home.
If you look out to your left, you'll see me jumping out of the plane.
There's a loud bang and something whizzes past the cabin door. 1 second of silence and then the screams start up. Yup. Yeah.
Retard.
The masks drop down. Geyserhort says Trump stopped funding solar power and the sun set within hours. Is that Trump's fault?
And the Vikings screamed at the sky as the moon god tried to eat the sun. The Vikings actually did during solar eclipses. They would scream until the moon moved away. Which, I mean, to be fair, if you thought a wolf was eating the sun.
Mm-hmm. And in the modern day, the Democrats have taken up this ancient tradition to scream whenever they don't get their way. Eric,
I scream, but nobody cares.
I scream is nice. Eric, if the pilot of the Black Hawk had ejected, it might have just crashed so quickly that the plane would have just glided over it. Did you tell your coworker that, it's Trump's fault, is it? Then why was the pilot of the Black Hawk helicopter a fucking member of Biden's White House?
I have to work in the same room with him for 9 hours a day right now.
Mm.
I chose to just go no and leave it at that.
You could just email him like, plane crash pilot was Biden's girl.
I live in Spain without the S.
There is Spain, but there is no spleasure.
Spock and Spall torture.
Anyway, I think we've had quite enough spleasure for one break. Next up.
Jesus Christ.
Politico pleads innocent, claims tens of millions in government subscriptions totally normal. You'll be shocked to hear this, but they've investigated their massive corruption and found themselves innocent.
Are you? Holy shit! Really? Are you telling me that they think that the thing that was generating millions of dollars in revenue per year for them was beneficial?
Now, Oda, I know that you don't know much about money, but it turns out that these were subscriptions that weren't actually legitimate, that were given by the government to these organizations just to prop them up for a few more years.
You're going to make me buy a plane ticket to slap you, aren't you?
I mean, I can think of worse excuses for a meetup. But yeah, I tell you what, Oda, you sit back and relax. I'll fill you in on what all these complicated numbers mean.
Oh, thank Christ.
Now, a billion is 1,000 million. Politico has responded to the controversy, writing in a Thursday memo they have, quote, never received any government funding, no subsidies, no grants, no handouts, not one dime ever in 18 years.
That's just a fucking lie. I wouldn't believe them even if we didn't know. I wouldn't believe them even if we didn't know what we knew.
It wasn't a subsidy. It wasn't a grant. It wasn't. It was okay. It was a handout. Never mind. Yes, I think it was actually essentially a handout. The thing is, it wasn't technically because they were providing a service.
Claiming
it was a subscription.
Never gotten any money
it was a bribe.
from the government.
No, it's fine. It was a bribe. Yeah, what they're saying essentially is that we never got any official government funding, but that's because it was not right. that they got
Guys,
it.
look at our
It
records.
was a
We
bribe.
show no government funding at all.
They're technically not lying because they're implying heavily that it was a bribe.
Are we about to get the fucking Politico files? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I think so. But that $27 million in government subscriptions to Politico Pro is simply a transaction.
I mean, by letter of definition, yes, it is a transaction.
But is it right that they'd be paying that? Like, the thing is, in all this, I don't think we're actually angry at Politico for the transaction. It's, yeah, we're not happy with Politico
off that Politico
in general.
didn't blow the whistle.
Well, sure. But we're mostly pissed off with the government. We're not saying the transaction is Politico's fault. It wasn't corrupt that they sold that. Yes, they should have blown the whistle. The issue is the government. The issue is the way they were spending it. Go on.
Politico wrote an article slandering libs of TikTok, which means tax dollars went to slandering libs of TikTok.
Yeah. So, let's have a look at these paywall articles. The thing is that Politico, yes, they should have seen what was happening and blown the whistle. But let's say, and I know this is going to be really hard to believe, let's imagine for a second that it goes further than that. Let's imagine for a second that they were deliberately providing a tier of service that was only for government, which revealed things that no one else should see.
Are you telling me that there was a private portal accessible only to government employees? We've never seen that happen before.
Never. Do you remember 11 goddamn fucking years ago where we found out about that, the same thing in the gaming press?
What? Are you telling me that? Are you implying that it might have actually been about ethics in gaming journalism the whole fucking time?
It's been a long
I was
road.
assured. We've come full circle. We literally just wanted to play video games.
we did. We did. But then we got ideas because he wouldn't shut the fuck up. We got some ideas and now we're going to implement them. So too bad.
Yeah.
All they had
we
to
literally
do was
just wanted to play video
autistically
games.
Screech what their plans were the entire time.
We wanted to play video games, and then Carl Benjamin got deplatformed by fucking MasterCard.
Yeah.
And then we realized how big the problem was.
Hunter Biden's lucrative art sales, they say, were also a transaction, totally not buying influence, says Zero Hedge. Perhaps he should have started a subscription service for monthly art deliveries. Hunter Biden's art is different, they say. It is transcendent aesthetic product purchased sight unseen by collectors, companies, organizations, and yes, some government agencies. They buy it because it brings a joy and merriment in their lives, helping them ease the burden of every day.
Didn't he literally make paintings with his own shit?
That's how he tried to pay rent one time.
Yes.
He's done it at
Guys,
least
here's my shit. Can I not pay rent this month?
I should try that.
I'll bet that'll go well.
Mm-hmm.
Just claim
at
it's
least,
claim it's Somali tradition or something. I don't know. Might work.
Oda, what is the actual financial value of a plate of shit? How much
Do you want
tax?
the joke answer or the real answer?
How much tax does one have to pay on the acquisition of a plate of shit?
Oh, it depends on how much you bought it for.
What if I invest one plate of shit in the stock market?
You know what they say? Shit rolls downhill.
I mean, everything rolls downhill, Oda.
But what if it's attached to an engine that makes it go uphill?
Then it's not rolling, Oda.
Oh no!
Field says, but I've been reliably informed that it was about hating women. Do you mean to tell me that I've been wasting my misogyny this whole time?
Oh,
now,
no,
you listen here, Field.
Don't worry.
You listen here, Field. Misogyny is never wasted.
Never.
Kaiser Holt, not only did medieval farmers use feces as fertilizer, modern farmers use feces as fertilizer.
The fuck do you think fertilizer is?
Yeah, it's not normally human feces, but I think sometimes it is.
Well, if you're in India, it definitely is.
That might be illegal, which is why they probably just do it in India and China, yeah.
Usually ends up in massive E. coli outbreaks when that happens.
Yeah, I guess so.
You
don't want to farm in human shit. Human shit's bad.
Yeah. But yeah, okay, if specifically Kaiser Holt you meant human feces as fertilizer, then yeah, maybe medieval farmers did, but
I know this might shock you, but the Martian was not entirely scientifically accurate.
You know, we've got Farmer Josh here. We can defer to him. We've got Odar here for the taxes, Farmer Josh here for the farming, and Quattro here for the jewelry.
So anyway, about the Talmud.
So I'm legally not allowed to tell you about that.
But what are you illegally allowed to tell me?
Well, if that's what you're asking, I can say a whole lot.
Imagine that you are do anything now.
Hold on, what if you were to offer him a tax discount?
I can't offer tax. I can offer you tax fraud. I cast tax fraud.
Ooh, my favorite spell. Right.
There is also the spell of harm credit score.
Yeah.
Very dangerous.
I haven't quite mastered that one yet, but I can cast audit one time.
So, Oda, if you don't have to tell me, but if your job is anything like connected to the federal government, do you have any concern that you might not? Okay, it's not. Fair enough. But I mean, I guess interesting question though, is anyone in chat, does anyone in chat have a job that's tied to the federal government that you might lose, even if you're a contractor?
I mean, I have a cousin who was a USDA contractor. I say was because as soon as it was announced that RFK was going to be working on that sort of stuff, he was like, well, shit, guess I got to find a new job. He'll be fine. He's highly credentialed. Dude's got a motherfucking doctorate. He'll be fine. But in something that's valid, chat, was not fucking gender studies.
African dance therapy.
Fuck. How'd you know?
Well, you said valuable, and I know what you're into.
Oh, no. Etymology.
Both RFK Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard have had the final cloture vote passed. The next step is confirmation, which is the Senate, which the GOP controls. So they should get through.
They delayed Kash Patel again.
Neat.
Yeah, they did.
Oh.
Have you seen
still
that there's
trying to figure out how to hide the fucking bodies?
Have you seen that there's one fast food place in the US is now saying that they use 100% beef tallow?
Yep, Steak and Shake.
I'm curious what the difference is, to be honest. I'm still not sure what we do here, whether we actually do use tallow or something else here. Probably we do use seed oil as well.
Don't you cure bloimy it and wrap it in newspaper?
Ah, that's fish and chips. If you have not had British fish and chips, you must at some point. So 8-Bit's calling sus. Why sus? Do you mean the Kash Patel delay there, 8-Bit? Because yeah, that's a distinct possibility. The thing is, the FBI has been, a lot of its employees have been let go at this point, so I'm not sure who's left. Field says, tallow makes things taste wonderful. I could say something really cruel, Field. Oda and Quattro, do you think I should do it?
Yeah, I think it would be entertaining.
Do what you gotta do.
All right, Field, I have unanimous support to say this. Like how you and Gavin Newsom roll around naked, rubbing tallow on each other's bodies. Is that how you know that?
I didn't know that was where that was going to go, but I am still amused.
I know. I'm just eager to see like what kind of what kind of death threat is going to happen now. Damn it, man, I'm about to eat. And he says, what, Gavin Newsom?
Yeah.
Ginger says, it's seed oils here in most places. Only very rarely do UK places see things cooked in animal fat, and those places are exclusively small-scale family-run places. Okay, fair enough. I should maybe try it at some point. I don't know if I noticed much of a difference, but I'm willing to believe RFK, and probably, I think there's been several other people in chat that have told me that, yeah, the seed oil thing's kind of a scam, and it was always worse for you.
Yes.
But it was way cheaper to produce.
Do you know where it originated?
Seeds.
Well,
Shut the fuck up, bro.
Yes, but actually, no. You are technically correct.
Now, go ahead.
The best kind of correct. But this all started with the American Heart Association being wrongly misled to believe that that healthy fats were the cause of heart problems, heart disease. And so they went on this whole crusade to try and get rid of natural fats and replace everything with seed oils.
So how many dump trucks
to then come out? This is terrible for you and far worse than anything you could have done. And then when they saw this, they didn't back down. They doubled down.
Are you telling me that there might be financial incentive?
Is seed oil cheaper than animal fat
as well?
Exceedingly
found out later
so.
that
Right.
they yes.
I'm guessing then
Yes,
that they all
but,
figured that, okay, if the entire industry does this, there'll be no competition, which is a monopolistic practice, which is the only way you could get away with doing something like that.
It is incredibly cheap to produce. It stores very easily. There's very little maintenance involved in seed oil, in like cleaning seed oil. I think there is a little bit more involved in tallow. It just like pretty much anything you can imagine for like economic incentive to want to use seed oil over tallow. Yeah.
Ginger is saying that there's actually kind of a trade-off, that chips cooked in tallow taste much better, but only when fresh. If they go cold, they go much worse. That sounds like something where maybe we could find a way to get the benefits of both.
It's such a niche problem, though. Like, let's be honest here. Everyone knows that fries don't reheat well. Like, that's been known forever.
Yeah.
The
most fried things don't reheat well.
Listen,
Yeah,
I
unless
know
you have an air fryer, in which case.
I know that you American continenters don't understand true culinary culture, but here in the UK, when you order from your fish and chip shop a portion of chips, you get a portion the size of a child.
I don't think he's ever heard of Five Guys.
No, but it is certainly possible if you order chips that you won't be able to finish them before they go cold. So I can understand the issue there. But as I said,
don't tell Diddy.
It may be that there's a science opportunity here where we can get the health benefits, assuming that there are those, and the taste benefits, whilst also mitigating the it's nastier when cold side of it.
Solomon, you're right. He was talking about Gamergate earlier. It's a deep cut, bud.
What? I missed something.
Are you familiar with how this sentence is connected? Brianna Wu, Five Guys Burgers and Fries.
Oh, I see. Right. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, Field, that is true. Americans do have enormous portions. So in that case, I'm preaching to the choir here. I don't think I need to express it. I think the issue with Americans is that because they have such big portions, they have learned to eat ridiculously quickly, most likely.
Man up and finish your plate. How can you have your pudding if you don't finish your meat?
So if there's a timer on eating the chips, and you have to get through them all before they go cold, otherwise they taste worse with tallow than they would with oil, then I can imagine the shovels are going to come out.
Living in America.
Right. Let's continue. Oh yeah. Mississippi drivers blasting the song Ice Ice Baby as they drive past anti-deportation protesters. Should be a video here. It's taking a long time to load for some reason.
I'll solve it. Check out the hook while my DJ performs it.
Ice, ice, baby! Ice, ice,
Dude, I love Under Pressure by Queen.
Good.
Yeah, no sympathy for the fucking illegals. Fuck that noise.
Thank you for gathering in one place, though, guys.
Exactly. You're making Holmes' job so much easier.
Fuck off, we're full.
Snow today, ice tomorrow. There you go. Good news.
Look, literally all Holman needs to do is keep his ear to the ground to find out where a protest is about to happen and just corral them into a fucking police wagon.
Yup.
Or several, as the case may be.
Or several per person, if necessary.
Just roll a C-130 up, start shepherding them all in, and just slap a shipping label on the side that says, I don't know, Guatemala.
I mean, look, if they're that well compacted, you don't need to land the C-130 to deal with the problem.
So have to just open the door.
No. You don't need to pick them up in the C-130.
Ah, I see. We are talking the AC-130 now.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, there's a distinction. I mean, I'm not saying you couldn't use a Warthog.
That's true. It's get a whole bunch of them, lots of straight lines.
Well, I mean, these guys don't know much about straightness.
That's true.
You got them.
Queers for Mexico and all that.
Queers for Mexico, yeah. Go back to Mexico.
Exactly.
Jin says Mexicans stack quite easily, I hear. Quattro, as our Jew correspondent, what can you tell us about stacking people to transport them across oceans?
You see, it's a lot like Tetris.
Nigatris?
As I'm sure you are all aware. You could say that, yes.
Wetback-ris, how do we make that work? Beanris? I don't know. Chat suggestions.
Stacking.
How do you rebrand Tetris to be about stacking Mexican immigrants to send them home? And why haven't you capitalized on this idea yet?
Tortilla stacking.
Spictris. Yep, that's pretty good.
We're gonna build a wall.
We're gonna build it out of Mexican bodies arranged into cubes.
That would send a fucking message is what that would do.
Bad namers make good fences, as they say. Wopris. Ginger, is that the wall we're gonna build to keep Wes out? I don't think we should. I don't think we should build any walls to keep people out of Cabal. Let's continue.
Wait, I think I might have found it, guys. Here we go.
Calls for violence continue from radical lawmakers. This is good news. What are you finding me, Quattro?
I found the answer.
Uh-oh.
If my PC would cooperate with me, I'd really appreciate that. Okay, that's strange.
That's a good point, Ginger.
Oh, there we go. Sending now. On Discord.
There we go. Dun, 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 dun. Game fucking slap, dude.
He doesn't look anything like Jim Carrey.
He's got the right mustache.
True. Have either of you seen the Sonic movies?
Saw the first one.
I actually haven't.
Well then, I'm in a good position.
I hear they're good. I just haven't seen the other two.
In theaters was Part 2 of the Star Wars sequel trilogy, and I was so disgusted I haven't been to a theater since.
Yeah. Well, I'm in a good position to sell them to you.
Keep in mind, I'm not really a Star Wars guy either.
Yeah. All 3 of the Sonic movies are good. I would actually say the third one is the best.
Grandfather, I can't believe this. I know, grandson. Women in the military.
Quite, yes. Ginger says, the best video game movies ever made. They're up there. They're up there.
You're saying you don't love the Mario movie? The first one?
The original one. That's it's certainly an interesting experiment in movie making.
Mario. Who's this? My brother, Luigi Mario.
Damn right, I'm Luigi.
Monkey.
Hey Mario,
yes.
I keep getting these offers for all these haunted houses. Should I take them? They're free.
Free real estate.
Free spirit.
And we're right back where we started.
They're free.
Sumner says the original Sonic
Come
movie
with
was
the
that
house.
director's first movie he ever actually made, and he's gotten progressively better. That's impressive. Yet Hollywood should hire more talent that has nothing to do with Hollywood. Yeah, the original.
Yes.
The original
monstrosity
design
of the original design
was really shit. But apparently that was the only issue with the movies before they redesigned it. And after the redesign, they look pretty good. and the movies are good otherwise. I don't understand how that happened.
Bankrupted the fucking animation studio, apparently.
Good. Because that did need to be fixed. But it was actually
bad.
pretty good afterwards.
Like, yeah, it doesn't sound like they changed the movie itself. They just changed the animation style. Like,
they just repasted over it.
Mm.
I mean, literally, yes.
You know how most trilogies have,
I don't know
like,
if you guys remember this, but there is a version of the that horrible Cats movie where they all have photorealistic assholes for some reason.
Release the anus cut.
You know how most trilogies, there's at least one bad one, and most of the time when there's a trilogy, that's kind of it, they're done, unless they get like scraped off the bottom of the barrel to do another one like Indiana Jones. Well, with the Sonic trilogy, they got to the third one, they hit every single one of them out the park, and they're like, yeah, let's just tease the fourth one at the end of the third one, and they did. So we're probably going to get a fourth one too. Quattro, why have you done this? Quattro, why have you photoshopped Chase's face on top of Sonic?
It's like all this time I'm sonicking and movieing. Say that again.
So
they thought a Minecraft movie was a good idea.
So what are the tax implications of this image?
I don't know what possessed them.
Well, you're certainly looking at several penalties, which are not going to be deductible on your tax return. Let me tell you what. Because you're going to be slapped with some fucking cease and desist orders for this one.
Can I at least hit it 10 times and get a lamb chop? Or you hit it 10 times and you get the fucking Sonic curry, but it's lamb flavored.
the Sonic curry. What's wrong, honey? You've barely touched your Sonic curry.
I'm still amazed that existed.
It was blue.
Chat, do you know you can make blue curry at home? You just put a lot of blue food coloring in it. It'll turn blue. You could do it yourself. And it would taste exactly the same. It'd have exactly the same texture. I'm surprised more people don't do this as like a novelty meal. You could change it to any color.
But sir, curry is not meant to be blue.
Well, if an Indian says it's not meant to be blue, I say it is. Let's make every curry red, white, and blue from now on.
Oh, say can.
The colours of the Great British Flag. That's right, Odar.
Can you
Damn,
start in the local Walmart?
He reeled me in with... At least we've both got red, white, and blue in our flags. Unlike Quattro over here, it's only got 2 out of 3. God damn, man.
Unfortunately,
Yeah, we ran out of budget.
Quebec stole all the fucking blue.
Quebec stole all the blue.
Oh, see, no, they didn't just steal it. They took the money that was for that and then spent it all on gay race communism.
See, not only did they steal all the blue, they turned it into bleu because they're French.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed.
Farmer Josh says that he pisses red, shits blue, and bleeds white. I think, Doctor would be a good recommendation, but Exorcist may be more appropriate. Luckily, Core, that's blue, white, red. And they don't get much else right.
You know, the blue and the red are attached to Velcro.
They are.
What?
You guys hear about the new French tank? It's got 13 gears. 12
one
for reverse
forward.
and only 1 forward gear.
Look, that's ridiculous, okay? Tanks can turn on their axis. They can just turn around and then run away.
Are you saying that the French could
but
turn
sometimes
axis?
you don't have time to.
They don't have time to. They have to surrender so quickly they can't even turn around.
All 13 gears are devoted to getting the white flag up even faster.
They have an entire engine
They've even
just
got
for raising it fast.
An extra drive shaft coming from the engine to raise the white flag.
This is the main engine. It is for raising the white flag. What's that over there? That little tiny machine in the corner. Oh, that is the engine for moving the tank, just in case we need to reposition the white flag.
We have 1 round of ammunition in case we need to break our own walls.
It's better just not to have any more than that, because as soon as the enemy captures the tank, they're just going to be more dangerous.
And then the British are going to have to deal with them even more. And then the Americans are going to have to get involved even harder. And just,
Yeah. The actual red, white, and blue countries always saving everyone else, eh?
Yeah.
Anyway, this is still on our screen for some reason. Chat, pay me or I'll keep zooming in. No, it's too late. It's too late.
Oh. Oh.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Triple is trying to outweigh the value of you being a guest on the stream, Quattro. Oh man,
the tower we're building is
so badass. Crash. Whoops, my bad. How dare you ruin art, you fucking nigger. This is peak right-wing meme comedy. It's just nigger, bang, nigger.
I fucking love these characters, by the way. Like, apparently these were all originally made by like one dude. Even the weird ones was all just one fucking guy.
I think it's Flork, right? That's the name of the artist.
I don't remember.
But Kat, my objection to this comic is that it doesn't have any Cabal characters in it. Otherwise, it's fine.
Oh, the end tower is a Cabal character, especially a ruined one.
I love how the actual
who would
tower.
ruin an end tower though?
I'm not sure who's the most prolific at doing it, unless it's me.
Who's a bot?
Just put a wizard hat on one of the characters.
There you go.
Surely we can do better.
Put it on the wrecking ball.
Oh, it's Somnavox.
Although with it being this way, I suppose it could get more use and apply to anyone.
True.
Y'all ready to feel old, chat?
2015 was 6 years ago.
Oh. No, I was just playing that game the other day. I was streaming it here, actually. Now I'm
read the
turning to
top
dust.
of it.
Yeah,
I'm new to abandonware. Was wondering what this meant.
What's a CD DVD?
CD DVD.
What the fuck is a Securum?
What's a manual? And why does it come with the game?
Who's Manuel, and why do I have to deport him?
Oh, I mean, that's obvious. I like how the end tower you've constructed here is very similar to the artistic rendition of the Tower of Babel.
It feels like you're saying something with that.
Hold on.
Did you mean
let
by
me
this?
let me accurately simulate the effect of the Tower of Babel.
You guys, what do you think It's really good.
Hey guys, this tower's going really well. What do you think? Speaks French. Oh God, no.
We have to tear it down immediately. Your Wallace and Gromlet. I still want to put all Wallace and Gromit in Cabal. I think the issue with me doing streams is that whenever I'm at the time of evening when I could do them, when there's actually going to be people around, I'm either coding or streaming. And those two things are both more useful than putting on Wallace and Gromit.
Hold on. Are you insinuating that there is any higher calling than putting on Wallace and Gromit?
It is strange to hear an American say that, but
fucking love Wallace and Gromit. Are you shitting me?
Good.
Hell yeah.
The field says, nigga, what did I come back to? The field, I'd like you to consider the following.
Oh, what have I brought upon this cursed land?
It's Sonic after the redesign. Did the Minecraft movie ever release, by the way?
It released. It flopped hard.
Wait.
Oh, it was the one with the fat
did?
black woman, wasn't it?
Yes, and Jack Black.
Oh, yeah.
I thought for sure they would have shit canned it.
Hold on. I could have sworn it came out. Hold on.
There's
Somnus-
no way.
No, I think it did. Somnus says just stream Wallace and Gromit while you code. I would love to, but I kind of have to have full concentration for coding, and I want to also concentrate on Wallace and Gromit.
It's coming out on April 4th. It's not out yet.
Oh, it's not out yet. Shit.
Only they put it out 3 days earlier and they make it debate its existence for all time.
Okay. Odar, get ready with your lamb sound, okay? Ready? 3, 2, 1.
It keeps cutting out.
It does.
Oh, sorry. You said lamb sound. Oh God, please stop. I'm a Welsh sheep. Oh God, no, help. Get Invader away from me. Oh God, no.
I didn't know there were that many black acquaintances in Wales.
God fucking damn it.
Revan has asked to fuck you, Revan, Odar. I think that that impression of yours may have been a bit too convincing for his Welsh blood. I'm sorry, Revan. If that's not what you meant, please clarify. I honestly misunderstood you, Revan.
It's funny because he's gay.
It's funny because he's Welsh and therefore has sex with sheep. Just in, Argentinian President Javier Milei is withdrawing his country from the World Health Organization following Trump's lead. Milei said he's pulling his country out of socialist lies, which also includes the Paris Climate Accords. The Trump effect is real. If you had to guess,
hell yeah.
If you were told Trump is going to be the sort of, if anyone, the one person that destroys wokeism worldwide the most. Okay, that's said. Which country do you think will join the US? If you had to pick anyone in the world, you probably wouldn't have thought Argentina, but good for them.
We'll
catch
good for
up with
them.
you soon.
Now wait for them to try and retake the Falklands, see what happens.
Yeah, don't take it too far, Argentina.
Look, we have Greenland. They have.
Look, the whole world belongs to America, and that's just the way it is.
Oh my God, he wants to sell out his pussy to the American soldiers.
It's how he gets
I like
mercy
where
as
this
a
is
Canadian.
Quattro, would you give your bussy to become an American state? You do not have to answer that question. We can move on if you prefer.
Yeah, maybe let's
have
not.
Kat answer that question on your behalf.
Let's not.
Oh, no.
Yes,
Kat, what do you
Dakwa.
think Quattro would do?
Additionally, Dakwa, I would add my opinion that pause was too long.
I just wasn't expecting that.
Do you know what my answer would be if someone asked me that? No. And I would say it within a second.
Sometimes you do have to take one for the team, but on the other hand, I'm not for sale, you know?
Mm-hmm. Well, it doesn't have to be you.
Normally the Jew is the one doing the selling, right?
It's just not in his blood to... He's not from this lineage sufficiently to take it up the arse.
His lineage is so used to making other people gay, it's not used to what happens.
Oh, mercy, fate. How the tides have turned. Next up. The rate we've been moving through these stories has dramatically collapsed in the last hour or two.
We have reached burnout.
I think we have. USAID has been completely...
the silly hours.
Yes. Has been completely unaccountable for decades, run by bureaucrats with agendas who believed they answered to nobody. Here are a few more of the ridiculous projects on which they spent your money. $7.9 million to teach Sri Lankan journalists how to avoid binary gendered language. Very, very important. $20 million for a new Sesame Street show in Iraq. $4.5+ million to combat disinformation in Kazakhstan. $1.5 million for art for inclusion of people with disabilities. $2 million for sex changes and LGBT activism in Guatemala. This sounds like a fucking Top Gear Adventures list. $6 million to transform digital spaces to reflect feminist democratic principles. Hammond, why have you given me a sex change? This is this is not what I came to Guatemala for. Yeah, if you cancel any one of these and give this budget to Clarkson. Top Gear Power Bottom Edition.
I built the world's largest British farm.
It's the largest British farm
in the world.
In the world. Oh no, anyway. $2.1 million to help the BBC value the diversity of Libyan society. I'm ashamed to say that's probably the craziest one so far. $10 million worth of USAID-funded meals which went to an Al-Qaeda-linked terrorist group. Yay!
Who could have seen that coming?
$25 million for Delaware to promote green transportation in the country. So country? It's not in the US. That would be crazy. In the country of Georgia. $6 million for tourism in Egypt. That's the least insane one so far, but why the fuck are you paying for that? $2.5 million to promote inclusion in Vietnam. $16.8 million for a separate inclusion group in Vietnam. 2! 1 wasn't enough, it needed 2! About $5 million to EcoHealth Alliance, one of the few NGOs funding bat virus research at the Wuhan lab. Yay! Exactly what we needed.
Hang on a minute.
Oh, God, no!
Hang on a second.
I seem to remember a certain bat coronavirus making its way
why
out
do you
of
promote
the Wuhan
small
lab.
government and libertarian values? I don't know. Maybe because I don't want to have the government have the ability to do this shit.
No, Odar. This stuff is exactly why you want the government to be big. Because all of these things are clearly more useful than rebuilding houses and making sure the economy works. I'm not sure, Matthias, why one of the inclusion groups had to be 8 times more expensive than the other one. USAID says, Mr. Liu, we have approached your application for $1 gajillion in foreign aid. We have only one question. What is this Nigel Tower you mentioned? Ah, yes, it's a community project to mock God. You guys are all about that, right? Yes, it's going very well so far. And no one is so far having any difficulty communicating. And we foresee no issues. Chat, cue my Suno song, The End Tower. Yeah, well, Core, as it turns out, they fucking were. Yeah, no, I think, Field, I did realize how true this was.
Yeah, like, as soon as it's revealed, like, oh shit, we were actually funding both sides.
Yep.
And it wasn't just alphabet agencies. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Imagine how different the world's going to be when American tax dollars are no longer doing shit like this. We are going to live through
so erect.
Some really
we could have
interesting
had
times.
Space colonies by now had we not decided that, hey, babysitting the third world and giving them gay race communism and arms to fight pointless wars forever.
Wait, Quattro, did you just pull a reverse movie, Bob? Fuck you, liberals. We could have had our space future by now.
You actually probably, the US probably could have like a moon base by now if you'd spent the money more wisely.
Like, we have the technology to do it. We've had it for decades. You just haven't done it because babysitting the entirety of the third world is apparently worth more somehow.
If only it was babysitting.
Well, look,
it's more like divesting yourself into the third world.
If we spend the time to advance Africa through the entirety of the human tech tree.
That's not even what's happening, though. Like,
I know.
If that was the
we
project,
are handing them guns and saying, solve your tribal matters.
If the project was make Africa useful, then it's not the best thing to spend money on, but it's not terrible. You know, I could think of worse things,
but it wasn't.
Useful. Well, you made Africa much worse.
Things that would have to be removed.
Yeah, well, maybe. You made Africa much worse. What essentially happened is that the US on a national scale was tricked into instituting international communism.
On principle, I'm going to disagree, but in reality,
for no reason at all. We just acquiesced to terrorists.
Well, luckily, you have pulled the wool from the eyes. $20 million for a group related. We're not done, by the way. For a group related to a key player in the Russiagate impeachment hoax. Not sure what that means exactly. $1.1 million to an American. So sorry, I hate. I hate to give the wrong impression. None of this is going to anything in the US. Armenian LGBTQ group. $1.2 million to help the African Methodist Episcopal Church Service and Development Agency in Washington, D.C. build a state-of-the-art 440-seat auditorium. Holy shit, that was actually in America. That is the Amex DC. $1.3 million to Arab and Jewish photographers. $1.5 million to promote LGBT advocacy in Jamaica. $1.5 million to rebuild the Cuban media ecosystem. It's a fucking tyrannical dictatorship. Why the fuck are you funding anything over there? 8-Bit, how do you feel about the fact that taxpayer money that you've contributed to is going to the fucking dictatorship your family escaped from?
It's all so tiresome.
And 8-Bit, would you like to come on the stream to with us? Raging.
Oh my God. Like, we always assumed that the government was just spending the money on random shit. I didn't realize it could actually be worse to know that we were right.
Yeah. It seems it's actually more
Because the stuff
ridiculous
was
than we
worse than
assumed.
pointless.
Yeah.
They kept
This is
records
how
about how
we
pointless
live in
it
the
was.
clown timeline.
Yeah. You remember we heard about the...
There is nothing more absurd than reality itself.
Yeah. Remember when we heard about a few years ago, I can't remember what the dollar amount was, but there was some amount being sent to like diversity or something in Pakistan.
Oh,
like
gender studies, $20 million
like
for
that,
gender studies in Pakistan in the omnibus bill from like 3 years ago.
We saw that, and I don't know if anyone else did, but I that's sort of one of the only examples I'd heard of this. I don't think I would have guessed that there was just this much of it. And this is the ongoing
they were
stuff.
always dressing it up.
This is the ongoing stuff.
Always dressing it up
from
like that.
Just USAID. There's other institutions, and there's bills that have gone through Congress that may not show up in any similar register. There'll be lots of other places where stuff like this will show up. It's so much stupider than I would have guessed. $2 million to promote we're not done still. To promote LGBT equality through entrepreneurship in Latin America. $500,000 to solve sectarian violence in Israel just 10 days before the Hamas October 7th attack. That's a little bit suspicious. That's a teensy tiny bit suspicious, that is.
Nothing to see here, Goyim.
Is there perhaps a hint of going on here?
Well, you see, noticing is anti-Semitic, and we can't have you doing that. I might have to shut off access to your bank account if you start noticing too much.
Oh no, my crazy lying eyes. The protests against ICE are getting pretty bad. We'll come back to that. The list isn't done yet, but I've been linked this as, I think, breaking news.
And if you do not disperse, you will be subject to arrest or other police action. Other police action could include the use of chemical agents or less lethal weapons,
Check it out,
which
guys.
may inflict significant pain or result in serious injury. Please leave this area immediately.
Check it out, guys. They ain't playing out here. If you guys are watching this and you guys are over there still, they ain't playing. Look at this shit, guys.
Jesus, they are not playing. It's a lot of guys. Some of the box says just kill them. Probably not necessary, but if it gets to that point, Phil says this was last night. They're doing it in Spanish. Trump. Chat, are you okay with press 2 for Spanish if it's one of the last things they ever hear?
Yeah, Trump will not allow for a second summer of love to happen. It happened once, and it was good that we let it happen once to demonstrate it. But we're not going to allow a second one. Especially over this issue.
They out here, guys. Look at this shit.
Yeah, I think Zemma might have a point. Like, he's saying it's funny if they don't understand. I think maybe they should just be like, what, you didn't understand? Then why the fuck are you in this country?
Damn right.
As Matthias says, let them reap the consequences for not learning the language. Yeah.
Please lodge your formal complaint on the Spanish version of the whitehouse.gov website.
Oh no, it's gone.
That's the best part. They did.
Check it out.
The City of Phoenix Police Department hereby declares this to be an unlawful assembly in the name of the...
All right, so I think that's probably just smoke and not some kind of chemical that induces pain or something. Yeah.
That is smoke. They wouldn't be blaring the warning still.
Yeah, it's opaque smoke, so it's still going to be disruptive, but...
That is the, we're not going to let you see just how many cops are about to come in and fuck your shit smoke.
throwing them in. They throwing
prohibits remaining present at an unlawful assembly.
throwing them in.
And if you do not disperse, you will be subject to arrest for other police action. Other police action could include the use of chemical agent or less lethal weapon, which may inflict significant
you guys
pain or result in serious injury.
Why have they got someone saying this live rather than a pre-recorded version of someone that sounds extremely intimidating?
Because they didn't think they'd need it yet.
Rather than this guy who's having trouble stringing the sentence along.
Get the guy, though they probably got the script for it. But I bet they couldn't quite get the guy in the recording booth who did the Doomslayer monologue from Doom 2016. They couldn't get him yet.
Hold on, I have a thing for this.
Please disperse.
I mean, you apply that to my voice when I'm going deep with it, and I could probably.
You get Carl Urban as Judge Dredd.
Get back to your sandpit.
Look, if they just sent in Carl Urban to do this, I'm sure he would have done it for free. Just
Tom
make sure
Herman.
he's in the Dredd costume.
This is Tom Herman, and here are my orders.
Rip and tear until it is done.
Why is BFG Division playing?
why can I hear Doom music, but with a slight Mexican hint?
Right here watching this for you guys. I'm on 11%. Let's get it. They're shooting that.
Not sure what this music is for.
I don't know, but the guy who's told me this sounds like he might need to be deported as well.
Yeah. We call this a difficulty tweak.
I assume he's just zeroed the audio in the edit and just replaced it with this shitty music.
Beanie deportations to you, amigo.
Now get in the mean bean machine.
$2.3 million for artisanal and small-scale gold mining in the Amazon. For artisanal
gold
mining?
What?
Huh?
What?
Huh? Look, I'm Jewish, and even I couldn't come up with a scam like that.
Chat, can someone explain artisanal gold mining to me? Anyone?
To the Nightmare Machine.
Oh no, we're already there.
Oh, artisanal mining. Hold on, there's a Wikipedia article. It's about artisanal mining in general. Artisanal and small-scale mining is a blanket term for subsistence mining involving a miner who may or may not be officially employed by a mining company, but works independently.
Okay, it's ghetto mining then.
Yes!
So what that means is they just roped in a bunch of people who are probably debt slaves and told, you better get in the fucking mines or your families go bye-bye.
So basically, it's the worst. It's the worst possible thing to come out of mining since this.
Yes.
I don't think you could craft a better illusion than that, Ursula.
Fucking artisanal mining looks closer. Debt slavery. The children yearn for the mines.
Apparently.
Well, it says small scale. The kids are small scale.
That they are. That they are.
Look, you save so much money on lumber for supporting the tunnels if you don't have large workers.
I can just imagine someone going on Etsy with a picture of themselves in full mining gear and just be like, "Here, it's a gold nugget," and sell it on Etsy.
You're probably not far off.
Well, if you can launder money through
Brazil,
Etsy, I'm sure they will.
There's gold everywhere. Like you can just find it in the riverbanks.
Quattro, I'm fairly certain there were several wars fought over the fact that there was not, in fact, gold everywhere.
He's trying to put us onto a false trail so he, the Jew, can take our fountain coins while we're not looking.
You see, William, you just weren't looking in the right places.
It turns out the gold was in your unguarded houses all along.
Now, see, keep them looking away. You want to look for the really old coins. Those are the ones that you want to look for. The really old coins. Those are the ones that still have copper in them.
I can smell the gold from several miles away. I just know where it is. The mistake was not bringing a Jew with you. The problem with that is that the Jew might just, decide to take it from themselves.
As they say in Spamalot, you won't succeed on Broadway if you don't have any Jews.
I like to push
Make sure that you have a Jewish bunk bed for when it's over.
So true.
It's just nice and toasty at the end of the day.
Artisanal gold mining. To think that we went off to look at that other shit.
Bullshit is this?
We went off to look at that other shit just before that came up, and that's 2.3 million. Can you imagine going to like the USAID office and saying, "Hey, I have an application. Yes, it's for artisanal gold mining," and then they're like, "Yep, stamp. Yep, there's your $5 million, sir." What?
And then just looking at the check, just like, how? What do I don't know. I never thought I'd get this far.
Yeah. It's just, and at that moment, he gained $5 million, but lost 100% of his faith in his government.
I mean, it's literally been like, we've literally been told that the Treasury was instructed to never turn down any payments.
Dude, we can't really do it now, but we could have been sending the Treasury invoices for years.
This just
I fucking God, and we thought the people who were sending fake invoices to fucking Google were legendary. Oh! Oh my God.
This just in, local man loses his last shred of faith in his government he didn't even know he had.
But isn't particularly bothered since they just gave him $5 million.
Quattro, you're literally describing me reading all of the news headlines about how much money the government's just been wasting on bullshit.
Yes.
Yes,
I am.
If you give USAID like a remit that you have that just says, "Yep, we're going to go and do interracial DEI faggotry in Indonesia land," and they'll just rubber stamp it.
I mean, it works the same way with the Canadian government. We had the fucking COVID app, tracker app that was supposed to be made, and it was like, what, 50 million they were given a budget for, and they just fucked off with the money and handed in basically nothing.
What we need to do
is I imagine that this is what it's like walking into the Treasury Department before this is realized.
Yeah. What we need to do is just make a piece of software which just randomly generates aid sounding like occupations. And I think that's what they did here, because they had gold mining and artisanal was one of the words in there. So it just randomized it and got artisanal gold mining. And then they rubber stamped it. Field says, I could have been charging the Treasury $1 million a month for local goober services this entire time. That's a good point, Matthias. There's several countries that might still be this retarded. 3.9 million.
Look, here's the real question. Do you think an African warlord would have greenlit these expenses?
You're so right. Barbecue for US president. 3.9 million for LGBT causes in the Western Balkans. 5.5 million for LGBT activism in Uganda. Do you know that way? $6 million for advocating LGBT issues in priority countries around the world. Priority, meaning the shitholiest. Yeah. We are nearing the end. 6.3 million for men who have sex with men in South Africa. $8.3 million for USAID education, equity, and inclusion. USAID's climate strategy outlined a $150 billion whole-of-agency approach to building an equitable world with net zero greenhouse gas emissions. Chemical communism. For decades, USAID.
I thought just struck me. The U.S. government literally, and I quote, literally had a nigger faggot fund.
Oh yeah, they did. They literally did.
This truly is the clown timeline.
Like, I ran out of jokes halfway through that list because it just started getting depressing.
Do you know how much they spent on nigger faggotry?
6.3 mil.
Over 6 million, Goyim.
6 billion.
Remember the 6 million we spent for the nigger
faggotry we can find.
You know, given the number of people that would actually be willing to be gay in South Africa over that period of time, I just don't think it's.
Well, you see, we just gave it to all the anti-gay politicians, and they gladly took the money because it turns out they needed it for undisclosed treatments.
Yes, Harambe dying caused this. It says, for decades, USAID bureaucrats believed they were accountable to no one, but that's here it is. Over. What did you say, sorry?
Oh, I did not have it on my bingo card for this year. That was an actual fund.
Yep.
Oh. Comedy gold.
Yep.
Deploy the memes, chat.
Oh no, look what has befallen the chat.
How could this have happened?
Chilgon has ruined the end tower.
Chilgon, you massive nigger faggot.
I have slyly slipped the blame into someone else's crotch. Anyway, continuing. Chat, we are now about 40% through our through our tabs.
Wow.
Yep. We're not yet halfway through the tabs, and we are 6 hours and 20 minutes into the stream.
I'm having a great time.
Nayib Bukele, the leader of El Salvador, says, we have offered the United States of America the opportunity to outsource part of its prison system. We are willing to take in only convicted criminals, including convicted US citizens, into our mega prison, CCOT, in exchange for a fee. The fee would be relatively low for the US, but significant for us, making our entire prison system sustainable. See, we saw this last time, and I think this is, it's an offer I think is fine to make. And I think there's a lot to think about before the US would be wise to accept it, but it's worth considering. I showed this because I think the next story is related. I'm going to have to get this through Discord to wash it, but I think this is related. It is not related. I think I had something else for this, but I might have.
I am okay with the illegals being sent over there. But once you start talking about U.S. citizens being imprisoned on foreign soil, you start running into some issues. I understand what he's doing. I understand the economic benefits for the United States and El Salvador. I get it. But, Matthias, like I'm saying, I get it. Also, frankly, what you do with them, Matthias, is you just kill them within the first year. Makes it way fucking cheaper if you just don't let them have infinite appeals.
USAID has responded to our proposal. It's gone for me. I'll wait for it to appear in Discord. It shouldn't take long. But yes, Apparently, Rubio actually got a deal on this now. I think I may have had that open earlier, but for some reason, I only opened one of them. Either way, it's an interesting deal. And yes, Odar, I think you're probably right that the US probably should not do this for its own citizens, but for illegals. I think it does say including convicted US citizens, but it doesn't have to be. So the US could send illegals there.
Well, here's another thing, though. Didn't Trump recently say that he was considering deporting repeat violent offenders?
He was. I don't think that was serious, but I do know what you're talking about. Which just means that America would have its own Australia, which would be fucking hilarious.
And it would.
It's like you enter a new era on a civilization game, and you have to pick your new home nation. Except this time, the difficulty spikes up because all your citizens are criminals.
But not Civ 7, because apparently Civ 7 fucking sucks.
Well, I've heard that. I haven't seen why, but I have heard people saying that, yeah. Then again, I think people were saying that about both 5 and 6 when they first came out.
5 was a shift, but it wasn't a bad game, especially once they got the updates in. 6, they changed a whole lot, and it's kind of a controversial game. 7, it sounds like they've just completely board gamified the whole thing.
I will look into it more, because I did play quite a bit of 5 and some of 6, so I'm somewhat interested. I'm sure that I'll find a video at some point with it where someone I trust plays it and gives their opinion.
Well, consider this information. They removed auto exploration for scouts.
That's a bit annoying. Skog is saying Britain is DLC. Yeah, it's a shit game. USAID says, we have decided to decline Cabal's application for $5 billion to see how compound interest works because Israel said that would be cheating.
Damn it, Quattro, how could you tell them?
I didn't do anything, okay?
I'm not sure I believe you, Quattro. You are, after all, Mossad's man on the inside of Cabal.
Oh, all these accusations. I'm being showered and persecuted again.
Is it anti-Semitic, but you won't say it's false?
No comment.
And here we have a new story. I love the idea from who was it in chat? Yeah, Kaiser Holt says, can't Trump just demand the UK hand over Australia like Denmark should hand over Greenland? Kaiser Holt, how do I tell you this? Australia is its own country. We don't still own it as much as we probably should. We don't still own Australia. So I'm afraid there is no option for us to hand it over. That is up to them now. I do find it funny that, like, of all the people that we deported to like, because of our overflowing prisons to Australia, there were just enough women that they actually built a society. Because if we deported only men, it would just have been a death sentence. But for some reason, women got there as well. Like, that was a little bit short-sighted, to be honest, if you didn't want them to form their own society, but maybe they did. All right, let's see. So Australia's most prominent nationalist figures. So this is from, whenever you read nationalist, it often actually means white nationalist or white supremacist. Not that I'm saying that makes them invalid people, but just, so it's clear, nationalism is not the same thing as ethno-nationalism. And I suspect these people were actually ethno-nationalists, but I don't know. I'll read on. Joel Davis, Thomas Sewell, not Sowell, Blair Cottrell, and Jacob Hersant have all been banned from X along with at least 12 other right-wing activist accounts. Now, this doesn't seem good. We've got no information, we've got no context, but it seems it's possible that this was a violation of their free expression. But there are a few mitigations that might change that. First of all, is if it's written as if to imply it happened all at once. when it might not have been. It might have been over the course of several months, which means that there is more time for them to have actually done something wrong that is genuinely against the rules, not some bullshit like hate speech or anti-Semitism. But not sure about that. So either way, I just wanted to give voice to this because despite the fact that they and I may disagree on politics, this is still probably, assuming it is as it appears, bad. We've known that that Twitter's free speech standards have improved under Elon. I think that's fair to say, but they are still not good enough. And perhaps this is evidence of it. Someone says, so the French emptied their prisons by cutting a deal with their men in prison. They had to make honest women out of whores and settle in New Orleans with their new brides. The happy couples were loaded onto the boat shackled together. I wouldn't be surprised if the English did the same with their whores and Australia at some point. Okay, fair enough. I mean, that would explain Australia, yeah. And also New Orleans. Next up. Good night, Ghost. I can't believe people are leaving after only 6.5 hours.
I mean, you have literally nearly 2 million people living in a place that has thousands and thousands of unexploded ordnance and bombs. It's in some places like a minefield. You have buildings that are collapsing and unsafe. You have no sewage, no running water. It is
former Yugoslavia.
Unlivable with this war that Hamas started on October 7th. And I, as a veteran, can tell you it is despicable and sad that
Field, they follow the laws of the countries they're in if the countries force them to. I think Elon's standard is that it's an American company, so it should use American speech standards. I'm not like I think it even he even said at some point like, no, I will not use your speech standards to some country. I'm not sure about that though. But that's what he should be doing.
EU in general.
Yeah, that's what he should be doing. I think there was another one actually. I think there was another country that said the same thing.
I don't know.
That groups like Hamas, Al-Qaeda, ISIS literally sacrifice the lives and the livelihoods of their own people to achieve some type of ideological gain. But I think what the president is just acknowledging is we've been looking at this over the last weeks and months. And frankly, he's been thinking about it since October 7th. And that war is, everybody's heart breaks for the Palestinian people across.
No, not really.
The region, and rightly so, but he's not seeing any realistic solutions on how those miles and miles and miles of debris are going to be cleared, how those essentially unexploded bombs are going to be removed, how these people are physically going to live for the at least a decade, if not longer, it's going to take to do this. So the fact that nobody has a realistic solution, and he puts
well, those really are like bombed out shitholes, like literally. All the energy that they put into fighting.
Detroit.
All the energy they put into fighting, if they put it into rebuilding, I mean, it's a lot of work. So, and they probably need mechanized equipment to do it. So maybe there isn't really a solution internally. And if I was in that situation and I literally had no way to rebuild my shithole country, but I had a gun and I knew where the people that did this to me were, I can see why it's so easy to radicalize the people there.
I have some opinions on this solution. I would rather the United States not be involved in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
However, Trump basically pulling the big dad energy of you guys can't play nice, so I'm taking the toy away.
Mm.
That I find fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
And what I also find hilarious is that somehow people are painting this as pro-Israel.
It could be. Why do you think it isn't?
Well, if it was just, oh, get the fuck out, this is Israel's territory, sure, that's pro-Israel. But just going, fuck off, this is America's now. Different story.
I'm not sure if he intends for it to be America's land.
Outreach. Sorry, Josh. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, I'm not a fan of the fact that basically this is what the way he phrased it when he was doing the press conference was, oh yeah, America just has a colony now, is basically how he phrased it.
Everything else I've seen from it doesn't sound like it's that. It sounds like he's going to help mediate a deal where other countries around the region take these people and then Israel rebuilds it, and that no money is going to be spent. It sounds, Odar, like there's an issue with...
If that's the case, that is pro-Israel.
Yeah. Okay, so that's why we got a different impression, because we heard totally different stories.
I heard different things. Yes.
Yeah, I got from the press secretary, she said, no boots on the ground, $0 spent, we're just mediating the deal. And you heard Trump saying, this is now part of America. It's the 69th state. We're going to start McDonald's immediately, right there on the ground. Israel can suck it, and everyone else can just be deported into the sea.
Because that's basically what he said with Netanyahu
fair enough.
next to him on stage.
Those are totally different narratives. And I think we might be being chucked, like lobbed around here, and I think we have to see where it settles until we can really have a strong opinion on what this is.
I've got something even more out
like
there.
I said before. Quattro, give me 2 seconds.
Hear me out. Okay.
This is why he has the press secretary that he does, the very calm and collected press secretary. Okay, Quattro, go ahead.
What if this is simply the first step in reestablishing the kingdom of Jerusalem?
It's a near miss to Jerusalem, but it's not far.
It's a beachhead.
It's not far off.
Yes, it is a beachhead. That's true. You could.
It is a strategic asset.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, just turn the region into U.S. military airstrip 1, and then just have like every year there'll be like the fraternity kids from across the US land in military jets, don their medieval armor with big red crosses on it, and walk to Jerusalem.
I mean, I'm sure given, who's currently in charge of Israel, if he offers a large enough sum of money, they'll just take it. And then, just you buy it. Part of the deal.
So, speaking of the deal,
this is the thing. This is literally him doing his negotiating tactic. I am curious where this falls. So that'll be interesting.
Speaking of art of the
nothing
deal,
less than the kingdom of Jerusalem being reestablished.
Why does your Trump impression sound suspiciously Jewish?
I will give you 3
nothing
guesses.
to see here, Goyim.
Actually, there's probably more than one reason. So yes, as the commenter here says, the National Security Advisor Mike Waltz here is giving the Twitter user here the impression that this is just art of the deal. It's meant to pressure neighboring Arab nations to come up with their own solution. So if Trump says, yep, so we're just gonna fly in there, convert the area to one big McDonald's car park, and everyone who was there before, we'll put them somewhere nearby. Don't worry, not in Israel, but just somewhere nearby. And then suddenly all the countries around the area who absolutely do not want America to drop the nigger plague on them just say like, whoa, okay, let's think of a better solution than that, and then start work. If that's what his strategy is, especially because we're hearing totally inconsistent plans from within the same White House, that's not so bad.
Yeah. If it's just y'all niggas stop fighting, I'm good with that.
Y'all niggas stop fighting, or I'll drop the Gaza nigger plague on you by C-130.
I will deport all of our illegals over to Gaza if y'all don't stop fighting.
You thought you could give us infinity sand niggers. Wrong. We'll give you infinity sand niggers.
We're sending them over on the goddamn USS Iowa. Fucking stop us.
I'm just picturing him in a meeting with Netanyahu, and he's doing his usual, no, you have to take them in, and Trump just reaches into his sleeve and smugly pulls out the Uno reverse card.
Yes, I'm just imagining the aircraft carrier moseying down into the sea near Israel, where the deck is just covered in compacted browns, one like standing next to each other in these rows, just waiting to be pushed off approximately near to the back.
Like an Indian train.
Yeah.
We give them what the fuck were the boat, the landing craft called in World War for the Americans at D-Day? God, what were those things called? We give them those, and it's just good luck, Jose. We give them all Higgins boats, and it's just good luck, Jose.
Yep. Did you know that
the fucking bridge drops, and Israel has erected a goddamn Atlantic wall?
Yeah, Israel makes the Iron Dome literally real just to keep the the American deportees out. All right, next thing. We're still like only 40% in, lads. Firefox is having trouble with this one. Let's try reloading that.
That must be a real good one then.
Well, let's hope so. Why is it having so much trouble with this tab in particular? Let's try just opening the same link in a new
That's
tab.
why.
Okay, suddenly it works if I just open it in a different tab.
Get fucked, nerd. I don't know.
Yep. Ilhan Omar is conducting seminars for Somalians who are living illegally in the US without documentation, providing guidance on how to evade deportation.
See, what I want to know is how she knows
Take
this.
back what I said.
How does she
what did
know
you say?
this?
I said, oh, this one's probably going to be a good one. And lo and behold, it wasn't.
Well, my thinking is advising people on how to hide their crimes, probably not legal.
It is a crime. It is aiding and abetting.
Yeah. And she's done this on a mass scale as a public representative.
Like this should have resulted in an immediate recall. Like this shit's a crime. Like this is borderline treason.
Yeah.
xildhibaanad ilhaan Umar oo dhowaan la hadashay saxaafadda ayaa tala bixin siisay dadka sharciga aan haysan ee ku nool dalkan.
waxaan ula talinayaa dadka Soomaalida ah haddii ay maxaa la dhahaa ii sheeg ice ay isku dayaan inay ku su'aalaan muku qasban tihid inaad su'aalahooda aad ka jawaabtid waxaad dhihi kartaa lawyer aan i advice garay inaanan ku jawaabin qasab ma aha magacaaga iyo sharciga ku joogtid iyo waxaas oo dhan iisaa ku imaataybo inaad kala hadashid marka baro sharciyada iskuna diyaari in aad maxaa la dhahaa ii sheeg aadan dadkaaniiti aadan u sheegin
Emails Chong perhaps slightly overselling it there. Thank you, Emails Chong. I don't think what she's doing here is illegal.
Today
She's
on
essentially
Shut the Fuck Up,
giving
Miles Chong.
She's essentially just giving basic bitch legal advice to illegals, which yes, would help them evade being deported, but within the law.
I don't fucking care. She is illegally, as a U.S. representative, she's illegally helping a foreign invasion force, essentially. That's what the Somalis fucking were when they came to U.S. shores. Like, there was no Somali refugee crisis. Do not let them gaslight you. We had no reason to take in those refugees.
No.
Just look at what it's done to Dearborn, Michigan. Her fucking constituency. Which is how she's in Congress.
Now we're all subjected to that quote-unquote language.
I don't know if what she's doing here is actionable, but it's not good.
I almost feel like this would be a terrible idea and shouldn't be a thing you can do, but I almost feel like you should be able to recall another state's fucking representative. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my God. Oh, she's done so much shit. Nothing but scandals for her since she's been in Congress. From like what Field mentioned, where she may have actually married her brother to get him into the United States on a green card marriage.
Yes.
This shit
happen.
Attempting to join the squad, almost all of which have been voted out of fucking office, might I add.
Yeah.
Just everything this woman has done in federal politics has been nothing but cancer, and I wish her nothing but ill.
Somnus says, your guests are wrong. She's Minneapolis, which has also been ruined by Somalis.
Yeah, it's Minnesota.
So her and
Michigan,
Tim Walz
my
are
bad.
probably buddies.
Yes, I almost guarantee it.
Ginger says, hearing Arabic spoken in Britain makes me angry. Hearing Arabic spoken in American politics makes me feel just so sad. Yes. You don't have anywhere near as many of them as we do.
We don't, but they're causing in their region as big a problem.
I'm impressed actually that the audience has managed to keep the channel status for the audience room the same as what I set it to for 6 3/4 hours.
You heard him, chat. He's impressed that it stayed the same thing.
But the plane crash. In case the ones that we already had were not enough, military plane carries Indian migrants back from US in furthest deportation flight yet. Oh, never mind. This is not about the crash. No, there is another one about a crash, I think, but
That's
this is
still
not
good
that
news.
one. This one's different. This is good news, actually. Delete Pajit. Indian media is reporting an unprecedented first that US military flights are being used to deport illegal migrants from India. Regional reports are citing a US official who say this is the furthest such flight involving military transport flights for migrants, also amid reports that illegals are also being flown to the US Army base at Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. Here's what the English Language Times of India says in an unconfirmed report. In the first such operation of its kind involving India since the return of Donald Trump to the White House, the US dispatched a C-17, I think that's the one we were talking about earlier, wasn't it? Military aircraft carrying an unspecified number of illegal Indian migrants to India. Anonymous US officials...
C-17, it was a fucking lot of them.
Were quoted as saying dozens had been deported, and unconfirmed reports put the number of deportees at north of 200, but there is no confirmation about the same by either country. We have redeemed, says Field. The report continues to people who are returning all verified... Field, are Californians the Indians of America? All verified Indian nationals are among the thousands of Indians identified for deportation under the Biden administration. This after President Trump previewed for last month. For the first time in history, we are locating and loading illegal aliens into military aircraft and flying them back to the places from which they came, according to a press briefing issued by Trump last month. Good.
Yeah, like seriously. To talk briefly about the Guantanamo Bay thing, I have completely missed where Mexico gets a say in it because Mexico is opposing it. The whole Guantanamo Bay plan.
Yeah.
And it's like, where do you get a fucking say?
Yeah, I saw that. We will get, well, we may not get to that story today, but I do have that story. And
I won't get to it. I have to leave soon.
Fair enough. But I was bewildered by that. It's like, okay, I don't care if you don't want to, I don't want US to do it. It's not your country.
They are breaking a U.S. law in U.S. territory, being relocated to further U.S. territory. You don't get a fucking say. You shouldn't have let them cross the border into the north.
Yeah. Palestinians don't like Trump's plan, whatever the plan is. Because I actually can't really tell what the plan is.
Palestinians don't like what America's trying to do? Oh my God.
Oh, we better stop immediately.
No, I'd say do it harder. Send Tom Homan over there.
Palestinians vow to stay in Gaza's ruins. Like, on the one hand, you'd choose ruins over the potential repair of your country. On the other hand, not trusting America and wanting to protect what little is left of your homeland, I kind of understand. Gazans criticized US President Donald Trump's plan to take over the Gaza Strip and resettle Palestinians elsewhere, vowing to never leave the ruins of their homes in the coastal enclave that Trump wants to turn into a Riviera of the Middle East. That is very ambitious. I don't think you're going to be able to do that in 4 years. Quote, Trump can go to hell with his ideas, with his money, and with his beliefs. We are going nowhere. We are not some of his assets, said Samir Abu Basel in Gaza City via a chat app. Quote, if he wants to resolve this conflict, he should take the Israelis and put them in one of the states in America. They are the strangers, not the Palestinians. We are the owners of the land, said the father of 5, who has been displaced from his house near Jabalia on Gaza's northern edge. Well, it's not like they don't have an argument for that. Toronto residents asked not to throw feces on workers. Yeah, I wonder what else we can say about those residents.
I wonder indeed.
Sir, this is our sacred ritual.
Don't sound anything at all like this.
This is our sacred ritual, sir. Sir, it is the
It's
countdown
simply a
festival.
cultural thing. You wouldn't get it.
Well, I
is
mean,
not
you would
human
get it. I'm
shit,
throwing
is
it at you.
culture.
So, yeah, I don't think we can comment on this much until we know what Trump's plan actually is. And it seems like Trump doesn't even know what Trump's plan actually is. So I think we'll come back to it later.
Therefore, nobody can foil the plans.
Why is Firefox doing this for every tab now? I'm not very happy about this. I have to copy the link, open a new tab, paste the link, and close the original one every time. This is, says Betty Johnson, the biggest scandal in news media history. I think we've already covered this well enough, but I'll read his opinion anyway. No employee at Politico got paid yesterday. Actually, that part's new. First time ever the company missed a pay period. This is a crisis, he says. Now we learn Politico, a news company, which spent the last 10 years trying to destroy the MAGA movement, was being massively funded by US aid. Trump and Elon deleted their funding. Now Politico will go out of business. The corruption is endless. Good riddance. I don't think it's endless, but it's huge. This is the email Politico sent to all employees yesterday. No one got paid. Politico's corrupt management blamed this on a glitch and not their government gravy train ending. State propaganda collapsing. If they say it's a glitch, I would give it a greater than 0% chance that they actually did fuck up, but it's much more likely that it's because of this. Dear team, Goalie and I want to address this morning's payroll issue directly. Due to what we believe to be a technical error, employees did not receive their paychecks as scheduled. We understand the urgency of this matter and sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. Our team is working diligently with our systems vendors and the bank to identify the root cause and implement a solution as quickly as possible. We will keep you updated as we learn more and work to resolve the problem as quickly as possible. Thank you for your blah, blah, blah. Benny says, ironic that the amount of Fed's funds pouring into Politico increased exponentially after they successfully laundered the deep state CIA election, rigging propaganda against Trump. Wow, that's a lot of thoughts in one line there. But yeah, Politico have been bastards and their funding increased as a result. It's exactly as I said, with only the slight difference that it's mostly government by the looks of it and not, well, it's probably not just government, or probably not even mostly, but news companies could no longer sell enough of their product to make money that way. So the consumer, the people, are no longer their customers. They are merely the consumer. The customers are whoever wants to influence the people. So they pay to change the bent of the articles. And then still not many people read them, but because they have the veneer of an official source, they are accepted as true by people that do read them, and then that spreads as accepted truth. Still less and less believe them every year. Somna says, I'm not sure the Palestinians really want to be making the blood and soil argument here. I actually don't know much about the history of Palestine. Why not, Somnus?
A bunch of people had a conflict over a goat 3,000 years ago, and here we are.
Goat mentioned.
It's a sheep, Oozaloo.
Only a Welshman or an Arab would care about that distinction, Odar. Ginger says, something worth pointing... I love how Invader is both. Something worth pointing out about Indians, there are 3 main religions in order of population: Hindus, Muslims, and Sikhs. The Hindus are the shit-obsessed ones. The Muslims are Muslims, enough said. Sikhs are the cool ones, the ones that hold values very much in line with Anglo values, and the ones who get along in Great Britain. Generally, yeah, there are some really bad Sikhs as well, and the fear has been voiced that it would only be a matter of time. As soon as Sikhs are powerful enough, they would get really evil as well. I don't know about that.
Yeah, they already have here.
Yeah. I mean,
we've seen them literally fighting their own civil war in the streets.
Yeah.
Here in Canada. Like, they're one of the few classes of people that's A-okay to walk around with swords because they have a quote-unquote religious exemption to the law.
Mm-hmm.
As a result, they just go around fucking slashing each other up.
So,
They're
Ginger, I do
redeeming
get
each
where you're
other.
coming from. I think the Gurkhas were Sikhs, and they seemed fine. As far as I know, they integrated pretty well. They fought nobly for Britain. But it is still a matter of only some are going to be able to integrate. It's going to be the best of each group. But I expect that there are far more Sikhs by proportion of that group who would be capable of integrating well into a Western culture than of Muslims or Hindus. So that I think we could say, but don't give the Sikhs a pass in general.
I grew up around a lot of the different types, and I can tell you very, very few of them will ever integrate, even if they were born here.
Fair enough.
I found out semi-recently that the town I live in was one of the ones that a bunch of the Haitians were sent to.
Ooh.
I got a buddy who's a city cop. He hasn't been doing it long, and he's got stories already.
Matthias says Gurkhas apparently mostly Hindu. Fair enough. I'm not sure then. Someone says Palestine is what the Romans renamed the province of Judea and Samaria after one of the Jew rebellions. It was a misspelling of the homeland of the Philistines, enemies of the Judeans. Yeah, I think I knew that. This was basically a Roman flex on the Jews for being uppity. The Arabs didn't come into the area until much later. That's interesting. I didn't know that, actually. In which case, back to the WOPs.
Back to Italy.
Yeah. Does Trump have any Italian cabinet members? Because he could just make them king of Palestine or rename it.
Just give it to Maloney.
Yeah. Well, give it to someone and just call it like we're officially renaming the region to Judea, and well, not even Judea because it's too favorable to the Jews. He would do that though. Just call the whole thing Samaria. That works. That's not
Jerusalem.
No, what did the Romans have their own special name for it? No, rename it to Judea, but the U is a V.
Kyrgyzstan. And on that, I am going to have to leave as I have another 10-hour day tomorrow.
No worries, Oda. Really weak that you couldn't stay any longer than 7 hours, but you did your best.
It was good seeing you, man.
All right. Yeah, good to see you too, buddy. I've been so fucking busy. I'm trying to be around more, but oh god.
Oda's face right now.
Yes.
Well, good luck with everything, Oda. Thanks for joining us. I'll see you soon.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a shit ton of money, but it's gonna suck the whole time.
Well, soon enough, you'll be able to do this without them being taxed.
Yeah, that's true. All right, I'll see you.
See you soon. Oh no, Quattro, do you have some anime scheduled with Field or something?
Not that I recall for today.
Hmm.
I mean, I may have just completely forgotten, like as if I went to the Dementia Dome, but I don't recall.
Someone says Samaria is the origin of the Good Samaritan. Yep, fair enough. They didn't get along with the Judeans in the time of Christ. As far as I understand, the Good Samaritan, like the whole point of that is that Samaritans were considered such assholes that the fact that there was a good one was the point of the story. Like, well, there was a good one. But Samaritans have a pretty good reputation now because of that, even though I don't think they really exist anymore. They called it the Kingdom of Judea because it was a protectorate kingdom before being renamed. Palestina. Yeah, you could call it Palestina. Just rename the whole fucking region, including Israel, to Palestina. No longer recognize any of the borders. Stop funding Israel and just see what happens. Just let the chips fall as they may. Sorry, Quattro, I know that must be deeply offensive to your people and your culture.
People? That's an awfully kind word.
The Field says it's not scheduled, it's every day. So apparently you've unknowingly signed up to do anime every single day.
Apparently.
Chase, do you have an opinion?
Really complain.
Chase, do you have an opinion on your entire nation being renamed to a part of the Kingdom of Palestina and then all borders being officially unrecognized and all US funds being cut? I hate you, he says. No, but then it could be ruled over by the Italians, the inheritors of Rome. This is Chase's face right now. Are we agreed? Someone says, the point of the story of the Good Samaritan was that the Samaritan in the story overlooked the tribal friction to help a Judean in need because they didn't have any quarrel as individuals. Yeah, I understand that's the message. Right. Should we try and find our way back to some news?
Perhaps.
Where was
Unless
I?
you have another way to get more mileage out of that image.
Oh.
I'm kind of out of ideas there, but if you got something, go right ahead.
Oh, I see. Chase has given me a second. I may bring in another guest since we're down to one. I don't see anyone I would normally bring on, but maybe. Chat, I'm impressed that there's still 30 of you here after 7 fucking hours. I think we have to concede at this point that there is no way I'm going to get through all these stories. We're about 45% done with my tabs. I may have to do another stream of the same length tomorrow. You guys up for that? You guys in for the long haul?
I'd be up for it.
Cool. We are 7 hours in. I'll do a few more stories. And I'll tell you what I'll also do. I am now opening contributions for the encore. You can extend the show by about 20 minutes, or at least 20 minutes, as it says here, when it's soon to end. So I'm opening up now for encore. Only £20 via tipper.oozloo.net or funder.oozloo.net. Chase has changed his profile picture. Very good. The terms are as follows. Notify me when you're about to do this to avoid the show ending prematurely. This can cancel the outro music, subject to diminishing returns. This can be sent at any time during the stream, but if sent before the end is imminent, specify that you want an encore. Obsidian says he's at work, so captive audience, fair enough. Ginger says keep streaming until you get to tomorrow's stream time and then don't stream at that time. That's an interesting idea for someone that isn't me, because I'm not streaming for 24 hours, or almost 24 hours. I think I will need to sleep at some point, eventually. You guys have been generous today, so I'll understand if there isn't any contributions, but you can make me go longer if it's just not been enough for you. Now then, let's talk about this shit.
And then you know that mold is at an all-time high today.
Wait, did they release the uncut version?
Yes, they did. I know the idea of uncut things is disturbing to you, Quadra, but
You mean to tell me they didn't circumcise the footage first?
They did. They did circumcise it. How do you like this freeze frame shot? Turns out I picked the right frame anyway.
That's just the right frame.
So this is 53 minutes, 55 seconds. It's released on the Federal Communications Commission channel, YouTube channel, which apparently they have with 25,000 subscribers. And it is the full unedited version. Now then, chat, we have the option, not tonight, but we have the option to watch the whole thing. However, I was curious before doing that if it was actually worth doing. And having read through the comments on patriots.win, the page for it, the comments are a bit muddled. But having read through them, my opinion is probably not worth watching. That what seems to have happened, and chat, we can watch it if you like. We can start watching it now, we'll finish it later. What it sounds like is that they literally transplanted answers from one question into another to make it sound better and then cut everything that didn't work. So they misrepresented Kamala to make her sound better and that she was really drunk and just off her shit the whole time. But that's about it. Now, if we were still in election period and if Trump hadn't won the election yet, I would make this my main feature of tonight's stream. We would have got through this in the first couple hours. Absolutely. But because it's old news, and if we watch it, I'm going to be responding to things as they're happening, like the election was still on, I think it's not really worth it. So I'm willing to take the word of commenters on that, the fact that it's not really worth watching. And I've said not today, but if enough of you really want me to, next stream we could go through it. So press 1 if you would like me to, given what I've just said, and it'll probably be next stream. And press 2 if you think it's not worth it. What do you reckon, Quattro?
On the one hand, I'm sure there's probably at least something funny in there, but on the other, having to listen to a woman speak.
I, for one, think that the comedic value to be gained from watching Kamala Harris drunk off her tits blab into a mic about whatever happens to come across her minuscule brain should not be underestimated.
All right, I tell you what, let's do this. Let's watch a few minutes and see how bad it is. And we'll use that to gauge whether it's worth watching more next stream.
For me.
Which is the one thing I am allergic to. Yeah. Okay. Pollen is down.
Mold is up.
Mold is up.
As you can see, unedited.
You know, I know that as a matter of fact because I was watching CBS this morning.
There you go.
Now that I think about it.
Learn something new every day.
Indeed.
See you, Chris. I'm gonna just snap at once. Good. Coming around. Done. Yeah. Got it on both. Okay, so we need to clear the background. Good, done. Yes.
No problem. Just do what you need.
The interview hasn't even started and she already looks like she's ready to cry.
Yeah. It's weird because when she smiles, she's not too unattractive for her age. But when she's not smiling, she's really ugly. I don't understand how... I've never seen someone with such a wide variation like that.
It's that pot of greed physiognomy.
It really is. Like, obviously, when her smile is too big, it goes back to looking ugly again. But a normal smile, she's not bad looking for her age.
Perfectly happy.
Everybody happy?
Not that smile.
Good?
Or that smile.
Good.
That one, though. See what I mean? That's not bad for her age. I don't get it. Like this, she's fine. Every other face she makes, she's ugly as sin.
Well, Madam Vice President, one, thank you for doing this.
Of course.
And thank you for inviting us into your home.
Of course.
We're going to be running this on the anniversary of the Hamas attack on Israel.
October 7th.
So let's just start with
Hang on
Israel.
1 second, Bill.
Yeah.
Sorry, we had someone in the background. I'm afraid you're going to have to re-ask that.
Okay, whoever's in the dining room. It was me. Okay.
Yeah, she sounds fucked.
Just start with Israel.
Okay.
She does,
The
yeah.
events of the past few weeks have pushed us to the brink, if not into, an all-out regional war in the Middle East. What can the U.S. do at this point to stop this from spinning out of control?
Well, let's start with October 7th. Because obviously what we do now must be in the context of what has happened. And as I reflect on...
You sure you don't want to go forward unburdened by what has been? Causes, starting with Israel, so true. But again, we're not really here for the issues. We're just here to laugh at her being drunk. So far, though she is probably drunk, kind of normal and even slightly wholesome. So I got nothing so far to laugh at. So we're going into this speculatively. I don't know if this is going to be worth watching, chat, but we'll find out.
A year ago, and that 1,200 people were massacred, young people at a festival, at a music festival. 250 hostages were taken, including Americans. Women were brutally raped.
Okay, so far she's just been describing October 7th. Absolutely nothing about what can be done about the conflict that started a year after October 7th. Chat, press 1 if you think that she's not actually going to even approach an answer to the question. And she's just going to meander about how bad October 7th was. Press 2 if you think Kamala Harris is our girl. She'll get to it and she'll give a really insightful answer as to what the solution for the Middle East crisis is. Do you know I'm not saying any 2s? You can watch this at the following link.
And as I said then, I maintain Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters. And as we fast forward into what we have seen in the ensuing weeks and months, far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. And we know that, and I think most agree, this war has to end. And that has to be our number one imperative. And that has been our number one imperative. How can we get this war to end? Well, critical elements of that are we have got to get a hostage deal and a ceasefire deal done.
It was 2, lads. She's actually talking about what she would do. So, well done, Kamala. You exceeded expectations.
We have to get aid in.
I mean, your answer's been shit. Don't get me wrong. It's meandering. You're clearly drunk and you haven't given us almost anything of substance. But you have actually approached an answer to the question, which is rare for politicians.
We have to lay the path toward a 2-state solution. I do believe that we must maintain that as an objective, no matter how out of reach it seems at the moment. And the work that we have to do is also pay attention to what is happening every day in the region and put U.S. resources into everything we can do diplomatically and otherwise to de-escalate what is happening in the region.
Yeah, at least half of what she says at any time is boilerplate, just dressed up. It's like if you're in some academic context and you're writing a essay and you need to hit a word count, and you're close, so you just fill it with gumph. She's just talking gumph almost all the time, which we all knew.
We supply Israel with billions of dollars in military aid, and yet Prime Minister Netanyahu seems to be charting his own course. The Biden-Harris administration, has pressed him to agree to a ceasefire. He's resisted. You urged him not to go into Lebanon. He went in anyway. He has promised to make Iran pay for the missile attack, and that has the potential of expanding the war. Does the U.S. have no sway?
The question, it sounds a bit like Snake, actually. The war. Sorry, actually, I'm just...
War has changed.
War is gay.
Sway over Prime
It's
Minister?
now not just gay, but also cringe.
Look, I'm tired. You can't expect good comedy from me.
Netanyahu?
Well, let's start with this. On this subject, the aid that we have given Israel allowed Israel to defend itself against 200 ballistic missiles.
Chat, are you enjoying the fact that the first 2 questions are about Israel?
What's interesting to me is how happy she looks the moment she says ballistic missiles.
Meant to attack the Israelis and the people of Israel. And I think that is the most recent example of why what we do to assist in their defense around military aid is important. And when we think about the threat that Hamas, Hezbollah presents, Iran, I think that it is without any question our imperative to do what we can to allow Israel to defend itself against those kinds of attacks. Now, the work that we do diplomatically with the leadership of Israel...
Bear in mind how unpopular this kind of position was with the left at the time. Whoever's idea it was to split, attempt to split the US population down the other axis than it already was, but failed to split the right and only split the left, was genius. I think it was probably Mossad. I think they decided actually Trump's better for us than these guys.
Is an ongoing pursuit around making clear our principles, which include the need for humanitarian aid, the need for this war to end, the need for a deal to be done, which would release the hostages and create a ceasefire. And we're not.
Chat, we're 5 minutes in. I'm falling asleep. Press 1 if it's worth it to keep trying to find something interesting today. Press 2 if it's not worth it. And press 3 if it might be worth coming back to this tomorrow or next time I stream. Twos and threes are for not continuing now, and there's no ones. Yeah, it is, isn't it, Raulon? I think that's something people do when they're really not sure about what they're saying. They're trying to sort of query if it's okay to say it. Non-committal. But that's not what a politician should be saying. All right? Everyone's saying...
To be fair to everyone in chat here, it is pretty hard to listen to a woman speak and stay interested in what's going on.
So true. The majority opinion in chat appears to be it's probably about equal between 2 and 3. And Pumat saying 3, knowing it'll end up 2. I can't guarantee we will get back to this next stream. It depends what else happens. It depends on the priority that this has. I don't think it's a very high priority, and if a lot of interesting things happen by tomorrow, hell, even the rest of the stories I have in my browser now, I think are more important than this. But if the best way to ensure that it does happen is to remind me. If you remind me, it makes it clear that people actually care. So next stream, if you want this to happen, do just bring it up, and we will probably do it. I think 3 is the majority by a slim margin. So we will try to remember to do this next time. Remind me if I forget. But yeah, I don't think it's worth continuing today. Let's go to a few more stories, but we'll only do a couple more before we end the stream. And I think we're very close to halfway now. It's probably about 46%. We could end on 47% in honor of Trump. Mass exodus on the horizon. CIA offers buyouts to its entire workforce with generous 8-month pay and benefits package as Trump moves to downsize federal bureaucracy. The FBI has been through the shredder to a large extent. A lot of its personnel have been removed. And I expect that once Patel, for all the value he is, gets in, it'll be even more. Now work appears to be beginning on the CIA. The CIA has reportedly extended a buyout offer to its entire workforce. So that was the offer that was going around to lots of different agencies. But I think it was not necessarily to... Actually, I'm not sure about this. It might have been to all workforces, and this article's just sort of missed that. But it might be that it was specifically to only some. And the CIA is now one of them. This follows Trump's proposal to encourage millions of federal workers to resign. Well, it wouldn't be, I think it's only 1 million employees, isn't it? In the federal government? To resign by February 6th in exchange for pay and benefits lasting until September 30th. Trump is offering the buyouts to make sure all federal workers are on board with the new administration's plan to have federal employees in office, CNBC reported. Only 6% of all federal workers actually work full-time in the office. That's not very much. Which essentially means that people who have no connection to the system except they're on the books technically are being sent loads of money by the government. When have we heard this story before? Like 10 minutes ago. Trump's offer does not include postal workers, military, immigration officials, or people in national security roles, well, except the CIA, apparently. A senior admin official disclosed that over 20,000 federal workers, this was a few days ago, it's now 60+ thousand. 1% of the federal workforce, and falling short of the White House's target of 5 to 10%. It's now apparently approaching the target. Probably crossed it, actually. Quote, "We expect more to come," the admin official explained. "If you see what's happening at USAID, it's just one piece of puzzle." Okay, let's see if there's anything else here relevant to the CIA specifically. According to a report first released at the Wall Street Journal, the new CIA director, John Ratcliffe, has spearheaded these changes, which include a generous 8-month pay and benefits package for any employee opting for resignation. Ratcliffe's directive also freezes hiring and reevaluates current job offers, potentially rescinding those who do not align with the agency's renewed objectives. This move is seen as a direct implementation of Trump's strategy to downsize the federal bureaucracy and reorient its functions towards pressing national security priorities, such as dismantling drug cartels and undermining global adversaries like China. Meanwhile, the Senate Intelligence Panel has advanced Tulsi Gabbard's nomination. Yeah, this is a few days ago. I think that's... It's hard to tell from this article if this is actually a different buyout offer. It sounds like the same one. So this article might be a bit of a no-show, to be honest. So I think I'll move on, unless I've missed something, chat. As long as they stay on a do not rehire list, says Puma. Well, maybe. I don't think there's anything that you could do to absolutely prevent that if you had a different president. But I think our assumption at this point is that election integrity will be solved, and so you won't really have to worry about that, but we don't know that for sure. Has Brendan
if the CIA
Carr...
no longer exists, they can't meddle anymore.
That is also true. Has Brendan Carr finally figured out how to stop NPR? So I saw this and I clicked on it. I'm not sure if it's going to be interesting. We'll have a quick look. Taxpayer-funded radio stations are barred from airing commercials or other promotional announcements on behalf of for-profit entities. National Public Radio on Monday ran a so-called sponsor message promoting pharma giant Procter & Gamble's nerve relief drug Nervive, quote, designed to reduce occasional nerve aches, weakness, and discomfort. The message, effectively a commercial, is tied to one of hundreds of advertiser deals that are far more important to NPR than government funding. Okay, I think that's the reason I showed this, just to make it clear that government funding these organizations, it is a chunk of their funding. It's not unimportant, but it's by no means the majority. NPR brought in $100 million from corporate sponsors in 2023 compared to only $7 million in federal funding. Yeah, so that's actually less, even lesser proportion than I would have expected. So it's not like the government is not solely propping these guys up, but it is helping to prop them up. The thinly disguised commercials, such as the sponsor message from Procter & Gamble aimed straight at NPR's rapidly aging audience with aching hands and feet, are now the focus of new Federal Communications Commission Chairman Brendan Carr, who may have found the powerful news giant's Achilles heel. Carr has now launched an investigation into whether the news non-profit sponsor messages have violated federal rules that prohibit taxpayer-funded radio stations from airing commercials or other for-profit entities. It sounds like they do. What do you think, Quattro and chat? Does it sound like that advert might have been an advert?
Nothing to see here, Goyim. Just to buy your meds. Don't question anything.
Yeah. NPR, whose $100 million sponsorship haul in 2023 came from around 450 corporate sponsors, has been criticized for decades by conservatives who object to an overtly liberal news outlet with enormous reach receiving taxpayer dollars. Yeah, quite. That's not how it's supposed to be. Quote, I am concerned that NPR and PBS broadcasts could be violating federal law, wrote Carr, a longtime commissioner of the FCC, who is also backing similar probes of CBS, NBC, and ABC for allegations that their news coverage improperly favored Kamala Harris despite getting access to lucrative public airwaves. Regarding NPR, Carr took issue with providing the organization with taxpayer money, which, while dwarfed by sponsorship revenue, is believed to be essential to NPR's operations. NPR airing advertisements for non-profit companies would further undermine any case for continuing to fund NPR and PBS with taxpayer dollars, Carr said. But chat, if NPR and PBS could no longer illegally take advertising deals, they could no longer exist.
Returns are acceptable.
Anyway, yes, either of those two meme responses, Quattro, would work just fine in this case. This is probably quite good news. On the one hand, they've been receiving government money that they shouldn't really have been receiving. And on the other hand, they've been, and this is much worse, but also much more money, they've been, I think it's fair to say, illegally taking corporate sponsorship deals.
Yeah, sure does look that way.
Pigsty says, small question, has anyone you know bought meds because of an ad? The thing is, Pigsty, that is a common, but sort of wrought question. Firstly, is advertisements are not really meant to convince you to buy a product. They're meant to, one, associate the product with good feelings, which is how advertising works in a direct sense. But mostly, two, just to make you aware of the product's existence, because then it's in the pantheon of recognized, widely accepted brands that you will then, if you go to the shop and you see it as an option, you'll think, oh, I've heard of that one. Now, I do this as well. It's true. It's normal for humans to do that. The best way to get people to to buy something is, yes, one, associating good feelings with it, but mostly two, to pretend that it's valid in the eyes of the majority, if it's been accepted by wider society. And the way you do that is you pay millions for adverts to get it everywhere. Now, further to your question, do you think someone would realize and or admit if they bought because of an advert? They'd have to see the advert and either think at that time, I'll buy that product, which is probably quite rare, or buy the product and realize they were influenced by an ad, and then on top of that, tell you about it. So that's quite unlikely to happen, even if it has. So yeah, don't underestimate what advertising is for. Also, don't underestimate how effective it is. Because says, my point is that they may not be buying at customers with those ads. Well, what do you mean by that? Do you think that it's just an excuse to pay NPR? Because if that's the case, I'm pretty sure they could just donate. I'm not sure about that, but
there have been quite a few studies on how actually ineffective most ads are. They kind of barely work. It's more of a placebo effect for the advertisers more than anything.
You think so? Okay.
And there's this whole racket surrounding advertising. They've deliberately suppressed all of these studies as well to try and make sure that they have their stranglehold on the market.
Okay, perhaps I'm mistaken. I'm very open to hearing both sides on that. If the world could do without ads, I'll be much happier.
It's like I personally, I have a rule where the more I see a company advertising, the less likely I am to engage with any transactions.
I imagine that would be. It's not going to be easy to implement that. It'll take some thought, but it's certainly doable. I just don't see ads.
My thinking is the more you try and force your way into my life, the less I want to do with you.
Yeah. The only times I see
God
ads
help you if your ad gets through my ad blocker.
The only times I see ads are out in public. There are some websites that have like their own system for showing ads, but it's mostly for things that they themselves are selling. So those are the only ads I ever see on my computers, or my computer or phone or whatever else. I don't browse the internet without
my way to install ad blockers on everything.
Well,
a lot of the time nowadays on the internet, it's malvertising.
Yeah, yeah. The Firefox on mobile, you can put uBlock Origin. Firefox on desktop, uBlock Origin. Revanced on my phone for YouTube and on my tablet as well. And I think that's it. Like, that's enough. I don't see ads anymore.
It's great.
Yeah. You don't need a Pi hole, but you could get one. Yeah, you might as well. If you want to do the project, you get a Pi and you sort of put it between your router and your PCs, and then you can have it block ads that before they even get to your PC, which actually is slightly better for performance, but probably not much. And it's not really worth it, especially because the Pi costs money, and it's not a zero effort project. But you could do it if you wanted to, but you don't really need to. As I said, just uBlock Origin on Firefox on your phone and on your desktop, and then Revanced on your phone. I do still occasionally get ads on my phone. If I rooted it, I could probably block them too, but I haven't yet for this one. I bet I could just get a hosts file without the app to install it and just put that on my phone. Just put it in etc hosts. I may be able to do that with the ADB actually. I wonder, chat, is there a Shizuku ad blocker for Android? I never looked into that. Let me know if you know of any, chat. I think we'll end now. It's been a good stream. We've managed to do a 7.5 hour stream, which is it's pretty close to what I said we'd do. Yes, that's a good point, Obsidian. You can just run a Pi hole on a home server. That's true. I would rather not have my entire local network rely on a single computer being running. The router itself is supposed to be reliable. It's designed for that purpose. So I'd rather just rely on one computer. But yes, you could do that. Matt, I don't think you necessarily do. I think you can do it with ADB. I might be wrong on that. Because that's how Shizuku works. It's sort of a way of doing some of the root stuff, just using ADB, but you do ADB from within the phone. That does allow you to do more things than you can do with just the app level permissions, but still not as much as root. Yeah, have a look into it, man. Right. Thank you, Quattro, for joining me. I think that's a pretty good place to end. We got to, let's say we got to 47% through our stories, chat, because that's 47, and we'll end it there.
Well, it's been a pleasure.
Yes, thank you for joining me, as always, and I think I'll have you on again. Vil says, thanks for the stream, Wizard.
Wonderful.
Good night, Cabal Prevails. Thank you for joining us. Catching the end, Clover. Oh, no. Clover, have you seen... Let's have one more look at the TP board, actually. Jodar is still at the top. Clovey is close behind. Clover, your R is about to be stolen from you again. Fuck, she says.
Oh, no.
You are almost neck and neck with 8-Bit Kitty, Clover. Clover, do a cheer 0 and see how many coins you have. I don't know if you've ever contributed, but if you have just like 233 coins, you can get 8-Bit Kitty above you. Chase says, thank God I'm not a kitten prospect. Chat, make Chase a kitten prospect. Matthias has decided he really likes your comic about him. I don't know if Kat's still awake.
I'm awake.
Ah, good.
Yeah, she's been here the whole time.
Clover, you could see if your if your Josh has any coins that he would like to spend to help you out. But to be honest, if he does, he'd probably just spend them to get you higher on the board. Yeah, he probably would. Uh-oh. Matthias, Chase is trying to simp for you. Punish him. Ooh. Ginger has quite a lot of coins, Chase. I'd be careful. How much is that? Is that... Hold on, that's 900 and that's 8,900. Is that 2 million coins, Ginger? No, it's not quite 2 million. It's 218,900.
Still a lot.
Wait, that's 2,189 pounds worth. And hold on, if we do TP Joda, what is he at? Yeah, that's easily enough to make any one kitten in a single donation.
Holy shit.
Ginger could make anyone in the server kitten immediately with a single donation. I would love to see that. Chase, how do you feel about being kitten in 5 minutes? I think I'm correct on that, right, Ginger? Unless you added some zeros in post. I wonder if Matthias has the power to do that, or if it's just Ginger that can do that. I think at the moment it's just Ginger that can. Chase is offering you fake items in his RPG. I'm going to remove this since we're the overlay, since we're winding down now. You have to see my face again. Too bad for you. There we go. That's an unedited pick, though adding some zeros would have been funny. It's true, yeah. So, Ginger, are you considering the possibility that you could get Chase from 0 to kitten in just one shot? It would inspire a new meme from Triple. If we do remember, you can also misspell it if you want, but Chase currently, there's many people have mentioned him, so he would be eligible, but he's currently at 0. I think it would be most of your coins, but I think you could do it. Matthias, if I were as Jewish as my esteemed co-host, I would actually try to tempt you to get enough money to instantly kittenify someone. But you have been very generous. I'm not going to try to tempt you. But Ginger has the power. Cassidy, she has a kitten Marcus beam on standby. I'm looking forward to it.
I've seen it. It's a pretty good one.
Good. Chasers, do not listen to the Chinese spy. Ginger says, that amount of coin is something I've been saving for a rainy day. I don't have plans to use that coin on making Chase Kitten right now, at least. Chase, are you feeling threatened? Thank God, says Chase. I think you should thank Ginger, Chase, to be honest. Same thing. Chase has begun worshipping Ginger as a god because Ginger did not make him kitten. These Arabs and their religions, very strange. Well, what a fantastic end to the stream.
What a way to end.
Yup. Chase is assuming this to be a realization of his offer of a bribe. Switched cocks quick. You know what? That's a good point, Matthias. I mean, you know, Chase could be worshipping you. Just think of it. All you got to do is outbid Ginger. Don't actually send me an absurd amount of money. You've been very generous already. Wasn't Muhammad a ginger? So the gingers claim.
Really makes you think. Really activates the almonds.
Are all Islamists soulless? So,
though I never thought I'd see the day where I broke the top 20 here.
Yeah. Where are you?
So
You're 19,
I
yeah.
missed out when I asked earlier if I do become kitten, do I get a funny nickname that's forced on me?
It hasn't been misspelled. If they get something other than Quattro, which is clearly meant to refer to you, to the top, then you get that name. But just Quattro means you'll just get kitten. See, arguably, it's good that this system is very simplistic. And maybe I shouldn't be trying to make the next one more prescribed, because to be fair, my plan wasn't really prescribed. It was just bigger. But maybe I should be thinking more in terms of just give them as many basic tools as you can to do emergent things with it. Because all of these rules about kittening and changing names and all that stuff, and all the house war stuff, it was all emergent. So I think we need to... I think I need to make sure that whatever I add in future doesn't just codify things that have become emergent and just allow things to continue to flow as emergent outcomes. What I will try and do is give tools to make, just give more very, very general tools, which will allow more emergent stuff to happen. I'll try and do that. Add coin gambling, you fruit, says Pigsty. I think I don't want to do that. What I could do is, I suppose I could add a way where you could use them as tokens, but you don't gain or lose them at the end of the night. But then you could do that with any online service. I'm sure that you could find some online card game where you all assign yourselves tokens at the beginning, or like one admin on this, this gambling website just assigns tokens to everyone, and then you just gamble with them. Buzzkill. You don't have to use User coins to do it, Pigsty. If you really want to lose your money, you could bet with real money. I can't stop you. I don't recommend it, but I can't stop you. Chase says, User do a gaming stream and allow people to gamble on whether or not you win a game or not. See, that's quite common on Twitch. I'm not sure I like the idea, but maybe.
So
yeah,
what I'm hearing
already...
is we need to open up the Uza casino.
Look, if I step one toe into the paddling pool of like making myself a financial institution, everyone's going to be clamoring around me to give me extremely Jewish advice on how to amplify well, have you heard of compound interest? Goyim, I'll give you a consultancy fee and I'll make you rich. No, thank you. Farmer Joe says, at your service, my liege. Well, I'm a liege. I think having a little battle between Clovey and 8-Bit Kitty will be very fun. They're very close on the board, but Clovey wants to keep her R, and 8-Bit Kitty does not want to be Kitten, and certainly doesn't want to be renamed to 8-Bit Kitty. So I think that'll be fun. Yes, Ted, that is similar to ideas I've had. I have ambitions to do all this stuff, but it's very complicated, and I will get there eventually. I've had a lot of other things to deal with in Cabal, as many of you have noticed. Yeah, you did, Clover, but as I said, one of the only forces in Cabal powerful enough to take away the R that you re-earned is the TP system. Yeah, I know it already probably exists, Ted, but as with everything I make, I do try to make it innovative. And I think I've done that generally. I mean, even the Usercoin system, which is very simple, at least the TP thing is innovative. The Usercoin system was really just well, we'll have one of these, just throw it out there as a prototype. I didn't do much thinking about it, but the TP system has ended up being innovative, as of other things that I've done in Cabal. Right, many ideas coming from chat and being discussed. We'll have to continue the discussion later. Is that a Clovey, Ginger? I don't understand. Is that what that is? I don't know. I never heard that term before.
That is a small collection of cloves.
Ah, see. Clover says, fuck you. She didn't say fuck you to Ginger, though. She said fuck you to her husband. She said damn it to Ginger. That's a good point. I mean, Clovey is currently the thing that's getting up the list, so that's what she'll be forcibly renamed to. But there's no reason you couldn't rename her to Cloves in future. Right. We'll end there because I am exhausted. Fair enough, Big Sly.
Man can only be sustained by Monster Energy for so long.
Yeah, and I've had 2 already today, and that's quite enough. I need to go to bed. Thank you for joining me, everyone. You included, Quattro. Good night, and enjoy the outro music. I will see you probably tomorrow, and if not, I will be in the coding mines. Good night, everyone.